Welcome to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. It is day number 2 of all the best PUBG esports action you will see in Europe. My name is Tickle, and I am going to be your host for the duration of today. And joining me on the desk, I'm going to be in so much trouble for this, it is Frickle and Mickle. What is up, gents? You have got it. Revenge is never going to talk to me again. So I'll ask Frost, how was your evening? Did you get a chance to look back on all the action we saw yesterday?
I mean, yeah, of course. I pretty much triple watch everything once again to see, everything that we might have missed and make sure that we cover everything that happened.
We are going to have a jam-packed day of some of the best PUBG, like I mentioned. But before we do that, I want to give you an idea of how we got here, how the teams were able to qualify, and give you a look at what the tournament structure was. So, of course, last weekend, we had our Super Weekend where 32 teams were competing for those 8 spots to qualify. And then they joined the 8 invited teams in the Grand Finals, which is what you're watching right now. And if you want to know what to expect throughout the course of today, 6 maps are going to be played. So you'll get 6 opportunities to see these teams in action. And of course, we are in the middle of the competition. Tomorrow is the last day. And this one's going to be fun. Mickle Avenger. We'll go with Avenger. We're starting with Erangel today.
Yeah, we're starting Erangel. We're continuing the trend from yesterday. And hopefully, we're not going to continue the trend of the Northern Circles. Because...
we're going south?
We're going south. I would rather than 3 more Northern Circles, I'd rather hope for 3 military games. I know I'm going to get in trouble. All the players are like sending me hate mail and Discord DMs like, no, we don't want military. But I'd rather want that than the 3 Northern ones because they're also extremely hard to play, especially with the plane paths we had. The first circle, I was looking at the map and like, there's 2 teams in that first circle. And it's 4 kilometers wide. It's literally covering all the north. And there's 2 teams in there.
I mean, at the same time, though, getting those military circles is something that we want to see because a lot of teams have prepared themselves for that. It's one of the hardest circles to play from the start, and a lot of teams, they want to set themselves up towards the bridges, making sure that they have a spot maybe on Mill Island already. Some of them are dropping there because they want to be prepared for those circles. They know those are some of the hardest circles to get to late game, so if you drop there, there's a high chance that you'll have a good game if we get one of those circles, that is.
How many of the teams have strategies for specific circles? So they kind of go, if the circle's going to be here, this is the strategy. I mean, is that something that's written down, ready to go?
All of the teams, and all of the circles.
Yeah.
Like no matter where you loot, you have a strategy for where you're going, west, north, like wherever. And obviously, the hardest strategy is the military zones. That's also why we see so many teams that are looting around that southern edge and from the main island. We have Exhalation that is kind of cramming themselves in between Na'Vi and FaZe Clan. Like, you don't want to be in between Na'Vi and FaZe Clan. But they're trying to make sure they have an easy entry onto those military games, especially after what we saw in the Super Week and what we've seen in the games recently in the other tournaments as well. We've had so many military games. You want to be ready for them.
You can also look at No Name Yet, for example. In the qualifiers, we saw him dropping Ferry Pier, but they know that will be contested. So they don't want to go for that. Instead, they're dropping on Mill Island because, once again, they know that if we get a milli circle, they're going to be there. They're going to be one of the first teams on the spot there, choosing where to play from. And it's super important when it comes to military circles because there is some of those priority spots that is so much better than the other ones.
We'll talk a bit more about circles, I'm sure, as the day progresses. But before we do that, let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. And I'd love to know what your highlights were when you think back on some of the games you saw.
I mean, I think we saw very passive gameplay from a lot of teams yesterday. I think that's something that will change up for today. A lot of the teams, they want to take a little slower start, seeing what's going to happen and so on. But we saw some tendencies already from some of the teams being a little bit more aggressive. A lot of edge play because of how many edge circles we got. Those kind of hard shifts that are happening, and because of that we saw some teams that were going a little bit more for those long rotations to the other side, making sure that they come into a side where it's less crowded. But because so many teams were trying to do that, it got kind of crowded on that side as well.
The highlights for me was great games and low-key victories, of course, with Navis. There was one big one, but looking at their 27-point game, more of the half of their points got from that was one game out of those 6. So in general, it's extremely close. We don't have any repeat winners. The teams that have won didn't win with that many kills, and in their other games, they didn't have any outstanding performances. So our leaderboard is extremely close, and there's still a massive chance for basically 10, 12 teams to basically jump into the top 4 with just one good game.
Do you think it's going to be more aggressive today?
I could hope so. I don't think so to begin with. I think the first first 2 games. It's going to be a little bit more waiting game and wait to see what happens as well. But you have to remember as well, if we see hard shifts, if we see some really hard zones where the teams have to reposition themselves and really... Those big, long rotations will probably happen today. Yesterday, we didn't have that.
When you take a look at the leaderboard, though, it is so close. Let's be frank. I mean, there's some teams maybe sitting 14, 15, 16 to have to worry. But even then, if they can have 2 big games, they might be able to move on up and change this. This is pretty, I want to say pretty open. There's no out-and-out leader at the moment.
Oh, no. Of course, we have one leader. That's going to be Team Liquid. But yeah, they're not running away.
But you can catch them, Frost.
Exactly. All of the teams still had a possibility to catch up to anyone right now. Even if you're sitting all the way in the bottom with 21 points, it is so close towards the bottom as well. Literally just 10 points and you jumped half the leaderboard from there. But also, of course, if you look at things, the 2 things that are standing out for me here, and that is the amount of placement points from 2 of the teams. The first one is called Exhalation. On 3rd place, only 11 points from placements. And that is only 25% of their points accumulated from placement. And then you have, of course, Tokyo Magic Gang, only 3 points. So 90% of their points are from kills. That kind of tells the story how aggressive they've been playing. They're not getting into the late game. They're not getting those placement points, but they're doing a really good job getting those kill points, and that will put them on the board. And if they just get a little bit longer, we're going to see them jumping up on the board because of those kind of kills, but also if they can get a little bit of placement points on top of it.
Do you think that comes with experience, is understanding when to be aggressive and when to potentially disengage from fights so that you can last longer?
Yeah, for sure, especially in this lobby as well. We have some super experienced teams that know exactly when to engage, when to third party, and also when to disengage from some fights. Like there are often times where a fight will go off where they're realizing, you know, it's not worth fighting for this territory. It could be just when a circle is about to pop, right? We see a new circle and it's far away. I'm like, okay, guys, we still have 4 guys alive. After this rest potential, whatever, we could disengage, jump back into our cars, drive away and try to get onto another side of the circle. And I think we're going to see that a little bit more today. We're going to see the teams realizing that there's actually a lot of space on the other sides of those hard shifts. Liquid has historically been super famous for doing those liquid rotations where they're jumping in their cars and going all the way on the other side because it is less populated, especially if we have these circles that are going, you know, back-to-back hard shift. Then it makes sense that you have a congested area around where the old circle center was, and the majority of the teams will be there. So if you make a fast rotation and you'll be on the other side, you'll be in a less populated area and you can get more territory from them.
We had some teams, like one of them, that was doing those kind of rotations, but also a team like Heroic, we saw a lot of times being on the edge of the new circle. They didn't like that edge because it was towards a hard shift, and they started rotating around on the side instead, trying to get in on a less crowded side. Because of that, they got in front of Liquid and basically could take a fight or force Liquid away from where Heroic wanted to play himself. And that's the kind of things that you want to see, right? You want to be there first. You are the one in charge of, hey, what do you want to do about this situation? Do you want to fight? Well, we're already in position. So if you're going to come driving over here, we're going to basically kill you. So you might as well just keep on going or go back where you came from.
We spoke a little bit about this, but now we're going to show you as well, of course, the placement points, how it works. You ultimately need to make it to the end game, and then what you're not seeing on your screen is you do get a point per kill. So it really just comes down to make it to the end game and shoot all the other teams. I mean, that's a very simple version, but not necessarily how it works out.
You can get a maximum of 10 points from placements, but you can get a maximum of 60 points from killing other players in one game. So technically, you could get more points on just killing people.
And of course, the reason you want those points is so that you can win all of this money. But Avenger, you obviously had a thought, so I'll throw it back to you.
No, I want to talk about money. Let's talk about all the money. That's 16,000 for first place, and then 50,000 in total, of course. But what I like is also the incremental change. Every placement matters. The bottom 4 don't get any money, and every placement that you're able to jump, we're going to see more money for that. So they're continuously fighting for that, and the incentive is there. So I'll really love that. But also, of course,
a big incentive. PGC points. These are the most important ones. No one cares about the money when you can grab all of the PGC points. On the left side, on G-Loot Event 1, that's where we are right now. This is the first event here in Europe where you can actually grab yourself some PGC points. And we know how important that is because you want to make it all the way to PGC. And this is the first step, unless you're going to go and just win PCS 7, of course. Yeah, the only place that you get a direct invite into PGC is obviously winning PCS 7. Now, that's lovely, but historically, we haven't really seen any teams not winning an event and not being in the top 5. So you get so many points from it, and they're usually a really good team. Last year, we saw
some teams dominate our PCSs, and they were easily through. But I would love to. It's kind of that underdog story, being able to maybe qualify into PCS 7 from the open qualifiers, and then you can maybe go all the way. So you can keep the dreams alive all the way through the year, right?
All the way through the year, but ultimately what you want to do is get some points right now.
Yes.
The start of the year, make it a little bit more comfortable. As we move into game number 1, though, we have a little something for you as well. It's not money and it's not points, but it is Survivor Passes. We have 10 to give away today. And of course, like we did yesterday, I'm going to explain how this works. At some point during the course of the broadcast, a very well-known player, a legend, someone who's won a G-Loot season before, their name will scroll across the screen, potentially right across my head. We're not sure. But you need to see that name, and when you spot it, all you need to do is head on over to Twitter, direct message G-Loot Esports with that name, and you could win one of the Survivor Passes. And what we'll also do is when we find out who that name is, we'll test Avenger and Frost with their PUBG knowledge, because they're basically like walking encyclopedias, to see how much they can tell us. Now, talking about what you can tell us, I want to talk about some of the teams that we got to see yesterday. One of the qualified ones, very, very impressive, Exhalation. Tell me a little bit more about what you saw yesterday and what we can expect.
So their recent performance level has been really impressive. Both in qualifiers, other tournaments, they're really stepping up. But also what is really important to me from this team is that they're capable of doing both things. We see them get really good placement points, consistently get good placement points, and then they're able to frag out. They're right now the team that has the most kills in the lobby, and they're getting obviously a massive amount of them from that. But when they're winning games, they're also doing it with a lot of kills usually. They're putting these double-digit kill chicken dinners up, and that is what really makes the difference from them. But also, when we go into other tournaments and what we've seen so far from their recent performance in scrims, they are really stepping up their game. So I'm really excited for them for this event, of course, but also going forward, because they're one of these contenders that could come in from these open qualifiers and really surprise us.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw them being a little bit more aggressive than some of the other teams. They're currently the kill leaders with 34 kills. Then behind them, you have Liquid and Navi on 32. But one thing in particular is seeing how they're managing to play good on both of the maps. The worst game on Miramar yesterday was a 9th place with 4 kills. The worst game on Erangel was a 9th place with 6 kills. That is pretty impressive stats, being on both of the maps, being consistent. This is their worst games. We're talking about having 4 points as your worst game. That is very good in my books. You want to make sure you don't have those 0 to 3-pointer games. And if you can average this as a bad game and then have those good where you pop off, like their game 5 when they got 2nd place with 10 kills, that's going to put you on the top of the leaderboard. That's why they are number 3 right now. That's why they're so close towards the top.
Yeah, the average point per game is obviously extremely important. And now that we're playing 18 games, if you're able to squeeze those 1, 2, 3 points on top of all the other good games that you can have, you're going to be seeing yourself in the top 4 easily.
Are you impressed? I mean, for me, I obviously was hosting Super Weekend, and even though they qualified, they weren't really a team that I paid attention to. And I know that sounds terrible, but there's certain teams that popped off a little bit and you notice them a bit more. Surprised that they've done so well, considering they came in rather quietly, if you like.
A lot of times, a team like this will go under the shadow of some other teams that is overperforming to a certain extent. But right now, I feel like Exhalation is a name you want to keep your eye on, seeing how they've been able to play here. Of course, coming in from the qualifiers as well. It's very impressive to see that, and I hope that they can just keep that up for the remaining 2 days here now.
Yeah, so far they've been silently consistent, if we can put it that way, right? They're kind of going under the radar, but because they're not having that one flashy game, as you saw Navi have a chicken dinner with 17 kills, right? But we could see that. I wouldn't, I expect them to have a chicken dinner or maybe 2 by the end of the weekend. So I really hope that they're able to step up and take 1 today, because that confidence that they could build from that and kind of boost the morale in the team and snowball effect them potentially could keep them in the top 3 or potentially take the whole thing if they can keep up their consistency.
There is a team we have to speak about, and of course we hyped them up a lot at the pre-show, at the start of day 1. A lot of pressure on their shoulders, new coach, they're a big name. They delivered, finishing at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day 1, Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's phenomenal what we saw from them yesterday. Of course, they are number 1 right now, number 1 on the leaderboard. But out of all the games they had yesterday, they had 2 great games. Basically, 4 out of the 6 games that they played, they were on the top 4 finish. And I feel like what we saw from them, how they were splitting up in some of the games, were pretty impressive as well. If you look at the last game, on game 5 we had, for example, when we had one of those rough north and circles on Erangel, they had a 2-2 split by the river So they basically had 2 guys on the south part of the river, 2 on the northern part of the river. And this was between Rostock and Q, basically, by the bridges there. So basically they were holding that, making sure that they could cross over no matter what would happen. Always being prepared for the worst case and being ready to take the next step. Also, you can look into, it was game number 4, when they were in the shooting range, for example. They were fending off, I think it was 5 different teams. But what's most impressive, this is actually the game itself. How they were defending against all of these teams, how they were splitting up. Sometimes it was a 3-1 way, sometimes it was 2-2, sometimes 2-1-1. But one thing they did make for sure was that they always were covering the position where they thought was most vulnerable for someone to crash into them. And they were always most stacked on that side. And then, of course, when they were fighting face on the southern part, they had Vard on the top by himself. The other 3 players were fighting face. That kind of shows you how much they believe in Vard to be able to fend off anyone, any other team trying to crash by himself there.
Yeah, and extraordinarily skilled team when it comes to mechanics, but what is really impressive for me is obviously James being able to IGL, but also maintain his level of kills. He's able to put out, maintain kills and get a lot of frags from that, but also in-game lead his team, right? I've talked a bit with James leading up into this, as we heard from him yesterday as well. They've been playing scrims for 3 months now, right? Because they're obviously directly invited here, so they're not playing in the qualifiers, and that is kind of rough training to miss out on, because the best training you can get is the qualifiers. It's extremely competitive, right? And what he's saying as well is we can't do too many things that we want to do in the tournaments in scrims, because then all these teams that are extremely well prepared coming into this, they will take that they have learned and seen that Liquid is doing from scrims, and they will copy that into their own game just the next week, because they've seen it, okay, Liquid succeeded with it in a scrim, we can take that, play from that spot, play these angles, so we don't want to kind of expose too much, but sometimes you have to do, and they will copy that. So they're keeping their playbook a little bit secret, but also playing obviously to their best in the scrims. But I feel like they're doing a little bit more experimental stuff now that we're coming into this tournament here, where they're being a little bit more greedy. And people don't really expect them to be that greedy, I feel like, because a team like Polish Power, if they knew Liquid was only 1 guy or 2 guys in the compound, they will pull up on them. They will take the 4 versus 2.
It's always great that they have a little bit extra in their playbook, a few aces in the sleeves to pull up whenever it's needed, and you're doing something that's unexpected. You don't expect someone to hold shooting range all by yourself. That's something we don't usually see. Usually you would see them cramp down into one of the corners, hold that part, and you say, hey, if someone else wants the other part, well, go ahead and take it.
Right.
You'll fend off that one, we'll take this care of this side, and then we'll just kind of joint work together. But seeing Liquid kind of holding it down by himself, that kind of shows you that's something new that we're seeing. I think they have some more stuff to show us.
Do you not think other teams should get a little bit worried? Because in my experience, when a team is so confident that they're willing to start experimenting, they're unstoppable.
That is exactly what is scary from Liquid right now, is their confidence to be able to have one man play anchor positions and play to make sure that he is holding, all of the 180 degrees behind, so the 3 guys can focus forward. That's why they're extremely potent. That's also why, and it's obviously also up to individual skill. We see so many times where a single player or a 2-man player guys or duo from Liquid can clutch games and can get 6, 7, 8 points out of games where they shouldn't be getting more than 1 or 2 because they lost an obvious fight in the very beginning.
Also, one of the great things, of course, they added a new player, a new coach to the team, but they still have the base, the ground. That is what they've worked on for years and years.
Right.
But you also have 2 different angles coming in, seeing like if they come up with something and say, oh, we should do this. They could come in with input. Well, we tried this on the other team. It's not going to work because of this and that. Of course, that's not what you always do on the fly, but they can talk through that kind of stuff behind the scenes, between the games and so on, figure out, okay, what should we do in that kind of scenario if it happens again.
They had the roster changes. There's some other teams that have had roster changes as well. Not as good a performance yesterday in comparison to Liquid. So what do they do today?
Yeah. Obviously, they have to step up, but there's also more than roster changes. There's also drop spot changes. There are a lot of changes coming into it. Also playing against 8 teams or 9 teams even that you don't have too much experience playing against. And that's where I think we can really put a lot of eggs in the basket in terms of Liquid. They've been, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They've never won the big tournaments. And I think this year with this roster, with Phosphase coming with the coach, it could be a very, very good potential year for them to take home trophies.
One of the big things, of course, whenever you do lineup changes is that make sure that you know how you want to play the game, what kind of play style you want to have, and it all changes up. If you get a new IGL, for example, it could be someone who's more aggressive than your previous IGL. Enterprise would be an example of that, and we see them being a little bit more aggressive because of it. They want to play that play style. They think that they have a lot of fragging power, which is totally correct as well, and they want to utilize that a little bit more. Therefore, they got a little more aggressive IGL in terms of their playstyle. But in terms of like how you want to play the game, it's always down to how you move as a team, how you want to play it out. And if something doesn't work, it's always fall back to rule number one. Stay together. Stick together if things doesn't work out. Play as one unit. That's going to be the easiest way. Don't do too many splits. Don't be too greedy.
Do you think that the qualified teams that we've seen, because they performed very well yesterday, similar performance from them today, or do you think some of the invited teams would have found their rhythm?
I think the majority of the teams we're going to see dominating today is going to be the invited teams that we saw dominate yesterday as well. And Exhalation is a good example of one of the teams that could do very well despite them being a qualified team. But for me here today, I expect teams like Faceland to step up their games today, especially starting in Erangel. It's going to be in a good loot. But even if they have Exhalation close to them, we'll see where the circle goes. If they have really far rotations, they're not going to have as big as a benefit from it. But they have some areas that they're really well versed in. We had some areas around the gas station. They've been playing out of some positions where they usually don't really play super aggressive out of. So we'll see where the circle goes. If they get somewhere where they feel confident how to play it and how to approach it from where they're looting in Milta, then I think we could see really good games from Faceland, and they can potentially jump into the top 4.
It's still very close on the whole leaderboard, right? And we have a team like Ants towards the bottom right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like they don't belong there. I don't think they belong there either. But one of the things is that they like to play a lot of edge game.
Right.
And the thing is that right now, or yesterday, we had so many hardships that we had a lot of teams playing the edge, would make it a lot harder for them to play there.
Right.
Now, coming in today, if we have a little bit easier circles, I think that we're going to see them rocket up on the leaderboard itself.
In general, with the circus we saw yesterday, like I feel like everyone was forced to play on the edge.
Yeah.
Right? It was a team that expected to play in the edge. Then we saw 2 hardships towards them, and then all of a sudden they're center in a decent compound, right? And they're usually a team that would want to play edge. So if we see the hardships continue and all the teams are forced to play on the edge, we're probably going to see the teams starting to kind of realize, okay, we need to just fight on the edge. We need to just focus on the kills on the edge, because there is such a high population of teams on the edge that we're never going to get into the circle and win the game. Let's just try to get as many kills as we can out of it. That's what we saw from Tokyo Magic again yesterday, and Exhalation as well.
But also getting faster on those kind of aggressiveness. If you want to go for attack straight on, don't wait until the blue is pushing you, because that's something we saw a lot of times yesterday as well. They were getting pressured by the blue. They were forced to take a fight that they didn't want because of it, instead of making a move earlier. Take that fight straight away. Buy yourself some more time to work with and to push with.
Final question for me. Who do you think is going to get the first chicken dinner?
Liquid.
I'm going to go with Team Liquid as well. I mean, come on. Yeah. They haven't got one yet. It's about time to get one.
It's time to get a chicken dinner, Liquid. That's the note from the desk. It is also time to start the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals, day number 2. The voices you're going to be hearing, Joe Rosar and Toby.
Thank you very much, folks. Game number 1 now on Erangel today, of course. We started on Miramar day number 1. It's going to be Erangel game number 2. Fairly even playing path with a virtually 0% chance of a military circle to start us off today.
I mean, now you said it. Now it's somehow going to happen anyway.
No, come on. No, the center of phase 1 basically can't really be in the harbor, so I'm fairly confident on this one, but we'll have to wait and see. A lot of the teams want to pick up on their performances yesterday, but it was very much a consistent day, Toby.
It sure was.
It wasn't one team running away with it, just like the analyst desk said. It was very much a case of 5 or 6 teams actually doing very, very well for themselves, and it's a really, really tight race at the moment. I'm loving this.
And the only one team that was falling behind finished off the day with an 11 or with a 7-kill win. So they kind of evened up in the bottom pile as well. So yeah, as you're saying, very close. Everything could easily and will most likely anyway change throughout the course of today. Where you see the leaderboard coming into game number 7 here. Believe me, those things could easily be changed wildly up come the end of today. In the meantime, let's see now. Ding and ENCE. They flew side by side yesterday. They will continue to do so here today. I'm not expecting to see a whole lot of commotion. And Jarosar, I'm not going to say that.
No!
What did I say? But what did I say?
There's a virtually 0... I know what I said, which was there's a virtually 0% chance the center of phase 1 could be on Millie Island. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
The caster curse is strong. We've started off well.
We've begun.
This is good.
It has started.
Does that mean does the Joro prophecy come true this game?
There is a chance.
Take Observatory, win the game. That's all you have to do, guys. It's a two-step process.
For Tixer right now is take a buggy and get away. That's going to be the first priority anyway. Uber on the hunt with the Bison. We'll see how much damage he can do. Of course, a little bit of damage falling over the distance. And nah, not going to go for it. Will it best luck shoot a bit more, but not assuming anything to happen off of that. Tixu will live with the scare. Thought he could maybe get the compound. Not going to happen. 2 Ding players going for it. And this is really the first time when we saw Ding and ENCE kind of skirmish for Sosnovka, for kind of the split in between there. And now, once again, they're battling on the edges too. So
0 teams dropped Sosnovka Island.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, the plane path, as you were alluding to, and I respect you for saying virtually no chance, because there was a very small chance that it was going to go there.
Right, yeah,
and,
right there on the northern shore.
And it just so happened to be that 1% chance of it happening. That came to be. But what would PUBG be, Joe?
This is good.
What would PUBG be if we didn't sometimes get one of those 1% games?
Well, I mean, I feel like it's our job to engineer them, to make them happen.
It really is.
You know, that's the whole point of Caster Curse, right? We're here to make life fantastic for the viewers and arguably difficult for the players.
So we've come to the conclusion that if the circles don't do the crazy stuff, and the players don't do the crazy stuff,
then it's
on to the casters to be able to deliver the mayhem.
That's our job.
We can make a seemingly casual situation into a very chaotic one.
But you know what? Everyone else had nicknames today. We don't have any. We've got what, Tickle, Pickle, and Mickle on the desk.
Yeah, I know.
No,
there can't be 2 Tickles, obviously.
Yeah, could we have a Tickle and a Toggle? Oh!
I do believe with my insane aim that sometimes people would think that I could do that, but then but yeah, no, it's not who I am. I ain't good enough to be convincing as illegitimate. In the meantime,
we'll work on it.
Exhalation, on the other hand, they have played incredibly well yesterday. I kind of felt bad for them that the one kind of down moment they had in all of their games yesterday was when they accidentally shot each other, trying to line up nades.
Look at that on the minimap.
In the middle of it, and I was just gonna say, I mean, Exhalation got across, and they're welcoming with open arms Na'Vi, who are currently trying to sail their way into safety, and they're using the boat for cover. They're sailing behind the ferry to try and make their way across, and that is not going to work out for them. Na'Vi thought they had a 9 billion IQ play coming up, and now they might get torn apart before the game has even started.
Super early boat-ate there from Exhalation onto Military Island, and I think Na'Vi thought that they were the ones being really early, because Exhalation got there super early. So this is a good play, but Na'Vi weren't expecting someone to already be there.
Na'Vi backfilled, literally sailed behind the ferry. I'm not sure they noticed Exhalation cross before them. They then go in behind, try to get away from behind there, and well, as it turns out, it didn't go that way. Fortunately, though, they did manage to make their way across. Of course, no vehicles to be spawned on the shoreline, so they will have to make a bit of a jog inland, but seeing as them being on their own, at least with some 500-600 meters to spare over towards ENCE, Na'Vi should be all right, at least for now.
3 teams have now boat-ated, by the way. We have Na'Vi, Exhalation, and Entropic, who you see here, popping up in Novo. The more teams that are close to the beach, the less likely a subsequent team is to succeed. So I'm looking at if let's say a team gets bridge camped on either bridge now, and they need to move back to find a boat, I want to know, is someone going to run into Exhalation and Na'Vi because of that 2 minutes from now?
That very well could happen. Another team, we just saw them before on the outskirts. You still see them on the minimap in the bottom right corner. Team Liquid, famous for, well, as soon as that melee circle pops, making the instant rotation. This time around, not quite as much in a hurry to get down here. Clearly, they left Pochinki somewhat early, but not that instant send across. They knew Ding were down here. They knew that ENCE was down here as well. And I think off of having that info, I want to say it's too early in the year You know, it's too early in the season for them to make those aggressive plays that could very well pay off. But had they tried to go for that there, they could also easily have run into both ends and ding and never made it across the bridge in the first place. So now, having to backfill two teams, they're slowly making their way across on the western bridge. In the meantime, out towards the east, the way that face up position right now, it seems like they're just sitting ready and waiting for teams to come their way.
And it means, of course, that Team Liquid stay on the north side of the West Bridge, at least for now. We've got Mixi having the lighthouse position, and then teams like this, like Polish Power, like your Tokyo Manji gangs, like your Heroics, and Heroic just got a knock on Tokyo Manji gang. That's in Georgia Pool, by the way. All of these guys are going to at least be looking at the bridge. Max, as you're trying to get out of there, it looks like T-Bone can't quite make the drive-by stick, so they're only going to lose one at the moment. That's aim low. All of these teams are going to be looking at or near that bridge, and you've got Team Liquid and No Name Yet basically waiting for them. One of these teams might choose to go Primos can look for a boat, you know.
I would be surprised to see this having been some sort of a bridge camp or like a roadblock. I think it was just one of those we came across as they were running to the vehicles and they got an opportunity to take shots at us.
It was not accidental, it was opportunistic.
Exactly. Yeah. I would be surprised. Again, we didn't see it kind of come to happen, but I would assume it's just, again, for Tokyo Manji Gang, really unfortunate timing. Maybe they were expecting that Heroic would have left earlier or something of the sort. But in the end, Heroic does manage to find a kill. Tokyo Manji Gang down one, and FaZe Clan now still in their somewhat pearls on a string, 4 players apart from one another. Split here with Fix on the roof looking for info.
And I was wrong. Let's call it out now. In fact, I'm cursing everything. I thought we wouldn't see more than 3 Botates. It's now 5 and counting. Enterprise backfilling into Nova, where Entropic were in the first place. And Footballists going for the south coast. Again, Footballists with the really long, theoretically super safe rotation. I love what they're doing, and they have no way of knowing that on the top of the cliffs, they might be about to run straight into Entropic.
Do we call it botations when it's with the ferry? Or is it ferrotations?
It's like a big botation.
Big botation.
Big botation.
Yeah. Doesn't really have the same ring to it.
No, it's not as catchy, is it?
Ferrotation?
We'll work on that one.
Yeah. Shiptation?
That just sounds like a shipping company. It's like I'd use them to send a parcel. It's fine.
Oh, did you get your package with shiptation as well?
It's like temptation, but for shipping.
There you go.
It's the seductive shipping
There you
company.
go. Here we are naming companies that don't even exist. In the meantime,
they will.
The last few teams are making their way. And we've got to keep in mind, I mean, as many teams as we've seen cross on over early, there is still, I mean, with the 1% of this one even going military to begin with, there is still also more than a 1% chance of this one hopping straight back up towards the north into the farm area.
Yep.
And those teams that did opt to go for the boats, I hope that they didn't beach those boats, because they would want to make use of them trying to make their way back to the main island, because if they have to play that on foot or try and get vehicles and then drive from Millie Island back, that's going to be a bloodbath.
Can you imagine Na'Vi and Exhalation getting to the beach at the same time and going, oh, you're still here, and then you had like Footballers and Tropic Enterprise all in Novo going, wait, you got a boat too?
Yeah.
That would be carnage.
Good thing for Exhalation now is at least when they were shooting each other, there was no one ready and waiting for them. Let's see, Clip does spot one of the Heroic players, so Heroic now well aware that the safe passage across the bridge ain't gonna be that safe in the end of it. You know what I think? I think they're gonna tank a bit of blue, wait this one out to see if maybe they get lucky with the northern shift.
It's certainly possible. So remember, the rule for these circles, ladies and gentlemen, is that the center of the next phase has to be on land somewhere. So there is a decent chance, maybe a 1/3 chance it goes north, but no. This is as confirmed as can be. that is very, very...
Here's your virtually 0% chance of this circle going back north.
Yeah, and that gets... This is like more of a... This is a lot closer to 50-50 than the start of the game. Let's put it that way.
This is pretty guaranteed.
And now you watching No Name Yet go all the way. So No Name Yet saw Team Liquid, by the way.
Yeah, we heard the shots too.
Exactly. Oh, we have botation number 6, by the way. Tokyo Manji Gang. They're in a boat, and it looks like they're going to find a way to come back maybe under the bridge, which would be super risky. I don't know. They go all the way around Millie Island?
This brings me back to the game in the Super Weekend that Sakura Sanson actually won off of making that rotation by boat on the southern side, getting a free compound with no one there whatsoever. And that's one of those, how did that even come to happen?
Was it that game they got the free crate in the water that was way out there? Yeah.
So who knows, maybe Tokyo Manji Gang will get the same luck with the circles. I mean, right now that southern compound is pretty much up for grabs. And should the circles keep going down there might just be a place for them to play from. In the meantime, everyone else will battle by the bridges. No keep looking on over. I think he might. I mean, he must have seen the first vehicle come over, but
This is
it's only Squeaky who's been shooting so far, so the rest of the player's position has yet to be given up. But remember, both Heroic, BBL, and No Name yet have yet to cross Northern Lights. In the meantime, holding the bridges, Lou will find the first one. Soldier goes down. Tegas goes down immediately to follow. So 2 players down from the circumstances to make that 3. As Spiro finds a double, just 1 player left alive. Nixie trying to hold off on his own here. 1 versus 4 Northern Lights are ready and waiting for the rotation to come on through. That nade should be absolutely prime. Bounces a bit too far. Nixie alive, but for how much longer?
3 down for Sakura Zensen. Northern Lights holding the bridge spectacularly here. Excellent nade onto Lou, but not quite good enough to get the knock. He's got 1 more, though, in the bag. That bounces off the railing. It's not just bullets that bounce off those, by the way. That's going to be frustrating for Nixie. That could have been a knock. And now, I reckon, once Lou gets this first aid off, he's going to have an excellent angle.
Keep in mind, Enterprise is sitting in the crossroads right behind them. If they want to make a play, they could backstep Northern Lights extremely well off of this. In the meantime, final nade does come through. A lot of utility used to take out Nixie, but again, for Northern Lights, they do not want to overcommit to anything. They do not want to take any excessive chances. In the meantime, FaZe did manage to make the cross on over, opting to go for the hangers. Interesting first priority play, but then again, I mean, if the circles go in your direction, you're pretty much guaranteed a top 5 placement off of those positions.
This is the western bridge, by the way, that Heroic just went over. They're going to be moving, I think, over to the west side after Ents shot at them. I was going to say earlier, how much Ents shot at Team Liquid was actually quite important, because you would assume that the teams that are still north of the bridge, they'll use that as the cue to know that Liquid have moved on, and that they can then take their turn to move over. No Name yet actually went halfway to the east bridge and came back. I actually don't know what their plan is now.
No, it's... we can say one thing for sure. The boat's gone. I mean,
there's no boat. Polish Power was swimming.
There's sometimes a boat available because the other teams opted not to take him. But this time around, they are all gone.
6 boats gone.
Kirpa shooting at Perfectix has me thinking that Northern Light must have seen BBL there. Because if not, then that is not a team you want to have sitting a rating for you. Like, if there was a chance that Northern Lights were just going to backfill Enterprise and move, then you would rather have that. Circle, in the meantime, shifts towards the north. We're going half Millie base, half northern side. The center compound, from which we've seen teams win game after game after game, has yet to be taken. You have to assume that there's a team going for that spot. But at the same time, it's also one of those spots now where, well, Joro, obviously there's already a team there. I mean, obviously there's a team sitting in those buildings. We're not even going to scout it, because why? There's a team there anyway. We could be in a situation now where literally no one is going to be playing that for the rest of the game simply because it hasn't been taken already.
That's going to be a very weird one, to be honest. And we know that Polish Power don't have vehicles because they swam. They're the closest team, but if they're going on foot...
Free. If they get that for free,
but can you imagine like walking up the hill and for about 45 seconds you feel like you're open to so many angles? That's the risk they have to take to get that compound right now.
It does not come for free. And right now they're getting shot at by Ents as well. In the meantime, Northern Lights opting to go further south around. Football is shooting at them from behind. They've made the wide wrap as well. They came over late towards Novo with boats, and now they're doing a southern rep. But the issue is, over half the teams on the southern side of this circle, and I do not see where Footballers approach this.
Look, yeah, exactly. I've been honking Footballers Torn yesterday, right? Like, I want to see them do well, but I don't like this because of how far out of the circle they are. Knowing that on the south side of the circle, you got FaZe Clan there. Like, there's going to be a whole bunch of teams in the Broken Plains, right? Yeah. They have to think about their rotation. They can't afford to sit there and shoot right now. They need to start their next rotation.
I'm all for wrapping wide around the circle, but you have to have an entry point. You have to have a place where you can make the cut in. And for Footballers right now, the nearest entry point is on the north side of the circle up by the shoreline. Footballers, of course, they heard BBL come in close. They opted to leave and go the other way. Now they're continuing kind of the merry-go-round. In the meantime, Heroic full-on pull-up. Here comes Corexi. In-vehicle finds Squeaky instantly. Tiksu and Nuki are nowhere near to help. So if they're able to get down Rustenma, this could be from one 4v2 into another. Rustenma tagged up badly. Solid 3x spray there from Beamy.
That was so smart from Heroic. They moved south of Ents, and then they drove back around north. And they knew that Ents were quite split out because they knew where everybody was shooting them from. So when someone got close and said, I'm being shot at close to the car, they went, stop, hold it. It's a 2v1, it's a 3v1. You can do this. And they caught Ents off guard. Only Nuki and Tiksu now left alive for Ents because Heroic correctly read that they were split when they started shooting. Very nice stuff.
Ents played a bluff. And Heroic called it, and they came out victorious. Solid play from them. There's no way they were ever going to be sitting 4 people in that compound to begin with. But Tulans, in the meantime, does go down. Now Tokyo Manji Gang visible to the, well, essentially the inside military base. Thought he had a good angle to peek over to Woodford Ballers there, but not gonna happen, at least not this time around. Mexi will be the one to find the flush. Wade's trying to get away from there. Only 2 players left for Tokyo Manji Gang, so gotta play it a little more safe. You can see Liquid there, wide split, not even utilizing the mountain itself, but 2 players on the southern side and 2 people holding off north. In the meantime, FaZe continuing to be in trouble inside the Millie base itself. 4 Na'Vi players on all sides of them, taking them apart with nades right now. Quizzy threw a perfect one before. He's going to find the second one properly to get for the flush. Doesn't get 80 down though. Quizzy goes down instantly. 80 though not going to the confirm, not trying to find the flush just yet.
Yeah, there's too many different angles where someone could be. So Na'Vi know that they found some success with this strategy, but they need to play it slowly ultimately because of the nature of military base.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be able to get those reses up. FaZe Clan, though, have a little bit of a tougher job to do. And I feel sorry for Footballists who rotated from the east side of the circle all the way to the southwest, only to have Phase 3 yank straight back in. They want to do what Entropic are doing now. They're threading the needle all the way through to the middle of Phase 3 and saying, if we can hold this hill, we're going to be in an excellent position. But No Name Yet and Na'Vi are watching either side.
Entropic just full speed sent it through 3 teams as well. That could be a game-winning rotation for them. In the meantime, they now know they have company in between. Bestel are currently isolated from the rest of his teammates. We did see him be exactly that quite a few times the other day. In the meantime, Footballist and FaZe now fighting one another. Gustav finds Gludini. And sorry to say, Footballist ain't really a whole lot more places you can go from here. Norgus in the meantime finds one. That's actually going to be Cappy finding Beamy on their rotation. So a lot of teams getting caught off as they try to make their wraparound. Issue is all these teams are now so close to one another that you can't really make these rotations without running into trouble.
Half, well, maybe a third of military base still in Phase 3, and it's just, where do you go when there are 15 teams still alive? A lot of gunshots there. Liquid are doing the same thing as Entropic. They're moving by. They've got a really good drive-by to force the first player behind a tree to heal. But look at how much else is left. Each side has taken one. Now 2 players left for Team Liquid. They have to go at this hard to buy themselves the space that they need to get the revives off. They can't just sit there and revive. They have to push hard. And unfortunately, that's one down. Vard looking like he might go down now as well. This is looking bad for Liquid.
Yeah, Clip in trouble. 4 bullets left to play with, 33 HP. Will probably not remain that much for long. The issue here being both teams has taken very, very critical damage. 3 down for Liquid so far. 2 make that 3 as well. Down for Entropic. Entropic had the space in the center. They knew they could sit around, but there literally just ain't enough room for 2 teams to battle for this ridge line. And, well, both Liquid and Entropic are feeling the hurt from it. Initially, Liquid got the upper hand with the double knocks in the drive-by, but other teams started chiming in, and now both these teams are essentially getting picked apart. Heroic will fall as well as they run into No Name Yet. Out in 14th they go, and let's see, does Clip actually get this dress off on Mexi?
Very nicely done there by Clip. Look, the danger of taking these hills, of course, is that there are so many different angles where a third party could come at you from afar, right? We're not saying there's loads of people within 50 meters of you, but someone could even be outside the circle, like where Enterprise are now. Take a look where Grendis is off to the east side, and you might just get that lucky angle when you're cresting the top of the hill looking for an opponent in a different direction. That's the problem for Entropic, that's the problem for Liquid, and you don't want to live in the valley. But it's still the center of the circle. You can't ignore that, and everyone has to come into you. You just have to be ultra prepared on multiple fronts when you don't have the audio cues because players are far away. That's so hard to do in PUBG.
I saw Entropic make that initial rotation towards dead center, literally driving through 3 teams, and I thought, oh my god, that's ballsy. No other team would dare doing that. 30 seconds later, Liquid tries to pull off the exact same play and
send it.
Yeah, that was going to be chaotic no matter how we put it. In the meantime, now back to Na'Vi and FaZe Clan. They've been here for a while. Na'Vi yet to lose a player. As far as I can count here, FaZe has lost 1. So, trying to fend off here. I mean, obviously, FaZe has to push forward. They are inside the next circle already, so technically they don't have to move. You can see already the shotgun being put to use. Quiz is sitting there ready and waiting by the staircase. Should 8C feel like making the push up there?
And I want to point out, FaZe Clan...
Double shotguns.
They were down to 1. Yeah, they got a double revive off at this point. Na'Vi had only lost 1 and FaZe has lost 3 at one point. But Na'Vi knew that with so many different angles to peek from, it was bad to push in when you're still not even in the placement points. The risk was too great. And now FaZe Clan, they just want an extra place to call their own!
Here comes the shotgun. Around the corner he comes. Quizzy peeks on through, finds Gustav. Just one shot is all it takes. He knows that Diggory should have the audible cue anyway, that he's around the corner. Throws a smoke on forward. Wants to maybe get closer, I would assume. I mean, he doesn't need the range. He doesn't need the additional info off of that. That's a nice underhead nade into the small room. Limited what you can really do from here. Gustav should go down, guaranteed. Yep, there comes the flush. Diggory does manage to bounce out the window, then gets to safety.
And 8C so close there. Oh,
smart play from Quizzy. He's forcing them up close. They know he has a shotgun. They do not want to push him, but he's forcing them right on top of him if they want to be able to make a play here. Diggory, in the meantime, caught in the molly. He's going to have to back off as well. I really like the way they're holding off here right now. Millman spots 8C. Oh, Example gets the angle. Aaliyah does go down to 8C first, though. So a trade 1-for-1 so far. You can see Example trying to find him, find the flush. It does. Diggory goes down and FaZe out in the 11th.
Na'Vi will be able to get Alya as well, so that's 3 kills for Na'Vi and all 4 left alive. Doing well here. Polish Power in the meantime on the north side of the circle. They're a sandwich in between No Name Yet and Exhalation. This is a fair enough fight for them here. The problem is once No Name Yet move in from the west, this is going to get very messy indeed. Monkey goes down. They've spotted the more immediate threat. The problem is Exhalation aren't letting up. There's so many smokes, but they can spot them through some of that. And that is BTM there and Grendis managing to get Sail on the other side. Exhalation with a couple of kills there, and now the 2 pieces of bread in the sandwich, I think they're actually going to disengage here, but Exhalation are having none of it.
We have fights going on all sides of the circle right now, and Exhalation had 1 kill coming into this. They might just get their 6th should they be able to make the push on further forward, but I think they've lost the info. They don't have enough to go off of to make that aggressive push forward. Let's see now. Nate comes over, he spots Philo in transition. Knows that he's somewhere inside that smoke as he saw him just before. In the meantime, BBL now starting to engage on this one. Only 1 kill so far as well. They've been allowed to play it somewhat quiet in the center of the circle, but now they have to push further forward. Then the solid Nate from afar finds Uber Ding out in 7th place.
BBL Esports playing the hill in the center of the circle. BBL basically playing the position that Liquid and Entropic wanted to play, but a lot later, and as a result, they sidestep some of those third parties, but that doesn't mean they're out of the woods yet. They've got Enterprise on the east, and if Exhalation disengage up north against No Name Yet, Exhalation could come south and join this fight as well. So it's a question of who ends up third partying who.
Oh, the headshot comes through. That is inconvenient for Thindalos as he sits and try and get healed on up. But solid spray on through from there from Grady. Nice spot on Ketpa as well. That could be a crucial wraparound had he not seen him push down the hillside. But Code Margo now, it's on you, buddy, to do some sort of damage because your teammates are kind of caught down the hillside. First headshot does come through. Smart shooting, holding that angle from them. Janny taking a lot of damage through that. Nade could be the knock of 1. Gets the... come on, Smash, you gotta get that. Does get him up the hillside. Grenades does go down to low HP again. Goes for the taps with the M4. Finally, they get Enterprise out of the game. 5 teams left alive. BBL still alive.
Yeah, I've got an SLR, don't need it. I love, by the way, throughout this entire process, Code Marco stayed back to let them know where is the next fight going to happen. So they saw Exhalation coming. The first knock, then Thendalos onto BTM. They had a really good early bird warning system here, but now they need to get the shots if they want to carry it out. BTM and Izum going down very, very quickly in succession. Exhalation brings it down to what I think is a 3v2. They're trying to get the knock there. Oh, you need to hit those by the tree. Literally on 1 HP is Quetpa. This is a problem now. And Exhalation looking like they might be able to do it.
No Name It is trying to execute on this, but Na'Vi is catching them off guard here. BBL now somehow managing to stay alive by the help of Na'Vi. It was clear to see that No Name Yet wanted to go up and punish because this fight was taking way too long. And in the meantime, now there comes the snake in the grass footballist. Liren has somehow managed to sneak his way through military and stayed alive throughout all of this. He gets down to Leah. It ain't much, but we'll salvage whatever we can get off of this. Example, trying to push his way further forward. Only has a buggy for cover. That ain't going to be enough for him. Philo finds him, takes him down, and now 4 teams left alive, everyone wounded.
And this is really important for No Name Yet. I'm not sure how much they realize this, but it is because that Na'Vi are watching Lyran and worried about football.
They have to hold him. They have to.
They're not pushing into No Name Yet to try and finish that because they're worried about the snake in the grass.
Look at Quizzy's angle. If he starts peeking uphill right now, he's going to get backstabbed instantly. That's what happened to Aaliyah, and they cannot focus anywhere else because of it. I mean, right now, Liren is preventing Na'Vi from going out in what could have been a couple of seconds ago winning this game had they been able to initiate on BBL and No Name Yet as they were fighting one another. But football is really just being kind of the thorn in the heel for Na'Vi here.
A couple more shots. Example is going to go down there. There is no realistic way to get the revive. Na'Vi wanted to freely run
Come
over
on,
to
Philo! Stop torturing him. Just finish him already.
There's such a... They had a position where they were thinking about going for the revive, but as soon as footballists took out a member of their team, they just couldn't. They have to watch this way. And the problem is, No Name Yet are so close to them right now. If No Name Yet starts shooting Na'Vi before footballist appears on the other side of that fence, we could see footballist sneaking second place here.
I want to see how BBL responds to this, because there's an order right now that is... Na'Vi's going to shoot at Liron, unless if Liron denies inside the building. But Na'Vi's going to shoot at Liron.
Yeah.
That's when No Name Yet peeks on over. And by that time, it's a 5-second window, but BBL has to execute when No Name Yet shoots at Na'Vi. There's no way right now, I say that and then it's going to happen, but there should be no way right now that a fight happens and BBL are the first ones to engage in it. They have a perfect, they might not know this right now, but they have a perfect opportunity to get a third, even a fourth party, pretty much guaranteed win, depending on how things pan out here. Have they caught Liron Qual? They have no idea.
They don't know. No.
If they're both scoped this direction and Liron pops off quickly, they have no clue that he's made it to the other side of the fence.
Right, but Liron still needs to cross
They have no clue. I know, but look at this. They're scoped in. Even if he gets up on his knees now, they won't see him.
But
they're looking further towards the west.
They zoom out often enough that I think they'll see him, though, is the problem.
You're saying that, but...
And No Name Yet also has an angle on them, but not on Na'Vi. Oh, no, hang on.
Okay.
This is what Liron was looking for. If he waited another 5 seconds, that would have been
BBL, where are you? BBL, where are you? We need you to engage on this. No Name Yet peeks on throw with the side. Philo does manage to find one. Mailman will be the one to get Liron down, so 1 kill guaranteed for Na'Vi, but now they know BBL is nearby. Mailman finds one, Monkey peeks on over, wants to get the second, does manage to do exactly that, but can you fend off against 3 BBL players here?
He didn't even have time to insta-res. He knew that BBL was too close. It's Monkey versus the world at the moment. Kwetka, Code Marco, and Smash. And the first nade does it just as we hype it up. Good nades all around this tournament, to be fair. How could we expect that not to hit? And that's 10 kills and a chicken dinner for BBL Esports.
BBL played this endgame to perfection. We gave them that small window when to execute. They pulled up on it. They knew exactly when to go with it. They had 1 kill. 1 kill. Coming into, I think, 6 teams left alive.
Yeah.
But they were playing that hillside. They knew there was going to be a battle between Liquid, between Entropic. Once that kind of fell apart, they came up, they swooped up, they took control, they spread out, they took control of the entire east side of the circle, and they knew exactly what to do in order to win the game, and they did, and got themselves 20 points off of it.
They held something like 50% of all of the playable area in that last circle. And all they had to do was wait for the audio cue. We needed to hear multiple guns going off, and at that point, yeah, okay, we can waltz on over. I feel a little sorry for Liron, because at the same time that No Name Yet saw Na'Vi, they also saw Liron. So Liron almost staged the perfect opportunity to come back into second place. He did everything right. I can't fault it. Didn't quite work out this time.
I think he still salvaged more than the team initially thought he was going to be able to when they all went down pretty much phase 2, trying to make that wrap up towards the north. That's when they all got torn apart. So the fact that he not only gets top 4, but also got kills with it, that's pretty good catch-up, considering that it could have essentially been a 0-point game.
So that was game number 1 of today's 6 games, ladies and gentlemen. The first 3 on Erangel, the latter 3 on Miramar here in the middle day of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. We're going to hop to a quick break now, and when we come back, it's game number 2. See you soon.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. We have kick-started the day, one game done. And what did you think about the military circle, boys?
We were hoping for it, right?
It's almost like we
it.
said it was going to happen.
That's instead of having northern circles, we get southern circles, military.
Going down.
Yeah, it worked out. we were crossing our fingers, but yeah, the plane path also did a little bit of work for us, obviously. Good circle. Rough game for a lot of teams. It ended up being hard getting there as expected, and some teams, they benefited from it.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite nice to see, right? We had both of the bridges basically camped from the start. And not for like the reason for that is so they can actually go back and forth between north and south, depending on where the circle would go. We saw, of course, that was during Circle 1, where it's kind of still a 50-50. It could have gone north, it could have gone south. It did go south, though, and we started to see the teams going through. But there was one team that still wanted to camp that bridge a little bit, NLT.
Yeah, and they capitalized from a little bit, got some kills, and in general, it's a love-hate relationship with the new bridges, right? There is so much space. It can accommodate so many teams and so many players as well, but yeah, the teams being camped, they don't like it. So I guarantee you here Sakura stands and they're like, oh no, NLT is here. What's going on? Why are they here? Why are they not in a better position? But yeah, some teams benefited from it. Some teams obviously didn't. Sakura stands is one of the teams that had a really hard time with it. Saw a lot of crazy drive as well. Also this one here, the Quizzy DPS with the 6x on top of it for us.
Yeah, I mean, it basically just shows you, right? He had a DMR or a bolt action. He swapped that for DBS because he knew we're going to play close quarters here. Want to be ready with that DBS. And of course, that's just going to swap the scope straight on top of it. And you got a 6x DBS, so you can snipe with it if you want to, or just go close range.
Let's break down that final fight, though. No name yet up against BBL Esports. A little bit of Na'Vi in the mix as well. What happened there?
Well, basically what we saw was that Na'Vi was holding. They knew that Football still had a guy inside melee base there, and they wanted to take him out. But the timing was just impeccable for No Name yet to push from the western side there, and that Molotov tagged him up there, and then they could just keep on pushing. And if it was like 5 seconds earlier, 10 seconds earlier, it would have been another story maybe. But because of that timing, Na'Vi just got caught off guard here. And because of that, it was basically down to, well, just one guy left on No Name yet. They were trying to clutch it out. I think it was Monkey against the 3 BBL members. That's not an easy task, and well, it didn't really happen. But one funny thing with all of this is that there were two teams that was very late on rotating into Miller Island. Those two teams who were last teams to go over, that was BBL and it was No Name yet. And then we saw them in the end.
Yeah, it's actually quite impressive that we have these teams that are that late coming into the circle, and then, especially in the military circle, BBL managed to take the win with 10 kills as well, but it's calm, collected. You know, they're thinking really hard how can we approach this circle as best as possible, and they actually did really well in this game, considering they're one of the last teams to cross the circle, to cross into the military and get late into the circle. 20 points for them here, Sam.
20 points for them, and you can see obviously how that scoreboard played out. There's going to be a lot of teams though that are not. I mean, it wasn't the greatest start for them, and that's going to now be sitting in the back of their mind as they move into game number 2.
Yeah, but one also big thing with BBL there was how they were rotating from south to north. But here we go, overall leaderboard. We got ourselves a new leader. It's gonna be Na'Vi towards the top.
Yeah, Na'Vi in the top with the 60 points, and they could have won this game. You were like for us, it's a Na'Vi game, it's easy. But then Example was out there by the buggy, which has basically zero cover. He got knocked, and I feel like there's two things to it, right? If they were playing together as a 3-man, and cleared the footballist player. I believe it was Lyron that was sneaking in there. If he was not there, or they were playing together as a 3-man instead, they could have won that game quite easily with a few kills as well. But they still have a decent game to it. They jump into 60 points total. BBL jump up high. Obviously, they had 35 points yesterday after 6 games. Now they have 55 after 7, so good for them. Exhalation, another match where not a win, but they're, silently consistent again. They get 8 points and they still stay in the top 4.
Yeah, but also seeing, of course, some of these teams being able to propel themselves up there on the leaderboard a little bit. It's always great to see, of course, and then you have some teams like Enterprise. Again, showing off a little bit. We're seeing a little bit glimpse of hope there from them. I want to see a little bit more. I think like they coming in here, it's a little bit of an underdog story, right? But at the same time, they have the potential, and they're showing us time after time that they are improving right now, and they are becoming better at it.
Yeah.
What is happening with FaZe? I'm going to ask, because there's FaZe fans in the chat. We're all looking, going, what's going on here?
Pressure from Exhalation, pressure from the circles, not playing out how they expected it to be. Now, there's multiple factors that is not working out for them as well. This game specifically, yeah, I don't know if they could have played it a lot better, but you need to win your fights with some of the teams as well, right? And that's the big one. If you lose 1 or 2 players from that, it's hard to engage to.
To me, it looks like it's a little bit sloppy in terms of the gameplay. We see them losing people left and right from rotations, going in towards the center, but then they pick a fight in an area that they don't have too much information about.
Right.
In the C block there, it's very hard to fight in that area. They get a little bit split up because of it, and when that happens, they're just getting picked off one by one from different angles because they're just not ready for that fight. They weren't expecting anyone to be there. They wanted to take that. They wanted to be the first one. They wanted to be Na'Vi on the Na'Vi side of it,
right,
and having the control, having the next team come in, and they would be the ones surprising them. But sadly, a little bit too late in this game.
When you take a look at that scoreboard, very close for all those teams. Still a lot to play for. As we finish on Erangel today, we'll be halfway through the competition. Is that in the back of everyone's mind as well?
Yeah. Once we're done with the 2 next games here, obviously we're gonna look at things and see, okay, what's the halfway point? What's gonna be our top 4 kind of theoretical cutoff? Where are we aiming for? But so far, so good. There's nobody running away with everything.
No.
It's still extremely close. The teams that are having good games, they're having one good game, then hibernating for 2 or 3 or 4 games, then having a good game again. It's not like we're seeing consistently back-to-back really good games. There's no consecutive winners yet. There's
Obviously, we saw Na'Vi towards the top yesterday, and then Liquid took over that. They're still both in the top, but they're barely in the top. All the other teams are basically just chasing them, being a few points behind. So it's super close between all the teams, but they are getting consistently just a little bit better than all the other teams right now. But the big question is, how long are they going to be able to hold that for if they keep on playing like they do right now?
How many coaches are moaning at their teams, though? Because they know that consistency wins this. And at the moment, we haven't... I mean, we've seen a few teams that I think you could argue are starting to show consistency, but for the most part, it is very up and down. Are the coaches moaning now, going, you need to fix this?
No, obviously, I have to correct myself. They're the first consecutive winner, PPL, but up to the game that they had, they didn't have really good games. It's like all these 3 or 4 bad games, then you go into having a good game. It's a hard lobby. It's top teams that are consistently playing well against each other, and when other teams see a fight that they potentially can third party and have time to third party, they will, because they can potentially mop up all the kills. They can go in and they can, if they're good, wipe out 2 full teams, or at least hurt them enough to disengage from the fight, and then they are full 4, they have full durability on their helmets and vests, and they have a lot of utility. But the 2 teams that they have fought against have lost 1 or 2 or 3 guys, have low on your utility, low durability on helmets, so they have to look for new ones. So they're kind of ripping them apart going into that. And that's what I feel like we see more and more, is the teams that are poking at teams rather than full committing. Yes, we saw, of course, sometimes with the breaches, but
I'm just going to go ahead and say, the coach is not moaning too much, because being a coach, most of them, what they're working with is called preparation. You're preparing the team coming into the event itself. Coming into the team to the event now, playing out a little bit. What you're looking for is, okay, what is going on? Are we doing any mistakes? How do we make sure to fix these kind of mistakes? Or what are the small things that we can change on? Are we being a little bit too greedy on the splits? That kind of stuff. You're focusing a lot on your team itself and making sure we can progress as a team, making sure we can put on those results that we're looking for.
Final question, you're going to have to answer it quick, fast. Does it speak to the level of PUBG esports in Europe that all these teams are so close? It just shows how good these teams really are.
It definitely does. I mean, we're talking about not just the best teams here in Europe, but also some of the best teams in the world itself. And it kind of shows you, if everyone can compete on the same level here, how good people are here, how good the teams are here in our region.
Yeah, the depth in Europe is insane. It's not like we've seen some other regions where it's 3, 4, 5 teams that is dominating the top and they're far ahead every single tournament. Here, we have 8, 9, 10, 12 teams that can win a tournament every single time.
Incredible performances from all of the teams so far just to get you, but it is only going to be one that's going to take that top spot. I cannot wait to see what it is. I actually think it's going to come down, if I'm dead honest, I think it'll come down to that final game.
Yeah, it will.
That's where I think we're going to be at. Right, it is now time. We've spoken enough. We've broken it down, and it is time to move into game number 2 with Jorasor and Toby.
All right, then, our second Erangel out of 3. Miramar after the next game here. And of course, the end of the Erangels here marks the halfway point of the tournament where we get to pick and choose, take a look at some of the numbers and go, you know what, we reckon this is the cutoff point. Challenge us as casters. Let's curse what that cutoff point is going to be. But it's not a cutoff this time. It's really how many points can people get as far as PGC qualification is concerned. It's getting real now, man. And I love how close these teams are.
I gotta ask you real quick, because we know that Sam likes to ask questions to the analysts and all that.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many teams are dropping military this game? We gotta be fast.
6. Okay, no way.
The reason for me asking, you guys will all see this right about now, is that this is a very southern lane.
3.
And considering that there was, quote-unquote, virtually a 0% chance of melee last game,
well, this means
I feel like there's virtually a 90% chance. There's enough of a chance this time around that there's 2 teams in Primorsk.
Which means this circle will end in Mansion or something. Wow, okay. Footballists and Tokyo Manji Gang both dropping Primorsk. The teams on Melee Island, by the way, are Polish Power, BBL, and Sakura Zensen. Ding not dropping that west side of Melee Island like we saw them last time around. Just wanted to point that out because they were there for quite a lot of that game. They can't go there now. Okay, right.
You guys will see it in a second. This is one of the most Melee Island circles I've ever seen. This is absurd. And now it makes sense that we see a fight here because that is absurdly southern. In any case, football is trying to stay put in. Football is also... look at this circle. That is ugly. That is ugly.
Is Melee AF a thing on social media? Can it be?
I don't know, but people were saying yesterday, "Oh, we cured the curse. We're not getting Melee games." And I was going to go out on Twitter and say to everyone who said, "Yeah, no Melee games."
Oh no,
you cursed it. We have caster cursing. You guys out there, you have viewer cursing.
Right,
whenever you say, "Yeah, this is not happening," this is you, chat. This is your fault. All the players out there watching this, they will come to you and they will say, it's your fault. We're going back to Melee again. And you should have been right in 6 teams going there because we are most definitely heading Melee side. But what I want to say now, footballists, they have climbed out of the slum. They are not yet, no longer in the very bottom. And not only are they not in the very bottom, but they're one, not even a good, but one decent game away from top 10.
Yes, they've... How do I put it? Sometimes when you have a bad start to a tournament, you know how when, let's say you're ahead by 40 points, suddenly you end up playing without fear? If you have a terrible start to a tournament, you could argue that you get a little bit of the same thing. And the way they're playing just feels a bit more free. Even when they won their game yesterday, they were holding onto that compound for dear life, being super careful. The last game they played, okay, they were down to 1 in the end, but it was a lot more free-flowing. They were willing to take some risks. They managed to get that Na'Vi player and really hold them out for ages. Like, they were not playing like a team who was desperate to stay safe.
Let's see now, Ends rotating on over. They could potentially run into Thendalos. He's ready and rating. Smash is there ready and rating as well, but they are only potentially in a 2v4, but they're lined up, they're positioned, they're ready to take the fight. Let the first vehicle go. The second one has 3 people in it. Goes for the spray, not going to connect. At least not enough to find the first knock. Seems to me like Ends lives with the scare.
They're going to be moving towards Polish Power, though, so not done yet. BBL Esports won't be able to get anyone at the end of the bridge, but they might be hand-delivered to another team on Military Island. We're on board now with Marcelic.
Oh, get away, get away, get away. There's a full team coming for you, Marcelic.
That's so smart.
We talked about this, Joro, throughout the entirety of the Super Weekend.
So good.
The importance of building your fire escape and making it right. Park that vehicle in a place that you know it's parked in the one spot that I can get to it, for starters. I want, like, it's literally pointing out the exit of the compound in the direction that my teammates are in.
Yep.
I need to have that fire escape available, because in case all kinds of hell breaks loose, I have to get away. He did. He played it smart. Thank you, Marsalik, for showing everyone else exactly how you're supposed to park your vehicle in a compound. Because as easy as it is, as simple as it is, teams still forget to do it.
And when you need to make that decision, you make it quickly as well. Marsalik could have made that decision 3 seconds later when he confirmed that it's 2 or 3 different vehicles, and you're just putting yourself unnecessarily at risk of dying there.
Exactly.
So he saw the first vehicle, heard the second. That's good enough. I'm getting out right now. So that's very important too.
The value of splits. I mean, that's what it is. You don't, if you have 2, 3, even 4 compounds, like kind of in your position or available to you in any way, you have to, I mean, that's why you split so wide, is because you can give up a compound. You can say, okay, yes, we're not having that. We're not even going to stick around to find out if they're coming forward. The fact that they even might be considering it means that I'm leaving.
And you don't have to guess whether or not any of those compounds nearby have people in them. Because you vacated them for other teams. So suddenly, you know which compounds have players in them. And that's important because when you hear gunshots, you can work out which compound it is, maybe even which team it is, and who's crashing who.
Exactly. We're watching Footballers right now, still fighting with with Tokyo Manchester Gang here. It's the fight for the boats, really. The issue is, I'm seeing on the map stream, Heroic wrapping just north of what's going on here. And if there's a team that likes a great third-party opportunity, that would be Heroic. Now, I mean, they don't necessarily go for the hunt early on in games like this, but they could position themselves on the hills up above Tokyo Manchester Gang and shoot Goose right in the back of his head without him ever knowing they were there. So we'll see if they opt to pounce on that or not. Doesn't seem to be the case right now as Goose Jara pushes further down the beach.
Here we have Lyron so close. Beautiful stuff to take out Aimlaw after that initial Molotov from Odun. So Tokyo Manji Gang trying to aggress in now, saying we're running out of time. We need to safely get to this boat. Let's see if we can be a bit more aggressive. It hasn't worked yet. Wades, though, manages to get Lyra, the problem is there's no one else right ahead. But it doesn't matter if he manages to get both, and suddenly Football is in a little bit of trouble here. Ulsang almost getting Wades, but basically being challenged now. Are you going to jump down from the balcony? Wade's able to heal up.
That is a solid second spray coming through there. Very narrow angle through the window bars, but able to get it regardless. Let's see, makes the push on in. Ulsing getting mollied, has to back on off. Second knock does turn to a flush. Now Ulsing gets taken down from the side as well. Great playing from Tokyo Manchester Gang. Take no chances, risk nothing. Play it smart. Wade is technically pushing this building alone, but he has so much info and help from his teammates outside, and Glutony is now left on his own. But you will see them in your minimap real soon. The team that we were just mentioning, have positioned themselves on the hills. We thought there might be a chance that they would want to pounce on this, and what better than not only potentially being able to wipe out 2 teams, but steal the boat they're fighting for in the first place.
I love that Gluttony has spotted Heroic on the hill and immediately went back inside the
Use them for your help, yeah.
So good.
Have them help you out.
He's saying, okay, how can I engage Tokyo Manji Gang in such a way that I push them into Heroic? Is exactly what he's thinking right now.
Or force them into the open so that Heroic can shoot them in the back.
Yep, exactly. That is so smart. So Gluttony now digging out his 300 IQ playbook, going, okay, I'm clearly gonna need some of this now in order to wipe these teams. What can I do?
If they wrap left around of this, if they take the kind of the shoreline approach, which it doesn't look like they're doing, which is, by the way, very nice play by them. Issue is, you don't single peek that. You don't go one by one. You don't give him the chance to take 3 1-by-1s. Now the nades are coming in, though. You gotta back off. Glutony, get around the box, get the cover. Doesn't take any damage, at least not initially. Fortunately, Glutony didn't get a whole lot off of that. That nade, though, could be absolutely money. Let's see if they're, just exactly able to get away. But Heroic are now coming in vehicles down the road, full speed forward. They're jumping out, but Glutony again finds Wades once more. Catches him through the smoke. Goose now up close. He heard him up close. He's not going to get him, though. Footballist will fall in 16th, but now Tokyo Manji Gang has Heroic to deal with.
Heroic now moving in. The vehicles would have been heard as well. There's going to be a degree of urgency here. Heroic know from the kill feed exactly which 2 teams were here as well. So Footballist out. But Heroic know that Tokyo Manji Gang are the team they're facing, and they know that chances are it's not a full 4-man as well. Wade's looking like he's going to bleed out here. It's Gujara and Maxizor on the other side of those smokes. They haven't got easy access to a bow, and he won't be able to get there. Beamy starts off with a headshot, not with a bolt this time at least, but he's there with the barrel, and now it's Maxizor versus everyone.
They have them completely dialed down. There's no way in hell Maxizor gets out of here alive. Not gonna happen. Page says no. And that's 2 teams out before the 10-minute mark. Heroic stays alive. They'll be able to get the boat. Issue is, if we take a look at the map, Instant Ding are currently sitting side by side on the western shoreline of Sosnovka. If Heroic in any way, shape, or form are seen while in water, they could easily be completely doomed.
They have to wrap full south.
They would really have to go far in the water, or hope that Ding and N start fighting one another, that they can maybe then use that as kind of a leeway to get all the way in. Let's see now. The first circle was far south. The second one could be even further.
Page recently, I think he recently celebrated his 23rd birthday, so a couple of chicken dinners here wouldn't go amiss for him and Heroic right now. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, Ding and Ents were positioning themselves on the western corner of Sosnovka Island there. We've seen, frankly, quite a few competitive circles end on the cliffs there on the west side. We're now on the bridge. This is the western bridge where Na'Vi are at one end and Team Liquid are spread out across the other as well, with No Name yet lying in wait on the north side. So whoever ends up winning this battle, No Name yet are waiting to get by next.
Something tells me No Name yet is just waiting for the ferry to come back. I wouldn't be surprised them saying nope.
They should.
Just wrap all the way south around. In the meantime, Polish Power up close with Sakura Sands, and Cabby wraps around, finds one. Cabby really has been a highlight player for this team throughout the Super Weekend now, showing his presence here as well. They are split right now, the Polish Power team, but he's fended off too. Staying put, staying alive, finds the flushes, and they should be able to get Marcelik back on his feet too.
Copy. I mean, it's both his sharpshooting and his nades, really. I was just going to call it nades, but honestly, everything has just been great. He's been on fire the last couple of weeks, and it's a joy to watch him play. The rest of Sakura Zensen, though, want to stop that. A lot of teams coming in on the east side of Military Island into this southern zone. We've got Entropic, we've got FaZe, we've got Enterprise, we've got Polish Power, and we've got Sakura Zensen in a very, very small amount of territory. 14 teams and 53 alive at the 11-minute mark here in game number 8. And Enterprise are threading the needle along the road. No one's shooting at them because they're all busy staring at each other. What's going on?
How did he just do 22 damage with the bolt action? Because he hit him for 22 damage and could pretty much only see his head. That is unfortunate, Salt. In Ice Tag, unfortunately, not the amount of damage you were hoping for. But you were right. I mean, down towards the southeast, these players are essentially getting funneled in against one another with the wall and military and the water, obviously, on the southern shore, kind of pushing them really, really close to one another. Entropic still able to maintain their split, though, and here comes Liquid. They try to make the cross all over. Clippers want to make the cross. Mexi still hasn't even left the bridge side, but the remaining 2 players do make landfall over on the military side of things.
So that was Team Liquid disengaging on the bridge and then choosing to grab a boat and basically go to plan B. And Klib appears to have been the casualty in all of that. Mixi currently in the water and basically needs to hope that Na'Vi aren't spotting him swimming.
Remember, you can rest in the water now. Remember, the Clip ain't dead just yet. He is still alive. There's still a world where... Wait, no. No! Melman, you absolute beast. It's one of those where, I mean, Clip is the type of player that has hit these highlights, whether it be by DMRs or bold actions. You just gotta sit back, clap your hands, and go, you know what, but great shot. If it was to go down, that might as well be the way that you're taking me out, because up close you ain't getting me.
You get style points for that as well, right? So this is Team Liquid coming under fire from Ents, and you're right, I think Mixi's going to be able to revive Clib after he got knocked in the water. Look at this.
There you go.
He's fine, don't worry. I've swum through some water. Water heals all wounds, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's time. That's time heals all wounds.
Oh, that's...
Okay, it's all right. Clib's got a bit of both right now as Mixi manages to get the revive off. Look at this, ladies and gents. Not something you would have seen 12 months ago. And there we go. Team Liquid back up to 4. Clib notably without a helmet, though, and they do still have to swim. They are literally and figuratively not out of the water yet.
Nope. They're chilling up north, hoping for a northern swing on this one, because let alone the amount of time they would have to spend to get to mainland would be quite a while here with the Circle times narrowing down as the game prolongs as well. Circle does center up on the island, though. Ding in a solid position. A lot of teams really taking, I don't want to say all positions available, but close to all of them. We only have 3.5 team outside the Circle, one of which being No Name Yet, who are still on the northern shorelines here.
You know what?
I mean, they have this boat. They've waited for the right time to move, and I think now is it.
They saw Team Liquid disengage and get in the boat, and they saw the boat getting shot at, and they could see Clip going down in the kill feed, and they went, we can't actually go across the bridge.
Oh, example. Just as Clip gets back on his feet.
No!
Take it down, and I think, unfortunately for him, this is going to be it. I mean, Melman got the knock in the water. You can put the dots together. Considering the fact that they hadn't gotten the kill confirmed yet, there was he ain't alone out there. For starters, there's a second player somewhere. And second of all, they're both back on their feet now. In the meantime, though, the remaining Liquid players have been able to wrap underneath the teams. Find the first one. Does get traded instantly, though. I thought he might be able to get the second two. Not going to happen, though. Melman pushes forward, goes for the flush. But in the meantime, spotted by Clip, somehow he's still alive. Tried to commit to the flush. It could have ended up costing him his life. Vard there, doing damage, but not enough to find knock number 2.
Vard has to make a choice. Does he go and try and continue, or he's going to try and continue?
Mexi is alive too. Mexi can backstab these guys, but Vard needs to buy time.
I'm not.
5 nades.
Oh no, he hasn't got that much time, I'm afraid. 3 members of Na'Vi bearing down on his position. That's not good at all. And Ents has even spotted Mixi on the shore. This is disaster for Team Liquid.
I'm surprised Vard opted to aggress that fast. I think maybe they had seen Mexi in the water, therefore he wanted to distract them. But I thought he was going to wait for longer to allow for Mexi to start shooting at them, to then nade them.
I'm not sure. I don't know how much more time he could have bought, though, because 3 members of Na'Vi
they knew he was there
were shift doubling it towards the crest of that hill. Maybe he could have bought another 5 seconds. Would that have been enough, though? Mixi was still on the beach.
We've seen many times before that literally 1 or 2 seconds is what makes the difference whether you survive or not.
Maybe.
Now, well, they waited, then they waited some more, and now they're finally making their transition on over as No Name Yet make their way towards the very, very far southern shore. Not even in on your map stream, but one thing is guaranteed. There's guys in red sitting waiting on the beaches, and they will hear this boat coming. FaZe are here. FaZe are ready to find some.
You know what? Everyone except Diggory has left.
Wait.
Everyone's left.
Vex is coming back. Now Diggory just heard the boat. Now they got the info, but Gustav ain't there to help them. And Diggory ain't here yet either.
They waited so long that they were like, there's no way anyone's rotating in this late. Let's go out.
Diggory is alone.
Yep. Literally the moment Vex went away.
I saw them all sitting there ready and waiting, but the timing is off by just a couple of seconds now. Diggory finds one, goes for the second as well. Will find the second. Oh my God! Vex and Diggory working in tantrum and slaughter all of No Name Yet in but a second.
Oh me, oh my. Ladies and gentlemen.
We don't need your Gustav, stay away. We can do this,
I've got the Vex machine, we're all good.
Jeez.
Oh, sheesh. That was beautiful, though.
That was execution.
I thought Vex was still 4 or 5 seconds away. Clearly not. Diggory could see all 4 players in his crosshairs, and he basically went, can I shoot now? And I think he was waiting for Vex to say, go now. And those 2 sprays, first of all, look, Diggory's spray was completely unexpected. That helped a lot. And then Vex, absolutely beautiful.
Shoreline battles arise once more. Example finds Ents. They heard them shoot earlier. They saw them get the flush onto Mexi previously in the match, and they now know, of course, that they have them right next door. First flush comes through as Na'Vi gets the kill number 4 of the game. They did lose Mexi earlier on, and they still have to take this fight to its issue. Is like the more they push over this hillside, the more visible they become to Ding up on the hill on the opposite side of the road. So they have to be very smart about how they approach this. And actually disengaging on this one, I think, is the right decision. They got the knock, they got the flush. We know that we've wounded the team that is next to us. Let's wrap around the other side and wait for an opportunity to strike again.
Well, Na'Vi, remember, this is the north side, nowhere close to the end of the circle just yet. They have to get across the other side of the road. They know that no one's in these compounds, so they know that it's a little bit of a free pass, but they also know that there's another team close. So the benefits of getting to the next hill crest first is huge. They don't want Ents to be gatekeeping them. They want to be the ones doing the gatekeeping.
Right now, BBL's focus is on Northern Lights in the runway area, in the military base itself.
Right.
And if Na'Vi can avoid taking this fight to Ents, they might just be able to make the run on down towards the south.
No, you think they can just... Oh.
I would hate to see BBL not be ready for that. But it could happen.
Here we go.
The replay here. Diggory.
Look, he's waiting for Fex.
Yeah.
He's going, can I shoot? Now I can. And then they hear Diggory, but
Diggory
they see
gets
Fex.
I mean, Diggory essentially kills 2 people faster than a guillotine can kill 1.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
I mean, they went down so fast.
But that's... The reason why that was so good is because they heard Diggory, started moving their crosshairs up, and that's when Fex opened fire. Elsewhere now, Na'Vi and Ents finally getting into that fight we were talking about. Ents descended in vehicles right to the edge of the circle, by the way. Na'Vi had done the entire trip already on foot and had a little bit of an advantage in terms of time to set up. And now we've got Ding on the west side as well, really compounding Ents' misery.
Death by 1,000 cuts, or in this case 2. They came up, they struck, they fell back, they waited for a time to pounce again, and now they do, and they slaughter them. Ents stood no chance in between Na'Vi and Ding. Simply impossible for them to get out of there alive. Great play, great hesitation and patience from Na'Vi to know when to make that aggressive play forward. In the meantime, right as that fight comes to an end, they turn around, they take out Heroic as well. Ding will maintain full control of the hillside. Issue now being, though, with the new circle shifting, they have to get down.
See, when you say death by 1,000 cuts, I immediately think of the VSS. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah. Heal up. Where'd it come from? Ow, ow.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just me in every other game, not these guys.
No, we don't have all that many VSS mains left.
Not that, but we do have a few M249s though. That was fun last week.
I'm all for
reload optional.
All for the reload optional, especially when used in the right circumstances.
Right.
It's,
Exhalation, where are they? They're on the west near.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They need smokes. They have smokes, but they opted not to use them just yet. They're getting peppered by essentially 2 teams on the southern side of the circle. One of them being Enterprise, the other being Entropic. We'll see here the current kill leaders of this game. 600 damage that Example managed to kind of throw out before he was taken down. Very, very hard impact player for him and his team. And down towards the south, plenty of damage being done by the FaZe players as well. It's kind of brewing up to a pretty fun endgame, this one. It's a tricky endgame when we come down to that little 90-degree road corner. It's tricky to play, but as far as we've seen, a lot of the players, there was plenty of utility left to use. This could really make one interesting endgame.
It's going to end up being Sakura Zensen and Polish Power against the world. Right now, we're on board with Northern Lights, so they're inside military base. They're inside the circle, but they're very much on the edge, and they have to rely on these mounds of dirt on the western side of military base to shield them from everyone south of them. They're fine for now, but they won't be later on. That's why so many other teams are playing edge right now. It's only 2 in the middle. Everyone else is getting stuck in these fights.
Beats him, trying to poke around, finds Stale, takes him down in an instant. Uber now trying to make the push on forward. Hell's best luck there to help, but he's not in the position to do a whole lot now. I assume finds him. Uber left on his own, goes for the flush. Might as well secure the point before you go down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Exhalation managed to take them out. Great play once again from Exhalation to deal with the competition on the hillside next to, and they stay alive on top of that as well. Great play from them as they back down the hill. Now BBL lives at the compound for long enough. They're making their pressure play forward. Where do you stop, though? They take the position around the tree. They know that the hilltop team has been eliminated, but Exhalation are pushing on over, ready to take the fight here.
BBL are praying that Polish Power see Exhalation and shoot at them.
They can't. The trees.
Well, in that case, they're just going to be fish food for Exhalation on top of the... This is going to be disastrous for
Grenade
BBL
fishing.
Esports. By the way, BBL had to move from where they were. There was no choice but to make this move. Either they crashed Polish Power or tried to make a home somewhere in these trees, and they're desperately clinging on right now. There is still a chance that they win this fight, but it is quite literally the uphill battle of their lives right now.
I'm going to use your words. It's a virtual 0% chance that they will get out of your life. They need Entropic to do all the damage. Well, like, they need Entropic to force Exhalation to think twice about staying here. But right now, with the damage being put out by Exhalation and them actually being the ones forcing Entropic out of this one, I do not see Entropic losing out. Having said that, seemingly I assume is backing off of this. So Smash and Thinthlar still alive. Circle has gone north, though. And that, I think, is what forced Entropic to focus on other things, because they now need to be the ones moving in, and they know they have both Enterprise and FaZe in front of them.
Both Exhalation and BBL Esports, unfortunately, are
How is it Exhalation that is doing all the damage here? They're just sitting from afar because they know that the teams below them can't do a whole lot of damage. As I say, that Smash does find BTM. That's going to force them to focus elsewhere.
To be honest, I think Exhalation are doing all the damage they can because they know in 20 seconds time their game is all but over, honestly. BBL and Exhalation on the west side of the circle, they're doing so much damage, but they have to find a way to rotate towards Polish Power and Sakura Zensen. And the whole point of being up here is to avoid that and play edge. They can't do that any longer unless they full send it into Entropic or send it into a compound. Those are basically your two choices right now. And I'm not going to lie, it sucks, but you have to make the most of it.
So incredibly hard. Entropic still fall on their feet despite all the damage having put out by Exhalation. They're trying to make the run on down into the field now. And as they make it into lowland, they will be visible to pretty much every single team alive. And as you're correctly saying, they need to do so much damage. Unfortunately, they can't quite find it fast enough. BTM falls down, the Boom falls down. Izoom, single player left alive, tries to go for the flush on one, but Masterlick says no. Norgis make that. They take them out in 7th place, and somehow BBL are still alive.
They out-survive BBL out-survive Exhalation in that position where Exhalation would have been completely...
One placement point.
That is amazing. So that extra placement point there from BBL could prove to be all the difference maker down the line. Really good stuff. This is now FaZe Clan versus Entropic on the southern side of the circle. To give you all context, there's a road that they have to cross. As soon as they get to the other side of that, Sakura Zensen and Polish Power will all be able to see you. So they're fighting for who gets the right to go over that ridge, and even then it's going to be such a tough match.
Jukes, and Jukes. Some more. Gustav couldn't quite hit it. He is possibly going to be rest here, though, as multiple teams are trying to deal with Entropic. Vex pushing up close. Nosy somewhere inside the smoke. One hit should do the damage needed. That nade should be good, and indeed it is. 6 kills for FaZe Clan as they stay alive. But where do you go from here? Do you go to the fence? He's looking over towards the fortification, which technically is inside the next circle. A massive eastern hard shift could be a win con for FaZe should they be able to play the fortification out east. My eyes is on them as they make their decision, because either they go east, they go fence, or they literally push into the walls, or I should say the building of where Sakura Zensen are sitting. They're making the rotation, they're driving towards the east, they want to see the next circle.
And here we go. This basically oh my goodness. This is fair. This is sort of semi-fair to all of the teams that have compounds. So if it went east, FaZe Clan would be in a better position, although I think Northern Lights might have them from up north. I don't know. If it went west, Polish Power are sitting beautiful where they are. As you can see, they've got that lovely corner compound. Northern Lights are inside of Millie Base still, playing off of the plane wrecks and the little sort of undulations in the land we've got here. And this is one of those circles where everyone's happy where they are, except FaZe Clan at the moment, obviously.
Yeah.
And whoever is forced to move by the circle, sadly, is whoever takes the hardest fight.
The most important thing for NLT right now is if Spiro gets knocked, they're screwed. Because that's going to allow, especially if the knock comes in from FaZe Clan. If FaZe manages to find Spiro on that plane,
and they push it,
that is their free access to the circle, essentially. They're throwing the smoke now. They're going to crash. They're going to crash into Sakura Zensen. They're going to crash straight into the wall. That is what I'm seeing with how they're positioned right now. Make the smoke line, make the aggressive play forward, see if you can find the knock at a distance. If not, you got to make the aggressive play up close. Let's see, one goes down. Gustav is all taken out. Vex gets taken out as well. So many teams trying to do damage to them, and they don't even make it to the wall. FaZe out in 4th.
Sakura Zensen is sitting in the house, sipping a cup of tea, reading the newspaper, going, honey, did you hear anything? No, no, carry on.
We have Northern Lights doing all the work for us. No, that's not true. They were, of course, massive impact themselves. Luke peeking on over. Yet another boulder, trying to see what he can do with the single-shot rifle. 3v4v... No, make that 2v4v4. Sorry, Sakura Zensen still in. Polish Power still in. Northern Lights still in. Everyone praying that the final circle goes to them. But in order for this game to go in the hands of Sakura Zensen, they would need a godlike Southern Hardship.
And that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Look, Sakura Zensen need a Southern Hardship. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to say I think Polish Power need a Western Shift, because rotating out of those, those houses are like Fort Knox. It's so hard to push them. Yeah. But if they want to come out, everyone will be able to see them. And Northern Lights have everything else. So Polish Power need a Western Shift. Sakura Zensen need a Southern Shift. Northern Lights literally need anything but those two options. And I think they'll be favorites to win this game, provided the circle does anything but that.
I mean, Hardship Southeast would have Sakura Sensen written all over it, but even then, 4v, essentially 8 opponents go up against Salty, gotta tap it, managed to find the knock on Crunio, goes for the flush, but is instantly met by a headshot. Do not want to peek into that. Does he get Norcus though? He wants to get the flush, but at what cost? Even if he gets knocked here though, you'd have to expect that the rest should be possible. There you go, gets it through the smoke. Crunio taken down, 9 bandages, 1 first aid. Smart decision in going for the bandages here. Same on the other side. Not a whole lot of mets to work with for Norgis. I mean, of course, Polish Power has been in this position for quite a while, so they haven't really had a chance to go out and loot anything. Opts to go for the first aid, though. Let's see. Spiro, 5 kills already, looking to find the knock. If there's one of these 2 Sakura Sanson players that go down now, that's a push from the other team. Issue is, how do you find it? Like, how do you get it?
Northern Lights are a team that have absolutely no problem pushing this sort of position, right? But they don't need to.
Yeah,
they don't
can't
need
make that
to
cross safely either. This last circle does go south, though. We're ending by the fence line.
They can play for time because Sakura Zensen and Polish Power have to get there, and when they're getting there, Northern Lights have a clear line of sight.
I'm very curious to see how many smokes Sakura Sanson have. None of the FaZe Clan players died close enough. So he's moving already. No, there's only 2 wheels on that car. Master League is not gonna allow for you to make that play. Nixie wanted to move out of the compound, wanted to move towards the center of the circle. Not gonna happen. Salty, now solo player left alive versus the entirety of Northern Lights and 3 players from Polish Power. Issue now for Polish Power is that Northern Lights know that Polish Power has to move first.
Northern Lights in the circle, knows where everyone is. Sakura Zensen, they know what happens when you move out of this comp. Like, they know. Salty knows.
Sit here and wait.
He's like, I think...
No smokes either.
Literally, if Salty moves, and that's an if, by the way, he could end up eating the blue in this house.
Yep,
if he moves, it's going to be at the very last second possible, or when he hears a lot of gunshots coming elsewhere, because he has to cross the road. It's not just getting to the fence line. If he gets to the fence line, he'll be so close to the middle. That would be amazing, but he has to get there.
Maybe if I sit completely still, they'll forget that I'm still here.
That's sort of the plan.
I think that's what Salty is thinking right
I think
now.
that's the only... Oh, wait.
Oh no, now he's tanking it.
The circle doesn't
Or is he?
forget
Yep,
that he's...
Shadow Punch. Go, make the run, get behind the OS. Nah, not gonna happen. Spiro ready and waiting now. 4v2 as Cabby falls to the ground. The nades are coming in. Finds the second with the second nade as well. Batulin's doing all the damage needed to grant them the win here finally. Norgis does find 123 HP left though as the circle keeps closing on in. 3 opponents yet to kill. Norgis, will he get the first aid off? I doubt it, but let's see. Does indeed get it off, but the smokes are fading. He won't be alive here for much longer, and there you have it. Lou finds the last. Northern Lights, a 10-kill chicken dinner.
And you could argue for this team, a long time coming, one of the strongest teams we've seen in Europe, and they now have a double-digit kill chicken dinner. Another military ending, but the way the teams got there and the way they had to fight en route to that final zone was so interesting. At various points, a whole bunch of different teams had the advantage at one point, but Northern Lights kept the most flexible position. It wasn't the most defensible, but it was the most flexible. So when you rolled the dice on one of those last couple of circles, they had the highest probability to succeed. They still had to execute, but it was laid out for them, and they took that chance beautifully.
And it's rare that we see the team playing kind of the plane crash area being the victors, unless it's a circle ends or the game ends inside that plane crash area itself.
Sure,
usually the compound teams will have to help a hand, but because neither Polish Power or Sakura Sanson, obviously with Sakura Sanson being low in numbers, because neither of the 2 teams could ever move out because of the presence of Northern Lights, it was pretty much done for. Had it been a more passive team that would allow for either of the 2 teams to make the wrap on out, Northern Lights could have not easily, but pretty easily been dealt with now, but because Northern Lights were just in a position from where they were shooting at literally everything they were seeing, there was no way neither Polish Power or Sakura Sanson was ever getting out of there alive.
They played their visibility beautifully.
Exactly.
They knew where the other teams were. They knew they had the option to push in, but they also knew they didn't have to.
Yeah.
So you're just constantly evaluating based on, can I get the knocks?
Exactly.
And if I can get the knocks, then I'm happy to push. But if not, I'm also happy to let them all come out. You saw what happened to Sakura Zensen.
Exactly. Not easy to play around. Guys, that was game number 2 of the day. We're going to a short break before we hop back to the desk and set ourselves up for the next game in the process here. Before we get there, quick break. We'll see you guys in just a few.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push ball past it up. Able to find the first, take the shot, got an end, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
It is day number 2. We have had 2 games and we have had 2 military circles. That's been quite fun, hasn't it?
For our sake, it's been quite fun. I think the players don't think it's that fun.
Yeah, we open up with saying we would rather have 3 military today than 3 more northern ones, and we've gotten 2 so far. Let's see if the last one goes there as well in the next game. But yeah, we were hoping for it, and we were like, okay, maybe we're getting a little bit of hate, but it's lovely to watch. It's rough to play, and that's what we see again here. Some of the teams are struggling. They're having a hard time playing these military circles, and this one especially. First circle, 60+% water. That was a rough one. I
mean, you can see straight away we saw so many teams moving across this time compared to the last circle, but also, of course, this time it was basically 100% a melee circle from the first circle, while in the previous game what we saw was it was still a 50-50 in the first circle. Hence, a lot of teams, they bordered themselves around the bridges, make sure that they had a solution to get across if needed. And this time around, you had no name yet. Again, not dropping for Millie Island like we saw him do in 2 of the games yesterday. Today it's been 2 Gaka drops for them. And it was looking a bit fine. They were pretty late on the rotation. That was all intended. They had that boat. They knew exactly where they wanted to go on the south side. That should be safe. Unless you have 2 members that are called Diggory and Fix that is waiting. But I think that execution itself kind of tells you how good they can be. It's not what we really see all the time, but right now, that's what we want to see more of. The execution of Diggory waiting for Fix getting into position, because Fix just left that position. Diggory hears the boat, calls Fix in. one thing they do really good on that one is Fix is not joining Diggory on the cliffs. Instead, he goes a little bit to the east, make sure he has another angle on them so they can't go anywhere. And that is just lovely to see that kind of execution.
I love how it was so fast as well, right? Because the first shots distracted them, and then there's another guy from the side that's shooting them. It was a complete another destruction. It took 2 seconds, and there were 4 guys dead.
And the jiggle peeking from Diggory, basically not over peeking out. Peeking a little bit, taking a few shots, getting first knock, get a few more shots in, doesn't get a knock, but still straight away backs off for a second, and then Fix shoots, they start looking over there, and that's when Diggory peaks again.
Yeah, the damage is done already at that point.
I did have a good chuckle because obviously leading up into this, I said, where is FaZe? And I felt like Diggory just peeked over the cliff and went, look, here I am. Here we are, and shot them all down. Interesting endgame though as well. I'm curious to find out specifically the Salty Sakura Zenson battle that happened there. Break that down for me.
So, first of all, I want to talk about this terrain here where we're ending, because the circles was so far southwest on the military island. There's basically only 2-3 places or 2 or 3 compounds you can play viably, and there's a split, and then we had Polish Power that was getting a little bit too greedy towards the end, and I feel like that ended up losing them a chance of winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, sure, that kind of happens, right, if you go like that. But here, let's take a look at the scoreboard from the previous game. Of course, Northern Lights, they had a great place to play from. They got a little bit of the circle, but they knew there's a high chance the circle will come towards us. If that happens, this is what we're going to see. 10 kills plus a win equals 20 points.
Yeah, the amount of terrain they had in the Northeast, they were basically controlling all of the airstrip, all of the open places, and we've seen a few times where our team is playing Northeast Edge, that there's teams that are taking these dips in front of them. But this is what happens when you win games. When you win 2 games, you get into second place here. Congrats to Northern Lights, 62 points, and it's perfectly halved with 31 of them comes from kills.
This is the big thing, right? The double chicken dinner winner, the second one we've had, and it's paying off for them. They've pushed themselves up into that second spot. But again, I mean, I keep saying this, I feel like a little bit of a parrot, but it is so close between these teams, 2 or 3 points at a time. So it's constantly just swapping it out.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing, right? A few of the teams, they drop back and forth. Look at Liquid, for example. Not having the greatest of the 2 starting games here. Now they drop from a 1st to a 5th place, but they're still up there towards the top. They're only, 4 points away from a 2nd place right now.
Right.
That's how close it is.
Ensa's struggling.
Yeah,
almost every game. What is happening there? Because this is a team that I've backed for a long time. I mean, I've seen them 2 years ago. I'm worried about them. I'm worried.
Yeah, they're struggling, and it's not because they haven't put in time. They have been playing so many scrims. They've been playing so much leading into this as well. So they've been ready for coming into this, but circles have been against them. We had that one game yesterday where they had not a lot of help from the circles. Yeah. They had a little bit, and they took so much from it. They got so much out of it. So it's been very much against them so far. And once they get a little bit luck their way as well, and they kind of lean into that, they're a very capable team, and I don't expect them to be there in the bottom for the rest of the tournament.
It comes into like yesterday's hard shift, making a lot of people playing the edge, which is where they like to play. And then of course we started off with 2 very rough circles to play with here. Being on the Mill Island, it's basically one of the roughest circles to play the games out on. So they're having a little bit of trouble, but hopefully they can bring that back in the upcoming game here, or if not, at least on the Miramar games that we're going to have.
Exhalation, we spoke about them in the pre-show. They have been impressive. I mean, they've had a pretty good day 1. Day 2, they've been up there in the top 6 almost every game.
I think like every time we see them, they're basically putting themselves into a really good position to be able to take those kind of fights, making sure that they can choose, hey, we want to fight this team, we want to fight that team, but they're really good at picking those fights, making sure that they're picking the fight where they have the upper hand, making sure that they can get a lot out of it and basically get away from it without hurting themselves too much.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that it's Exhalation and Polish Power coming into this and actually performing to this level here. We've seen what they're capable of doing in the Super Week. We've seen what they've been able to do in PSL as well. And they are performing to this level here in other terms as well. So I'm happy to see them up here. I hope that they're able to kind of keep those top 5, top 6 spots here, because they are right now outperforming some of our invited teams. They're outperforming some of our teams that we would expect to do better than them. So they're making good decisions. They're taking terrain at the correct times. They're third-partying the teams at the correct times, and they're realizing when we can win games, let's get as many kills as possible and squeeze those 2-3 extra points out per game.
When you take a look at this last game, for me, the standout moment that I'll take away from it is the fact that FaZe has finally kind of popped up. I'm excited about that. We saw the highlights, but what are some of the standout moments for you?
I want to say this with FaZe, though. There is a few hesitant maneuvers and hesitant times where the knock on one of the players, I believe it was Gustav, so was knocked there towards the very end where there was 4 teams left, that ended up losing them a good amount of terrain in the circle. They didn't crash onto the Sakura Sanson house because it was not the winnable move, but then they ended up realizing, okay, we cannot crash the NLT area, we cannot crash Polish Power, so we cannot get into any winnable area in that. So they decided going into the Sakura Sanson, which, if they won that, they would have to cross the road later, which would have been impossible to do later.
To me, it felt a little bit like hesitation from FaZe side there. They basically was looking for the knock itself. They didn't get a knock, but we saw that, of course, Fex got in a good headshot, and that took down a helmet. That's going to be one man down to just going to be there healing up. That was the time to move. But instead, they were hesitating a little bit. They wasn't really sure, should we go for the house or should we go for the fence on the northern side? They decided to go for the house, but it took so long that Sakura Sanson, they managed to just regroup again, had everyone up, NLT, they were ready for them to move in as well. So we wanted to see that happening. As soon as Fex got that shot, those damage coming in, that's when we want to see them move straight in, trying to take that position. Sure, you might lose 1 or 2, but you might get at least 1 to the backside of the house.
For me, there's less than 10 seconds from that headshot hits for them that they have to be in the house.
Yeah.
And if you're not already, oh guys, I headshot him, he's half HP, he has to heal, let's go there now, because they know that there's 2 players there. When you kind of took 1 player out of a fight for less than 10 seconds, you have to move immediately, but cars were parked poorly, the smokes was not there to cover that entry and that angle from NLT and from Polish Power, because obviously NLT, Polish Power, they're going to shoot everything and all they have against those guys because they don't want to fight them towards the end, they want to fight each other in the end so they can win that fight.
2 games down, moving into game number 3, the team that you're going to be having your eyes on that you think is probably going to pop off in this 3rd game.
Oh, you want me to answer first? Okay, yeah, we opened up this. We wanted to see some more stuff from Liquid to maybe win the first game. They haven't really popped off as much yet. They lost the first place. But as you heard James here, we heard him from yesterday, he likes chasing rather than being in first. So I think this is maybe intentional strategies, you know, and having bad games in the first 2 and then you're chasing the rest of the day. No, I think Liquid could end up having a good game for this one here. I would like to see that, but also let's get just a normal circle. Let's not more military. We want a little bit over the place. We don't want 3 here, 3 there. Let's get a little bit in the middle and then have a good military or have a good center zone game, maybe with some Liquid in the spices.
I want to see more from FaZe Clan, of course.
Me too.
I feel like there's still so much potential from the team itself. They just gotta stop second guessing themselves and just do it. Decide for something, go for it, no second guessing. I feel like if they're gonna do that, we're gonna see something happen. It doesn't matter if it's the right, if it's the wrong call. That's gonna happen from time to time. But you gotta make a decision. Don't drag it out. Don't wait until the blue is pushing you, until you're pressured to make a move, because everybody else is just watching you by then. And you wanna make that move before that happens, before everybody's watching you. That's when you have the time. When the other teams are fighting each other, or when you actually make something happen, you create an opening like we saw Fix doing with that damage. That's when we want to see it happen.
Where's the circle going to be for us?
It's going to be military, sadly.
Oh, no. It's going to be on the middle, and we're going to see Liquid do well. Maybe in Tropical as well. That would be nice to see.
We don't know where the circle's going to be, but we're about to find out as we go into game number 3. So, Toby, Jorasar, where's that circle?
Thank you very much, Sam. We are now moving to game number 3 of today on on Erangel. Really looking forward to seeing how this one pops off. There's 2 islands.
That's right.
We need to take a look at the other one as well. It's weird. Normally, it's the island everyone rotates from to get to Sosnovka, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like on this occasion, it might not quite be so easy. There is the plane moving across Erangel for the last time today. This is a significant game as well psychologically. It's going to prove to be the halfway point of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. So the dust will settle, the teams will get a chance to reset before we move on to Miramar. Everyone will see where everyone else is, and I think, Toby, correct me if I'm wrong, this is your almost quote-unquote dream plane path on Erangel.
It is, I would put it as the most fair plane path. Everything is within reach, some of it with a bit of a stretch, but you can pretty much go everywhere you want to. The first thing that I want to talk about, because we are obviously going down to military, so not even talk about potential circle settings.
Yeah.
The first thing I want to mention is the desk spent a while saying they want to see more out of FaZe, and I can understand that, obviously. I mean, first off, they make roster changes, you never know exactly what to expect, but with the Orc name, with the skill that we've seen in the past, we have certain expectations. And for some, like for a pretty decent part, they're living up to that. For some part, maybe not. One team, though, that I feel like are allowed to some extent to kind of slip underneath all of the doubt, I would say, right now.
Okay.
ENCE, where are you? What are you doing?
You know,
we just got the leaderboard up. They're sitting dead last, and this is not me questioning their capabilities, because we've seen amazing ENCE. We've also seen slumber ENCE, but I feel like with the new addition to the roster, they should be a team on the uprise. It's just not been the start to 2022 that they were hoping for, and I want to see them in this very game start turning things around, especially now that we got to see the circle. We are headed to the west side of the circle. We have them in and around the Fairy Pier area. Yes, it's congested. Yes, there's a lot of teams around them, but they have a chance to make an early move, claim some real estate, and play smart off of that position.
You know, now that you say it, you're completely right. We watch a lot of ENCE fights. We see, you know what it is? I think we see ENCE in a lot of fights, and we see them in some epic fights where they narrowly lose. We never see ENCE walk into a position and all die in a couple of seconds, right? They always fight hard, and they only just lose the fight. So maybe we go, that was a good fight from them. It's a pity they didn't win the fight. Let's see them next game. The problem is when you string 5 or 6 of those in a row, you end up with a bad tournament, right?
I feel like we see, and this is just my perspective on things, I feel like we see ENCE get overwhelmed. And not necessarily by the pressure or anything in that sort. It's just they up to take a fight. It takes a little longer than they maybe would have been able to execute it quick, like previously.
Right.
I mean, again, one roster, like a change of one player, you might not think it's too much of a change, but in terms of communication within the team, in terms of being able to execute things in a certain speed, it just takes time. It just takes a team experience to be able to execute certain things at a certain speed, and it's something that I'm seeing ENCE fall just a couple of seconds behind on right now, which means those third parties come in, and they more often than not end up biting ENCE in the butt than the team they're going up against.
That makes sense, actually, because, look, they can still do everything they can still do everything they did before, and what we're really saying is that in these initial stages, it's maybe just taking them a couple of seconds longer.
Exactly.
Like nothing to do with the capability, it's the speed of comms.
Exactly. Yeah. If they could execute the fights that they have been engaging in just those couple of seconds faster, which we've seen them being able to do in the past, they would be able to hold off. They would be able to reset, get ready for the next fight. Maybe not fully, but to enough of an extent that they could put up an equal fight in return in that direction. Here, it just, I'm not going to call it slubby, because that's not how I see it. I just see them get overwhelmed. I see them go up against, like go into fights in situations that they have been able to come out of victorious in the past, not doing so now, because things are, again, the way I'm seeing it, simply happening too slow.
And that means, of course, if we were talking about this a lot in the Super Weekend, right? Where PUBG is a game, ultimately, where you're making 150 decisions throughout the course of the game. You can make 140 really good decisions, one really bad decision. And that's the one people are going to remember you for. And if you don't have enough time to process and make those decisions on the fly in that live environment, then it takes some time to get to a point where you can speed that up.
I'm going to say something now that I've never thought about prior to now. That's interesting considering the fact that I've casted quite a few PUBG games at this point. It's usually the teams that make the best decisions that gets the least screen time in the early game.
Yes, absolutely.
I've never thought about it that way, but it's normally the teams that rotate the smartest, that make the smart decisions that we don't get to see, and you're right about that. It doesn't matter if you made 19 smart phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 rotations. It's the one bad phase 5 rotation that gets you killed, and therefore that is what the people will remember.
And in phase 5, there's still more than 8 teams alive, so you don't get walk home with any placement points off the back of that or anything like that.
Exactly. In the meantime now, well, Enterprise and Tokyo Mansion Gang at it once more. We saw them in and around this area previously, and the fight seemingly has not come to an end. Aimlo using his Mini 14 as a vector. Somehow he put it on full auto, not quite sure. Very, very impressive with the fast taps there. Grannies, in the meantime, finds one with the bolt. One knocked. Oh, gets the damage done, but towards the knock target. I'm not sure he wants to go for the knock player or for the other one. Oh, that one right over the top of the head of Max. So, of course, wants to get either the confirm or the knock on the second as well. He knows exactly where he's from. One more bullet in the chamber. Will he find it? No. Let's see if he can find it with this one. We don't know, because he looked away. In any case, Granny's now, I think, realizing that his time... I mean, he had 5 shots, didn't hit it, and now his chance might be over. As I say that, fortunately, the windows were rolled down on the Dacia there, so nothing broken in the vehicle. But now, they have reset, they have gotten in their cars, they are on the hunt, they want to take down the boulder. Grannies, get out of there, because Tokyo Mansion Gang are coming for you.
That was very, very dangerous here. And now he has to drive by now.
Where's Enterprise in this?
In the buggy, it's a little bit more helpful because it's more difficult to get shot from the back, but still, Tokyo Mansion Gang are going to be angry after that, looking for revenge. I think they're going to be able to disengage okay. That was really dangerous for Tokyo Mansion Gang to begin with. Getting to a point where 2 of your team are potentially knocked this early on in the game, I think it was all just very accidental. And Enterprise, I think Enterprise weren't 100% sure whether to fully commit or whether to just focus on just trying to get that confirmed kill. And if they had committed harder, Tokyo Manji Gang would definitely be down to 3 by now.
Oh yeah, most definitely. As that happens, we see a lot of the teams have already made their way towards the west side of the circle. BBL saying hello to NLT as they come strolling on by. Should be alright though, I would have to assume. But Marco knows that there's a wounded player in Spiro over the top, but he is going to get away safely there as well. We saw on the map just briefly before, ENCE has made what I would consider the smartest decision right now. They allowed for other teams to make their way up towards Cat Hill, up towards the kind of the Gatka Chopsticks area, and after they'd done that, after they kind of just bowed and said, welcome everyone to the circle, they said, whoop, let's just quickly take the back door to the west side of this one, because they know there's going to be room to roam out there. They saw the playing path, it went down towards there. They were one of the last teams to jump out, so they know there is free real estate in this area. But having said that, now they're potentially running into a footballist trap, making their way down here. In the meantime, hard towards the eastern side, we have Entropic. I think they maybe forgot that the circle was going towards the west, and now they go, oh wait, it's
they
not
went to Millie Island.
It's not Millie, it's not guys, turn left, we're headed towards the west this time.
They'll be scouting out the bridge, and then like 3 minutes into checking. No one's on the south side,
so
what's going on?
It's so deep in there, but like not even opening the map, just like, guys, we got scout Millie, it's like scout the bridge, we gotta make our way down there. Fortunately, someone pressed M, or however they have opted to keep buying
Mark
things.
the compound we're going to, and he hits M, and he goes, oh wait,
guys,
see.
We're not going Millie this time around. Gluttony, in the meantime, peeks on over, knows that he has ENCE, that's a new name now, ENCE on the shorelines, and well, I mean, ENCE, you're in deep here. It's a position from where I want to see them. If they get a knock, they have to aggress on it. They cannot just stay here. Okay, sure, for now they can, and if the next 5 circles go down here as well, by all means, do stay. But if you get a knock here, you gotta force Footballist away from it.
So, Toby, I'm going to ask you a question about what we were talking about last game. ENCE are now in a position where they're on the beach. They know that sooner or later the circle has to move away from water, and they know that Footballists are in front of them. When you move to that sort of location, and if FaZe come in behind them as well, that's going to be so much fun. What's your plan B? If ENCE come up against Footballists and they go, oh, we can't wrap west, what is their plan B? Go quarry?
Wait, are you telling me you have to have a plan B when you play PUBG?
Well, I mean, you want to get more than a couple of points out of this game, maybe.
I honestly, I think right now they're just going to hold off. Wait and see, like, wait 15 seconds. Wait and see that next circle. They know they have a team in front of them. They know, quote-unquote, they can back off because they are not aware that there's a full team pulling up right behind them. And now, I think with FaZe playing the backstop on this, ENCE are going to be in trouble if they don't get a hard shift southwest here. Which they kind of do. I mean, at least it's Western, but now comes the entirety of FaZe, and FaZe could actually be what ENCE needs in order to make something happen here, because FaZe is the kind of team that will pull up if you start shooting, and right now Gluttony is playing on his own in that compound. If they go there, ENCE can potentially get a perfect third-party opportunity. It all depends on what FaZe opts to do here, and they're coming straight towards Gluttony.
Footballist needed to get out, and they needed to... This is way too late from Gluttony. Look, they're moving in on the compound. This is the right idea from Footballist. It's a good idea, but it was so late.
If this is your prio spot, you gotta be there faster. You have to be in position to defend. You are there after your teammate is down. You're there after your team is essentially getting wiped here. Olsing falls now as well, as Gustav gets the knock on the flush, instantly there to follow. And as I was saying, the damage has been done. And look at the team that really benefited from it. ENCE now gets to take the position from where they were held by Footballers before and gets to play the shoreline off of it. Fortunate. Very fortunate.
Footballist had the right idea there, but they needed to collapse the moment the circle
They lost
came
everything.
in. Yeah.
They lost everything because they executed too late.
And it was like 5-6 seconds too late as well. Elsewhere, towards the north side of the circle, Sakura's ENCE are taking shots towards Heroic, but they're getting sent straight into ENCE as well. ENCE have basically got absolutely delicious pickings of Heroic there. Now, other teams did help them out, to be fair. It wasn't a 1v1 effort, but unfortunately, rotating along the beach, that is absolutely beautiful, and a couple of points in ENCE's back pocket.
Polish Power, in the meantime, dealing with Northern Lights up towards the small compound in the north side of the swamp area. Low single player left alive, trying to get out of here on his feet, but that ain't gonna happen because He-Man is sitting on the other side ready and waiting. The two-way split comes to work out perfectly for Sakura Sands and finding their kill number 4. And Polish Power striking strong against one of the better teams and dealing with all of them, taking only one casualty.
And we're going to see quite a few more casualties between this and the next circle, ladies and gents, because it's phase number 2. About 40% of the circle is water. And players don't really like to play on the beach as well, so it's actually closer to 50% areas that the players just don't want to be in as well. Shiv getting surprised by his own teammate briefly. Tundo actually going down as a result. That was from Exhalation down the road. They should be able to get the res off, provided that no one pushes in right now. And Salak being forced to heal here should buy them a couple of precious seconds.
I'm not going to say that was because Shiv hit him, but I think it was because Shiv hit him. Now he will go down as well. The nade comes through the window. Smart play from Salak there to isolate with the molly. Force him into the corner, bounce it off the wall there, or the window frame. So get it on. And Monkey forced to back off. Philo trying to play defense up in the trees, but it's not really going to be an effective position to defend from. So no name yet, forced to forfeit, and now they're running straight into Lyra, and the last remaining player from Football is Monkey is going to be in for a surprise once he opens the door in towards that shack.
Oh no, he's close to the shack, but he's not in it just yet. There you can see them almost smack bang in the middle of the circle.
Wait, he has no clue, I think.
No, practically on top of Footballist right now, but the longer they take before opening that shack door, the closer Philo is going to be to him, and therefore that'll be a 2v1.
Let's go down and see no name yet. Do they find Footballers? I mean, he's waiting for Philo, so he might just know. He might just be aware that there is indeed a player in and around. And yes, indeed, they do get him down. Last player taken down. They stay on the ridge line, don't want to overpeak. In the meantime, Circle goes west, and I said maybe if ENCE just gets 5 circles on the shoreline, there might be a way for them to stay in that position. Well, here's one more, guys.
Wow,
you can stick around this area at least for a little while longer. And Tropic, in the meantime, seeing this circle shift, they have, I think they saw Squeaky inside of this like a beachside compound, or they try to make a play around him now, but I think they have info that the compound is most definitely taken.
Now, I've got a couple of questions about this circle while we're still watching the map. Where did Liquid go? Where did Na'Vi go?
Liquid has been spending this entire time, instead of trying to wrap in, they've played... Oh no, James called out, and once again it's Melman. We saw Melman take Clip out on the boat at Narnia distance, and this time around he finds James just 2 bullets, headshot, body shot in the car, nothing you can do to prevent it. They lose one once again. We talked about it yesterday. You don't want to see Liquid fall back into the rhythm of always losing a player in the early game. And yes, I know we're still 14 minutes in, but that's still what I would consider in the earlier stages of the game. This was, I don't want to say unnecessary, but unfortunate to say the least. And unfortunately there, James goes down as a result of it, allowing for Na'Vi to essentially wrap around Liquid. But I'm not sure Liquid wanted to make their way north in this case anyway, considering the fact that they have an opportunity to push into the forest from where they are.
No name yet. Made a lot of noise close to Marcelic, who would definitely have heard those footsteps, but they've also moved further away now as well. Here we've got on the south side of the circle, Entropic choosing to crash up onto the compound that ENCE are at, Squeaky specifically. And there is no way he's going to be able to survive that, but will they be able to get back into the compound so that they can reap the rewards of their kill? QB gets Squeaky, and it looks like Entropic are going to be able to settle down into this compound, just Ivas on a sliver of health.
Yep, lost them up, finds Ivas. Does get knocked, should be able to get rest though. I can't help but think that maybe Squeaky hadn't parked the car right. since he only got to there before Entropic was already on him.
They hit the car though, right?
They did hit the car. I mean, they opted to continue the chase. So obviously, he was under pressure. Just in regards to what we were talking about before, with always having fire
not being able to get away in time, right?
Always having that fire escape, because he would have hurt the vehicles coming in at an angle, but of course, unfortunately, can't get out in time. We know the next circle now is going to shift on land to some extent. I would have to assume it's going to go into the field or somewhere between where FaZe and Exhalation now, maybe a little bit further south than that. Actually, we could be going like southern swamp side. Also, we're still a little while from finding that just now. 25 seconds to go. He-Man in the meantime. Headshot connected, and gotta say, I mean, Na'Vi, they're playing on all cylinders today. Their damage output the first 2 games, now this one as well, is absolutely insane.
They're being very good, and they're inside comfortably the next circle as well. Team Liquid still, by the way, getting gate kept outside the circle. This is Tokyo Manchi Gang on the northeastern quadrant of the circle. Liquid are having a very, very rough game here. They need a route in. You can see the next circle on your mini-map there. Yeah. That buys Liquid a little bit of time, but honestly, like, they have so few in terms of numbers now that they need to survive as opposed to trying to go out there and be aggressive now.
Clip has managed to sneak his way into the forest, but
Enz.
I don't see him getting out of there alive. Enz now in the meantime trying to stay alive as Entropic makes the wrap on over. And this is again, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, we talked about it throughout the entirety of Super Weekend. Are you the team that force other teams to play to your plan, or do you play according to what other teams do?
Yeah, that was really aggressive.
Right now being the punching bag from Entropic. They push into the compound, they say, we want this compound, they take out Squeaky. Now they say, we want this hillside, they take out 2 more players, and all of a sudden, Enz have just got 1 player left alive.
And Entropic there doing almost the counterintuitive thing of moving out of the compound towards the beach rather than the circle as soon as the circle popped. And I think they caught Enz unawares as a result, so that allowed them to gain a foothold there. Really nicely done. That was the grenade from Salik that bounced and managed to get both Shiv and Tundo. Absolutely excellent stuff. And no doubt we'll be seeing a little bit more. But right now, it's about Entropic and how they caught Enz split on the beach, now with only Rustenmar remaining.
Really smart from Static. They're jumping to get the lineup completely confirmed and then lobbing the nade over, essentially with no vision on the window. Just lining it up, throwing it over, getting himself the kill on no name yet. The field is open. It's practically unplayable as long as the hills around it are still in. Therefore, the center of this circle has yet to be conquered. FaZe have control of one of few compounds left in the circle, and well, a minute and 20 seconds from now, we're essentially right now only shifting out on like land that isn't taken anyway.
Yeah.
So the circle isn't really gonna shrink all that much for the players that are here, because pretty much everyone are already inside the next circle. Clip though, trying to stay alive for as long as can be. 13 alive though. He's well aware there's a while until he's gonna get to placement points.
Yeah, exactly. Not 13 players alive, unfortunately. That would have been a much sweeter scenario there for Clip. Plenty of room to hide, though, in and around the swamp, so we'll see how long he can survive. In the meantime, this is Polish Power.
Nice.
That was Enterprise. They are combining with No Name Yet there. Remember, No Name Yet down to duo. They're playing around that shack, Philu and Co. and Monkey. So they've managed to get 2 kills apiece this game. Very good consolation, considering they went down to 2 so early.
Needed hope for them as well, wanting to wrap up some extra points in a game that wasn't going their way. Exhalation now trying to fend off against Ding as they make their way in, and they have to really watch out. You can see Salik is still actively looking north despite the fact that his team is getting pushed here. They need to hold off because they cannot risk having BBL push in, and believe me, the second Salik looks away and the fight starts brewing on the southern side, that is when BBL are looking to engage. Issue is BBL is split as well up towards the center side of farm, so how much do they commit to try and third party that southern fight that could potentially pop up any moment now?
We're waiting to see what the next zone is, although right now Exhalation only care about this fight. Nades are coming out from Ding, as you can see. They're just over the next ridge line. Exhalation here. They've got 1 player, I think it's Salik, yes it is, playing anchor from inside the zone. So they're not super close to each other. 3 forward, 1 back. Salik isn't able to see any of these players from Ding so far, though, and that's a little bit worrying. He's mainly focused on making sure BBL, for example, don't slide in and try and third party. And now FaZe are getting in on the action as well.
Yep, from up inside the compound, plenty of elevation to overlook that swamp area. Every single time Ding try to make a wraparound, every single time they try to use this kind of plateau up above to make the push towards Exhalation, they're shot by FaZe, who are essentially playing Overwatch for Exhalation here. The overhead look from up above. Rostamar falls, annihilated, it says. And Tropic was on the hunt from start to finish, and they take out the entirety of Vince. In the meantime, Exhalation peeks on over Senya, the first one to fall, but all of Ding has pushed up here to try and take the fight forward. Salik finds one, BTM fights one more. Exhalation won't have it. Ding denied entrance to the Swamp area, and just one player left alive now. Oba on his own. Could and probably will be a 0-point game for Ding. They had a plan, they tried to execute it, but Exhalation won't let him have it.
How do you play against teams with this kind of reputation who are so good? You make sure you knock one and immediately disengage because they're always there ready to trade. Exhalation have done that brilliantly, managing to knock 3. Can they get the 4th? It's Uber remaining by the car.
There you go.
Daboom getting third-partied from 8C, but he's able to get in cover, and that's Exhalation finishing off Ding with all 4 still alive. Very good fight.
So crucial that they push out to get that kill, because if for any reason Uber gets a res up to Bestelog and then make the push, believe me, now with the teams being that much closer to one another, BBL will engage. They know we have to push out, we have to maintain the distance to BBL in order to execute this fast enough. That's exactly what they do. Therefore, they can take the fight now, they can reset, hopefully if they get back into the Swamp area, they can reset, and they can then take the fight to BBL afterwards. Very, very heads-up play from Exhalation in this situation. As I say, that Kipper does find, I assume. They're trying to use the cover here, but the minis and the DMRs are taking them down second by second. Only 2 on their feet now for Exhalation. Fortunately, the knock came in on the 2-way split, so they should be able to get the rest here, unless if BBL pushes aggro on it.
So this is unfortunate. I don't know if you saw it on the mini-map. They hit a tree or something very close to the compound, and they stopped, and that allowed BBL to get these knocks. And they know it as well. They know that they're reeling right now, and that's why they have to come in up close and personal. They reckon they've got a very good chance of winning this fight. Great nade to follow up. Code Marco down to 42. Salik on the roof.
They know?
He's going to be the spoiler player here. I'm 100% sure. If he manages to get a knock on BBL, he can blunt this entire attack.
Remember, they've only committed 3 players to this push. Thendalos is still holding off North, trying to make sure they're not getting a push from behind. In the meantime, now 1 player down from each team. Salik finds one from up above. It's a 2 for 2 so far. But remember, Thendalos ain't there just yet. He's trying to hold off in the back, and therefore, right now, Exhalation has the numbers.
I love this. This is so good. The insta-res. They immediately spotted how far away the next player was and went insta-res now. Don't wait. Let's get all 4 up and deal from it there. I love this play.
Exhalation playing very, very heads up PUBG right now. They only have split seconds to make these decisions, and they're pulling them off perfectly. Then the last peaks on over, goes to the spray. Salik once again defending his team, and now Clip, the solo snake in the swarm, finds one. Smash taken down from behind. BBL had this written all over them, but no, they fall. BBL out in 9th, and Exhalation continue to impress.
And Clip getting a point for that as well. So he's playing the role of Shrek in the swamp here, wanting everyone else to get out. Unfortunately, Exhalation have got him in their sights next. This is FaZe Clan on the west side. They're coming up against Sakura Zensen right now. They're not even looking FaZe's way. There's a good chance that FaZe gets a beautiful backstab. The Ridges, though, are playing in Sakura Zensen's favor. Nixie wants to take a look to see if anyone's behind and gets a face full of bullets as a result.
Now they're looking this direction. One, it's a third-party north, but you have to deal with the giants on your doorstep. FaZe Clan right over the hilltop. Finds Nixie in an instant. Taggers and Salt is still here to try and fend off, and they still have him, and which he will be out in the blue just a second from now, but right now he is playing ultimate defense position from the compound up north. He has to make sure they can't peek on over issues. As you can see here, Gustav still has angles from where He-Man literally cannot play a factor. He-Man needs to get down to his teammates, and he's moving in the vehicle now. Get down there, help defend, and make sure that this right here can't happen. You cannot allow them to wrap around. Fex spots the car, sees now that they should be full numbers.
Salty potentially peeking around the left side just in time for Fex, though, to dip his way around the corner. He doesn't want to push up just yet because Sakura's there.
Exhalation?
They have to.
Oh, I like this play. They know that FaZe are occupied elsewhere. They have to make this play now. Throw the smokes, make the lineup, get out in the smokes, spread out now, use those hables for cover. You know that FaZe has to focus elsewhere. You can see now, them being in this field, this allows for FaZe to wrap around on Sakura Zensen. Very smart play, but we cannot take out Na'Vi up north as well. Still 4 players alive. They have a great opportunity to win this one by just letting these 2 teams on the south fight things out.
So, for those of you at home, I just want to point out, FaZe Clan essentially have full cover behind this hill and this ridge, which is why it was so crucial for Sakura Zensen to stay composed right just north of them, because basically everything else is field. There's nowhere for Exhalation to hide unless they use their smokes. There's nowhere for Na'Vi to hide except for the occasional hay bale. They can't make that much more progress into the middle, whereas FaZe Clan have the ridges. If they get knocked, they can safely get revived. They have such a good position right now, and Sakura Zenson are desperate to hold on, even to a miniature version of that.
Circle, forcing everyone out into the field. FaZe are going to be the ones who have to make the first move. You would have to expect that they take the fight to Sakura Zenson, but how does Na'Vi respond when that happens? They found the knock onto one of the Exhalation players. They're now making the move down towards, like, they just want to get into the edge. They do not want to go aggressive here. The chance hasn't presented itself just yet. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. So wait for a little longer. Wait for either the hill fight to fight or for Exhalation to get more players knocked. They cannot play the open field before FaZe take casualties, before the hill is out. Once the hill is out, you'll see Na'Vi spread out on the north side to take more control.
This is Exhalation. Yep, they're waiting. They're on the east side. They know that this is just field. They want to hear gunshots. They want to hear everybody else fighting each other. And they want to make sure that Na'Vi don't peek that tiny bit of high ground that they've got. That's the tiniest of ridges.
Their Achilles heel right now for Na'Vi is the hilltop. As long as the hill is in, they cannot execute anything. Because once they spread out, once they try and take control, once they try and throw in the grass, the hill will see them. But once the fight brutes on the hilltop, once it escalates up there, Na'Vi has to capitalize. Because you cannot allow for them to get down from there either. FaZe waiting for Sakura Zenson to make a bad move, waiting for a player to overpeak, waiting for a player to be in a position he shouldn't be in. But right now, well, looks to me like Sakura Zenson ain't moving anywhere because they know FaZe has to come to us.
FaZe have more than 20 smokes between them, by the way. Just want to highlight that.
I mean, they've been in a compound with like 6 players to loot.
So they're getting ready for what's going to happen when they move out into the field after dealing with Sakura Zenson. But ideally, FaZe want to minimize the number of smokes that they use at this point in the game to get Sakura Zenson out, because they know they're going to... Basically, smokes are worth their weight in gold once you get out into the field, right? So they need to use as few of those as possible in taking out Sakura Zenson.
Zenson throwing early nades to try and force the players down the other direction. Again, I mean, utility can be used for so many things here. Sheep heard them. Keep throwing that utility up on the front hill, forcing them down the left side. But essentially, I mean, this is the only play FaZe can make. Wrap on the western hillside there. They need to wrap down below. Now one nade comes through him and goes down. They know that they have BTM up close. This could be an issue for FaZe as well. This is their back door. This is the one they want to have open. But BTM and Exhalation are saying, you ain't getting down the hillside from here. And what should have been probably... most likely, I want to say should have been a fight between Sakura Zenson and FaZe. It's now turned to a stalemate with smokes where no one can really do anything. Neither of these two teams are really going to come out victorious unless if they deal with the other team up close. As I say that, BTM does get taken down. First player falls from Exhalation. I don't see the rest come in, but the Molly in return catches Vex too.
Exhalation with 3 up. Sakura Zenson, a full 4 stack alongside Na'Vi. FaZe also with 1 down at this stage in the game. FaZe and Sakura Zenson cannot coexist right now, and this is Na'Vi on Exhalation, so the teams are pairing off, fighting each other. Whoever wins the battle for the hill will have the high ground, but how much damage are they going to take? Na'Vi combined with FaZe take out Exhalation, so they've clearly backed off from Sakura Zenson a bit, but they can't leave this fight for too long. They have to re-engage.
This is when Na'Vi has to take control. This is when Na'Vi has to spread out, allow for the team on the hill to take the fight to one another. Again, it has to happen. Sakura Zenson found the knock on Fix. They didn't want to attack with that moment in their advantage. And now, I mean, every second that goes by, it's Na'Vi getting more and more real estate in the fields. This fight has to happen eventually. And now 80 from the other side gets knocked on down. Sakura Zenson, it's a very, very, very difficult hill to push, but I feel like there has to be a play coming in from you, and it has to come in now.
Na'Vi taking more real estate. They've also got vehicles in the field, by the way. They're going to be able to use that as cover later on. But right now, FaZe Clan, they've used their Molotovs. They've used their frag grenades coming down to try and annihilate Sakura Zenson. It hasn't worked. They've got all 4 left alive, but they are slightly closer to the edge of circle. Na'Vi's waiting to pick them off, going, come on, guys, finish this fight.
This is a Sakura Zenson FaZe fight with the Na'Vi watch party in the field, essentially. Right? They're just sitting there waiting for this to come to an end, given an opportunity to take the fight. But because Sakura Zenson has allowed for Na'Vi to make the wraparound by not engaging on FaZe earlier, they're being sheep-herded. They're sitting 3 guys inside a shack now because they were indecisive early on. They had the chance to aggress twice now. I know it's a tricky hill, I know it's a hard play to make, but in my opinion, it's probably the only one, because there's no way Na'Vi is going aggressive on FaZe here.
it. This is advantage Na'Vi. You know why? They took the vehicles into the field. When FaZe move over the top of the hill, they have to use their smokes. When Sakura Zenson move up, they have to use their smokes. And Na'Vi could just use the vehicles as cover and use their DMRs to get as many kills as they can.
8 to find 2, finds a flush on them as well. Diggory goes down in return. Fex finds Soldier, just one more player left alive. FaZe rounding off kill number 10. Make that kill number 12 of Sakura Zenson. Falls to the ground. Na'Vi, 4 players up and alive. Will they deny in blue? HC is trying, but gets found by Questi. 1 down, not gonna matter. Na'Vi gets the kill and the win. 8 in the back, 18-point game for Natus Vincere.
It was all about FaZe Clan versus Sakura Zenson, but then Na'Vi went, just wait and see what we've got in store for you. Moved their vehicles into the field, and their positioning was so good. Normally you go, there's a hill, there's a field, the team on the hill is going to win. But the fight dragged out so long between FaZe and Sakura Zenson that Na'Vi kind of just went, wait, we could go into the, we'll just bring some cover, go into the field, and wait for, and they waited, and no one came over the top.
All the knocks that came in were on FaZe players. I want to say that had FaZe found the knock on Sakura Zenson early, they would have beelined it down that hill. Because they knew we keep one up here, making sure Na'Vi ain't pushing. There's no good reason for Na'Vi to make a play on that hill. They know they have to come down there eventually, so you make the aggressive play up, like down the hillside towards left, but they just couldn't find the angle to Sakura Zenson. Kudos to Sakura Zenson for staying alive for as long as they did, but as we said, by just staying alive in that situation, they were essentially just feeding the win on a platter to Na'Vi.
And don't forget, as Sakura Zenson there, staying alive as 4 players for as long as they did, like, that was actually a minor mirror. That was played so well.
Oh, yeah.
But they were always, of the 3 teams, you could argue they were always in the worst position. There was no transition out of that position for them unless they wiped FaZe. And because both teams played defensively so well, the circle kind of was forced to do the work for them.
Exactly. That was Erangel done for the day. We are at the halfway mark of the grand finals here at G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. That was a long one, but we're going to go take a short break. When we come back, there's going to be 3 Miramar games coming your way, so stick around, and we'll see you in just a few.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for best it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
We are halfway through day number 2, and we are also halfway through the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. This is crunch time now, and you can see the big dogs are stepping up. We're going to take a look at what happened in game number 3. The first question that I obviously have for our analyst desk is, did the vehicles win that chicken dinner for Navi?
No, clever rotations and decisions did.
There we go. Short and sweet, shot me down. It's pretty much what Navi did to everyone in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, they played that very well. They were just taking it very passively. They knew they didn't need to do anything, especially towards the end. They knew that the other teams, they were stuck against each other. And if they just waited out, it's going to be an easy win. That's why we didn't see them push up anything. Instead, what they did was prepare themselves, making sure they got different type of angles, making sure they could deny every single way for any of the surviving teams to move in towards them.
You know what the highlight for me was this game?
Okay, go.
It was West Coast Circle. I love those. I'm a little bit sad that it wasn't in the swamp, though, because I love those endings. But it's a little bit worse of that. The field areas are hard to play, and usually the teams that end up playing in that ball and around that compound on the northern side where you have a lot of cover, they end up getting out on top. And we saw that as well. We had 4 extremely strong teams that actually cleaned up the rest of the lobby, being 4 guys on all the 4 teams alive in the end, which is always interesting to see. Exhalation, again, a good performance. Top 4 again, Sam.
Again, and also I wanted to mention Sakura Zensen because they've started popping up quite a bit in those final games as well. 2 teams, Sakura Zensen obviously finished top of Super Weekend coming into this. We didn't see a lot of them yesterday. But between them and Exhalation, they are really making a good point that the qualified teams are on par with some of the invited ones.
I mean, Sakura Zensen stands for the cherry blossom that is happening. And this is the current period right now. It starts blooming in late March, so we're in the middle of it or in the start of it. So that's why we're seeing them getting ready now. They haven't fully evolved yet, but we're starting to see a lot of good stuff from them, especially towards the end there where we saw them having 3 guys towards the shack and 1 towards the north side, scouting out, holding it back, making sure no one could push from there. But then everyone was needed to gain the force against FaceTime. It was a drag-out fight, but I think they did excellent. They couldn't have done much more. And one of the big things, for example, was we saw Molotov going down towards Salty. Now, he was in that Molotov a little bit, but he didn't get knocked. And because he didn't get knocked, that could have fooled FaZe a little bit, not knowing that he was just below there on that ridge.
Yeah, so especially in this situation here, there was obviously 2 teams on the far southwest, and FaZe Clan and Sakura Zensen. They were trying to defend each other, making sure that Sakura Zensen didn't backstab FaZe, and FaZe Clan just wanted to get rid of them because they felt like it was 3-4 potential easy points from the kills and 1 from the placement. But that also meant that they were not able to win the game. They, in my opinion, they could have maybe smoked up and tried to take the other side of the circle and try to make it and force the fight between Navi and Sakura Zensen and then try to go for the win themselves. But this was the safer choice, and that also puts them on top of the leaderboard.
That's the thing, right? So it puts them on top. They've got those kills. They're going to be very happy with that. And I can see Frost looks very proud of himself. What is going on?
No, I'm not proud of myself. I want to continue.
He wants to contest my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think what Martin says is true, but let's take a look at the overall leaderboard first, because we're seeing that Navi is still keeping the lead. Exhalation's gone up to 2nd place, but FaZe Clan, they have woken up, and they're currently on a 4th place after that 18 points. That's almost a third of the points accumulated so far in just 1 game. But that is all you need. If you can keep on doing that, you're going to put yourself up here towards the board. But look how close it is. Between 3rd place right now and down to 6th place, it's 3 points.
Yeah, it's still extremely close here, but another repeat winner for Navi. It's good to see them with 11 points ahead of Exhalation, but they're dominating the top right now. I'm really happy to see both Exhalation up here, Polish powering right now. We obviously saw Sakura Zensen have a good game, but they're still they're in the mix, but they need to have more good games to continue. And what I'm a little afraid with what you said, your statement, they are blooming in the spring and everything.
Right now.
Their best time is in the spring. What happens when we come summer, fall? Is it going to be bad? Is it going to be a worse performance from them, or are they going to continue building on?
Well, that's a later question.
Is that where they cut off the flowers now and then they're bloomed and
they're changing the name by then?
Right.
Frost was so poetic with his cherry blossoms, and Avenger comes in. He's like, "We're just gonna cut those flowers off. Come at the end of spring." Now they did.
Yeah, and no, you can put them in books and make them flat and make them beautiful with that.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, put my flowers in books.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to focus back on the leaderboard. I think it's really impressive that those two qualified teams sitting in second and third. I'll be curious to see if they can keep doing that. But obviously, Na'Vi now needs to push. Liquid not having the greatest first 3 games.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough from them, especially we've seen them in the previous game here. Hollywood tried to make their way in, but it was basically just too many teams on the edge. They had nowhere to go on that one. I think we could maybe have seen a very long rotation from them, but at the same time, that would have been pretty hard because you're doing a blind rotation, so to say there. You have no information on what's going on if you're doing those rotations, and it's a very hard area to do it. Basically, it would be down to the swamp, where we also had a lot of teams.
We now have an opportunity to chat to that chicken dinner winner. Quizzy from Na'Vi is with us. Quizzy, well done on the chicken dinner win. You must be feeling pretty good about that.
Hello there. We're pretty, happy to win the game. So everything is good.
I'm pretty sure it's good. That win's putting you on the top of the tables. My next question to you is, when you take a look at the lobby, which team do you think is the biggest threat?
Actually, we always analyze the old teams that are gonna play in the lobby, even the qualifying teams. So we watch the games on the qualifiers and the main stage of JVL. We watched all together as a team. So it's not something about that we are frightened of somebody, but we always watch and learn how the team are playing, how they're fighting. So it's gonna be easy for us in the finals to understand what they were gonna do. Something like that, I guess.
There we go. So we spoke about this earlier, the practice, the preparation, Na'Vi making sure they know exactly what their opponents are going to do. Fraz, you have a question?
Yeah, first of all, I got to say, I missed the old hair, man. That was looking so good. I hope we're going to see that back someday. But I want to ask you, talking about the qualified teams and invited teams, do you think there's any difference between them in terms of the quality when you're playing against the teams? Are the invited teams better or worse? Or what do you feel about it?
I think it's just... I don't see the difference between the invited and the qualifying teams because all of them are pretty good. And some of the teams you already know, like they're playing for years, like Escalation and some other teams, so they're all good players. So it's all about the chemistry inside the team. So if the chemistry is good, the team is gonna pop off. That's it. So
all right. I have a question as well, Quizzy. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. I want to hear, do you feel like the teams are playing a little more aggressive here? Do you feel like a lot of more teams are third-partying? Or do you feel like they're playing a little more passive and the waiting game is more of a thing?
I think it's more about the aggressive, because it's a super system again, not like the VVCD. And you can see because of the players that are alive in third or fourth circle, so you can see always they're fighting, they're third-partying, so it's so much space to play.
Is that something you're also thinking on the team, like actively trying to third-party when the other teams are fighting? Because it feels like you guys are really pouncing on that when you see another team fighting and you're trying to go in and clean it up.
Yeah, of course, because this is our game style, so I mean, that's why I think it was already mentioned when we were Tornado Energy, because we always we were the third-partying team who always like to show the aggressive play style and so on. We just lost it in VVCD system because of you need to win the games instead of fighting, but now when we are back to Super, we can play from our strong sides now.
Yeah, now you're on top. Are you going to keep that, or is it going to be hard to keep, you think?
Can you repeat it?
Is it going to be hard to? Is it going to be hard to keep that #1 spot? Or are you confident in winning it now that we're halfway through?
I think it's just how we're gonna play. Because if we don't make mistakes and we're gonna be more, I think, focused on the game sometimes, because we lost a lot of games yesterday, but we could have win or played better. we could have more points than we do now. So on this day, we just came more focused and just playing our games like it's last games.
Thank you so much for chatting to us, Quizzy. We know you want to get back into the server. Good luck with the rest of the competition.
Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Avenger, you mentioned aggression there where you were chatting to him, and I'm curious, do you think a lot of these teams might pop off and get a bit more aggressive now? You're on the other side of the competition. You got to start getting some kills. You start seeing where you're sitting on the leaderboard.
I don't think they take the leaderboard into consideration when they're considering their moves. It's very, very game dependent and situational dependent here. If they see a team that they're close enough to that they can third party and they see a knock on each side of the team or 2 knocks, they know they can have an upper hand, because if the team aggressing and taking that fight is losing players or is having an advantage, that is where you need to backstab them. That is where you need to take terrain away from them. So either you go in and you third party the fight, or you put yourself into a really good spot terrain-wise to make sure you can gatekeep the team trying to get into the circles or take their compound away from them. So they are extremely coherent about what they're doing. That's also what we hear from Chris as well. They're extremely focused on trying to get these high kill games, as many kills as they can, because most of the points comes from kills, right? And as you said, they're struggling in the MC format where it's about getting all the chicken dinners, because the kills didn't matter unless you had 1 or 2 chicken dinners, right? But here they can excel, and that's also why we see these hit or miss games from them, because they're excelling at having these snowball effect games, because once they take over a team, they will get all their utility, they can get sometimes fresh vests, fresh helmets, and they can continue on that snowball effect, just what we saw as well from the game yesterday with 17 kills.
But again, they can also just stay passive when the time is needed, like in the previous game here. When we saw them, how they were basically just waiting for FaceCam to just fight Sacrosanct. They knew if we push this, we're the one who's going to lose the game. Even though, I mean, they wanted to push that. You know that. You know they wanted to push that so badly, but they knew, again, if we do that, we're going to throw the game, so we're not going to do that. And again, the leaderboard, it kind of tells the story, right? They're sitting on 53 kills right now. And on second, on first, you have Exhalation with 55 kills. And then third, I think it's FaceCam with 42 kills. So it's a very clear to show that they are very aggressive. They are going for the kills, and they are doing really good on it.
We're going to get back to talking about the games and those teams, but first I want to remind you that we are running a competition just for you. We have some Survivor passes, which we're giving away 10 every single day, and all you need to do is keep your eyes out. If you're a big PUBG esports fan, you'll see a legend's name on the screen at some point. It is a player that has previously won a G-Loot season. If you spot the name, then you need to head on over to Twitter, direct message G-Loot Esports with the answer, and you could win one of those Survivor passes. We actually don't even know the player name as of yet, so we'll find out very soon. Actually, I'm going to keep it a secret from the desk so we can test their knowledge a little bit later. I'm going to throw the name at them and see if they really are the PUBG encyclopedias we think that they are. I know they are, but we'll test them anyway. Back to what we're looking at now, change to maps. We're going to Miramar. Is that going to change anything up with the teams?
It's obviously the bigger map, the longer rotations. The macro game is extremely important here. Now we're playing it 6 games in a row. We're playing it the 3 last games of the day and the first 3 tomorrow. So it's going to be very focused on those rotations, and we're probably going to see, the teams focusing on that, trying to get into those better positions, and hopefully we get some really interesting circles again today.
Rush, you expecting the same?
Yeah, of course I'm expecting the same, but I also want to see No Name yet pop off a little bit. We saw him being really good on Miramar yesterday, had a little bit of rougher games, and then coming in today, it's been lingering in the average there. Currently sitting on 9th place. I'm hoping it can pop off, because that is their strong map. I want to see more happening from them.
You said to us yesterday, we were chatting, this was off air, but you said that the players in No Name didn't really... I don't want to say they didn't expect to get you, but they've just been having a little bit of fun. That seems to have changed in the last few games. They're starting to take this a bit more seriously.
It is getting more serious, and of course, them dropping Gaka instead of Millie in the previous games must have hurt a little bit, so time for him to come back into it.
We're going to find out if they can do just that, as well as which team will take another chicken dinner as we move to Miramar with Joe Rosar and Toby.
Thank you so much, Sam. Over to Miramar we go. 3 more games left to play here on the day, Joe. And I like how the desk kind of broke that down. How is things going to change now that we move over to Miramar? We saw yesterday on game number 1 where they started the whole shebang on Miramar, that a lot of teams were out there really trying to assert dominance right from the get-go. Things kind of slowed down a little bit as the day went on. But I want to see the teams go back to doing the exact same thing. We need space to maneuver, because more and more often we're seeing teams try and go in and contest, seeing teams try and go out and set up those roadblocks, and if you don't have the space to avoid that, you can easily, like we saw with many teams yesterday, end up losing players way too early in the game.
Well, speaking of room for maneuver, it is Miramar now. The teams are fairly spread out. It's a really nice even playing path as well, 2 to 8 o'clock. So Caster Curse naturally means we're getting a Los Higos ending, but we'll wait and see what happens. No Eastern Islands for you today, I'm afraid, Toby, at least not just yet. But this is, everyone's going to be very happy with where they're at. There's a couple of contests for a few vehicles. Page is going to be a little bit frustrated that he lost out to Aketpa there, but honestly, no major harm done, and everyone is going to be able to get away just fine. And, oh, we have a quote-unquote normal circle as well. Still plenty of time for shenanigans here, but in between Picado and El Pozo.
This is going to be an interesting one, because we have that mountain ridge stretching all the way from San Martin down towards Picado and then over towards Monte Nuevo, and that is essentially just one big traffic cone that you do not want to run into. Unless you're one of the early teams like Rabab on over that power grid plateau, you just kind of want to avoid that area altogether. And we have a lot of teams that are still posted on the east side of kind of on the eastern half of the map, I should say, that will have to take that area of the map into consideration when they make their first rotation. Do they go straight on through the try and wrap all the way south, potentially even south of La Bandida, come in from the very south down towards Val del Mar, and then we have another, like a bunch of other teams that can obviously easily wrap their way north around. But if 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams up to go up towards Crater Fields, up towards La Cobradia, yes, sure, there's plenty of space if you just look at it from a straight like up to down perspective on the map. But because of the way the terrain is, because of the elevation, because of how hard it is to maneuver, and for the most part you being kind of stuck with riding the roads down the valleys, the space might be there, but the players are all getting funneled together because half of the terrain is practically unusable mountain faces.
So this is what we're talking about here, folks. Teams like Entropic, who dropped Los Leones, for example. Possibly a few teams like ENCE and Tokyo Manji Gang. It's a long route, but there is the possibility of them going all the way south and then all the way west before coming back north again. Then you've got teams like FaZe Clan. Up north, you've got No Name yet, and probably Footballist, who might come north via La Cabrera and around towards Crater Fields.
I want to essentially see 4 minutes from now, Entropic being exactly where Ube is. I want to see them. I want to see them go hard south, down through Val del Mar, up over the western side. For 2 reasons. One being, we've had a lot of these circles end out towards the west, so that would be nice for them. 2 being, that is the smart, safe rotation. The amount of scouting they would have to do to try and backfill Heroic, BBL, and Liquid, and potentially even Northern Lights too, the risk of them running into trouble early would simply be too big, whereas to here you're given most likely pretty useful rotation opportunity by just wrapping south. Now, it could become an issue should Heroic opt to do the same thing and set up shop somewhere along the western side, potentially waiting for Entropic to make their way in. We have seen Heroic fight early. We saw them fight early today in South George against Tokyo Manji Gang. Whether that was intentional or not, I'm not sure, but they fought early. So that could be a play Heroic is looking to make. In the meantime now, looking over towards, I assume, first player to fight a bullet this game. He is trying to scare off players on the other side. Enterprise, in the meantime, spreading out, taking more control around Monte Nuevo. And BBL, full speed forward in just 2 vehicles, making their way towards Monte. What, oh what, could possibly go wrong as they make their way through here?
I don't think Enterprise will be expecting this, because teams will know that a team dropped in Monte Nuevo, but also they weren't exactly grouped up in position on the crossroads to take advantage of this. Grendis is going to spot Quetpa and decide, hang on a second, I might want to take a little bit of a long way around here, but at least they've recognized that because the rotations are coming in, they have to collapse in on one location. Frankly, I think they've done it just in time.
Yep, free kill, manages to get away from there as well. Liquid, in the meantime, opting to wrap over the top rather than kind of backfilling in towards Monte Nuevo. Makes perfect sense. They have a pretty clear-cut opportunity to move up over the power grid plateau. Interested in seeing why. I mean, we oftentimes see Petulins go over and play the hillsides around here to gather info. Usually not when the circle goes north, but still try and kind of get info on the southern rotations coming in. And Liquid, is James pulling up on this? No, you're driving scary close to this combat. You know what? I don't think Liquid expects Northern Lights to still be here, because this is very close for comfort. Way too close, I should say.
It is very close indeed to the broken wall. They must know the northern lights are there. They're now going to pull up on the north side of Power Grid. I mean, they know exactly who drops here, right? We've got one player left behind, possibly deliberately, Clib. Clib didn't end up going so close to the fence, by the way, so he's still got all the vehicle tires.
Back for him? What is the play? I mean, they know they... I would assume that since more shots hasn't been fired yet, they know they're catching northern lights in a two-way split. In the meantime, on the kill cam, or kill feed, you can see FaZe finding Sakura Sanson up towards the north. We talked about these teams that might have plenty of space to maneuver, but here you can see it as well. The roads and the width of the terrain simply funneling players up close to one another. 8C managing to fight not only the knock, but the flush there as well as he tries to maneuver his way further forward. We hop back towards Power Grid now, where, I mean, the cavalry hasn't arrived just yet. Perfectix and Batulan still southwest of Power Grid, not in a position ready to help a whole lot as long as the fights happen towards the east. And it seems to me like, despite Liquid kind of waving their banners saying, "We are here, ready to fight," all their lights don't seem to care too much. Or at least, I mean, you say Spiro obviously cares a lot because he's about to potentially get fired. But Perfectus and Batulans, they're looking inward.
This is the fight in the meantime. Just north of Monte Nuevo, the crossroads location here is very useful for teams because there are many directions you can leave by vehicle, ideally, but there are also places you can protect the tires as well. So as a staging point for further rotations, it's great. You also get a lot of circles, even Phase 5, Phase 6, still with the crossroads in them as well, so you don't feel pressured into making that rotation early. We're on board with Code Marco from BBL. They're looking at Enterprise, who adjust to their ease. Here you can see Grenda's here, also keeping an eye out on the compound where Exhalation, which I love, by the way. Just a cheeky peek over there to make sure no one's coming around in vehicles, no one's thinking about pulling up before then deciding to look back towards BBL.
Very kill. Trying to make sure, as you said, that there's no threat posed from that side. Best luck in the meantime. Finds himself an ARG. If he's lucky, there's a tac stock in that crate as well.
Right?
Oh, that's the crucial find.
Well, who decides on that random item that goes alongside the weapons in the crate?
The funniest thing is, I'm trying to think back, has there ever been a gun in the crates that could use a tac stock? Because I don't think there ever has been. But it was just one of those, let's add that as well.
Was there a point really early on where the M249 was in the crate?
But at that point it didn't.
Oh, it didn't have a tac stock? Yeah, I couldn't use a tac stock.
When it was there, you couldn't use a tac stock on it. So I don't think there's ever been a gun in the crate that you could use a tac stock with. Rather pointless, but in any case, let's hop over to Tokyo Magic Gang. Trying to see what they can find here as they spot players trying to make their way down the hillside. No name yet, trying to get away, trying to get back to safety, but it's not going to be easy. Philo is taking down Waits. Tagged twice as he finds the flush onto Philo. Will get back to safety, will bring the buggy back to safety as well as the circle starts closing on it.
We need other random items in the crates. You need to see like an AWM and maybe like a quiver for a crossbow. Like just to throw you off, just to make you think a little bit.
What?
Huh? In a comp game? What?
Yeah.
Maybe one flashbang. Just to be like, hey, we're topping you up.
An AUG and a like 1911. That's just a pistol next to the AUG.
Yeah, say, look, that's for long range. Here's something for short range.
Yeah, why
it makes
not?
sense.
Oh, we got two guns.
Checks out.
Convenient.
Yeah, double gun crate.
Or maybe the harpoon we were talking about. Maybe that's what you gotta get in the crate. I'm looking at this Sakura Sanson split. We talked about, like, we've been talking Sakura Sanson all the way through Super Weekend and the start of this as well, how they like to play the edge, how they like to find the quiet side of the circle. And right now, they're in the midst of what could be all the chaos. They have a very, very slim three-way split going like pretty much north to south through the center of the map right now. And as much as, yes, it's still playable because there aren't players that close to you, I still feel like it's a little bit too dangerous for them to maintain a split that narrow in between that many teams. Senya spots the phase rotation. Crucial info for them that they see the teams rotating up around that side because that makes them, or gives them the info, I should say, that they have a threat northwest should the circle go up there, should they want to go in that direction. Circle, though, does go southwest, straight on top of BBL and Enterprise.
And once again, you can see the area around Monte Nuevo and the crossroads is what, there's a reason why teams tend to stick around until they're sure where it goes. Heroic has backfilled, but Enterprise and BBL haven't moved far. They're in really good positions right now. And on the east side, we've got Team Liquid following Exhalation in. There are a couple of shots at them from Enterprise, but I'm getting a bit concerned. If they peel off the road,
crashing this?
I feel like they're trying to go
there's only one guy down there. Take the compound, not the hill.
Oh no! Grenades out from Enterprise. Here they come. They have not heeded the warning. That's the Enterprise, and Jeans actually falls out of the car. Not sure what happened.
No. Almost gets run over by his teammate too. Mexi up here as well. I think they're now starting to realize there's way more players up on this hillside than they were first anticipating. They thought the 3-1 split, if anything, was going to be with the compound as a priority, but now they're running into trouble right as the fight comes off. Found as well as they fall down to 2, falls down to 1. Mexi, all that's left alive for Liquid as they get butchered from literally all sides. Clip on his knees trying to crawl for cover. Not going to be easy though. Mexi, what can you do from here? They got caught by surprise. They got taken out pretty much before they knew what was happening. And now Mexi sits alone, trying to stay alive, but Ding shooting from the side. They will have heard that, they will have seen that, and he falls to the ground as Liquid goes out in 16.
And Team Liquid there out to Enterprise. Ultimately, a little bit of third-partying action there, but by that point, frankly, it was just a bit too late. Enterprise there with an excellent initial engagement.
Entropic pulled up on this. They saw the fight going on and they capitalized on it. They made the play, but why why do they only push with 2?
It was only 2, and that's Lucarux and Evas out of the game now.
Single-handedly held off, but here comes Northern Lights. More teams wanted a piece of the pie. They're pulling up on this. Only 3 tires from the vehicle, though, for the player here from Northern Lights. Perfect is trying to make his way on, and Detrick's still sitting tight in his zone. So I was going to say that Yanni actually has made his way down there to help defend, but it's a 2v4 for now, at least, for the Enterprise players. Now Free Kill and Grandis, they're coming down to help. They need to help fend off here.
Enterprise, they do not have very much time to think of a battle plan here. They're inside the building. They know that Northern Lights have aggressed right up to this. Grandis looking for someone on the broken wall to potentially try and sneak in. Won't find any such luck at the moment. The grenades are now about to start popping in. Northern Lights trying to see if anyone's upstairs where they can get a quick knock. If they can, it's an instant signal to push in.
The issue right now for Northern Lights is they cannot play the backside of those buildings. They can't wrap back and forth to one another because on one side you have Enterprise and the compound, on the other you have the remaining 2 players from Entropic wanting to find some free kills.
It looks like things have settled down just a little bit. Northern Lights did throw something like 3 grenades in. They didn't get the knocks that they were looking for to begin with. They're happy with holding this position for now. The question for me, like you said, Toby, at what point does Entropic become part of that fight?
Exactly. I still can't wrap my head around them only pushing us 2. I think what happened is that Entropic hears all the chaos come in on the hillside with Liquid.
Yeah, for sure.
And because there were so many different names in the kill feed, they've got to all be up there. Because the chaos unfolded the way it did, I think they thought, okay, they're all 4 up there and left the compound open. They didn't see the players down below. Now they're going to wrap around. There's no way they're pushing into that compound with that many people.
The problem is, going up this hill means that they are very much hearable from BBL, who are up there as well. On board with Footballist right now, who are choosing the long way around. This is actually quite a smart play, because the circle has shifted north. El Pozo's about 1/3 of the circle, maybe a quarter.
Oh, no. You don't want to mess up when you're driving here, especially not when you're 2 people on a bike. Not a whole lot you can do to defend yourself. Just get out of there, move towards the circle, and that's exactly what they're doing from here. But they're spending a lot of time on this bike. Get off it. Find cover. Get into safety. Now, fortunately, they just get into cover. But Football is living life on the edge.
And getting into El Pozo at this stage basically means no one else wants to be in the city, right? Everyone is trying to make sure that they have a good place to stay that isn't in the city unless they think it's going to be an urban ending. So Footballist playing it a little bit safer here.
Every team essentially moving up. You see Heroic, you see Face, you see Footballist crashed all the way in. All these teams are playing the outskirts now. They hope that it won't go in there because there's still a potential of a field ending, which is where you're seeing both Entropic and Tokyo Mansion Gang going. It's either going to be field or it's going to be in the city. My bet is a somewhat southern shift here, but this is going to be interesting no matter how we put it. See, Gojara trying to pull up. Nailub is on his own. The smoke might grant him cover, but also means that they can't really do a whole lot to try and force away Tokyo Mansion Gang, who are currently real close towards him. Tokyo Mansion Gang doesn't want to bite on that one, though. They continue forward. They make their way all the way down towards the southern side of the field, and now PBL once more has to push out, has to assert dominance, has to force teams away from their position.
2 nades out towards Aimlaw as soon as Code Marco gets those tags from within the vehicle. A bit of damage is done, but not enough to get the knock. Maybe a little bit misjudged on the nades. He does move to a nearby tree. Example spots him as well, so now Tokyo Mansion Gang really in a bit of a pickle. They need to get out of there ASAP. It is not safe. Even if they're safe from one of these teams, the other can just peek over at any time they want. We've got Melbourne now shooting another. Na'Vi are playing so freely right now, Toby.
Yeah.
They're able to engage simultaneously 2 or 3 different teams, and it feels like they can do this without consequences.
Page just went down. That is so unfortunate because he's kind of the southernmost player, kind of split away from his teammates. Not a whole lot that the teammates can now do to get him back on his feet, especially not now that Ents kind of made their way into this area as well. Correxy obviously hitting the vehicles, realizing that Ents are up close, still driving around. Some of them Nuki trying to get into a better position. Will be forced to back off at least for now. But the issue is, as you can see, they have phase players sitting right above him now. Na'Vi once more peeks on over. First kill for Quizzy, or for example, make that this game as he gets the flush on through onto Gujao. Squeaky now finds Vex though, so as much as Heroic were in trouble here, if if Instant Face starts fighting, they might be able to third party, despite the fact that they're in between the two teams.
And this is what the situation looks like as far as the bird's eye view is concerned. We have our next circle. It goes out of El Pozo. A lot of field in this as well. Nail basically just hanging on for dear life. And this is going to get messy. We've got Ding, we've got Ents, we've got Heroic, all fighting in this quadrant of the circle. And we've got BBL potentially looking on, but they are further in, so they should be all right. Look at how far apart everyone is as well. If you get knocked here, the reses are so difficult to achieve.
Wait, is Beamy allowed to... Oh, comes in with 1 HP and they actually might get Page up here. That would be absolutely insane. He was down to very, very, very low bleed out on that one. And Stale, I mean, despite the fact there are players right next to them, just go, oh wait, there's a guy on the other side of the map. Let me just take a few shots at him, and actually connects them as well. Vex, well, he was going to start shooting, but now probably forced to try and help his teammate back on his feet instead.
You're contractually obliged to shoot a player if you see them on the opposite side of the map and they can't shoot back. I feel like it's a theme. But also, when you hit those headshots, mwah, this is the fight that's been going on for ages, by the way. Northern Lights have been trying to breach Enterprise in this compound. They used a lot of their lethals earlier on, and that's why they haven't pushed in yet, because they haven't got the knock. But now they realize, next circle, time might not be on their side anymore, and they have to make something happen here.
Northern Lights had to wait for Entropic to be gone so they could play backs free, and now they are. So here they are pushing full speed forward, but Tulin's already fallen down. But Enterprise is sitting ready and waiting inside. Free kill does go down. The flush comes through. Uber on the hunt on inside as we hop on over to Footballist and Ding. A quick shifteroo over to the other fight here. Uber peeks on over. Jumps on out. Scary time to vault Uber, but makes it work anyway. Footballist fall down in 15th and now back towards Northern Lights and Enterprise. Sparrow peeks on forward. They know they have more players to find inside the compound, and they want to deal with them before the circle's closed all the way in. But here is Janny holding off. Does go down and return though. Sparrow alone alongside Perfectix and trying to claim the last few players from Enterprise in the compound.
Good trade there. Lou goes down, but Sparrow immediately there to pick up the trade. And because he's able to get the confirmed kill as well, it means it is a leg up for NLT. Enterprise now, they need to ask themselves, what are they going to do next? Are we going to push in and trade? And as long as they're not, Northern Lights will be able to get the res off, and then instead of a 3v2, it becomes a 3v1.
Exactly. Perfectix.
3v3, 3v2, pardon.
Exactly. Trying to get the smoke forward by themselves, a little more space to play around that. Nade bouncing a bit too far in between the no-name-yet players that will be able to stay afloat at least for now. But I'm afraid that the only thing that's keeping them alive right now is the smokes they've got for cover. They're only going to last them so long. Molly from Lou, lopped on upstairs. Will connect, or will it? Yes, it does. And I think that should be enough to get the knock as well, because he did get tech twice. Indeed, it will be. Lou goes down, free kill. Lou gets free kill, falling down. Will get the flush there as well. Now just one more player around the corner. Spotted. Deadbricks does get the knock onto Perfectix, but the rest should be easily obtained.
And it crucially, Northern Lights managed to do this before the next circle is revealed as well. So they now have a little bit of time to heal up and decide what they want to do next. In the meantime, we are on board with FaZe Clan. They are fighting tooth and nail with Ents, and Heroic are on the other side of this, by the way, so they could prove to be the spoiler, the fly in the ointment, as it were, of this fight. What a ridiculously good nade. And Nuki from Narnia takes out Dickory and Gustav. That is absolute beautiful play. FaZe on their knees. It's only down to Fex now. What can he do? Or will Heroic come to help them? No, not quick enough.
Not going to happen, and I do not understand how Heroic is the team that lives with 4 throughout all of this. They were pinned. They were forced to prone down in between FaZe and Ents, and somehow they have the numbers here. Smash! Oh, the quick peek over the ridgeline finds Marsalik, wants to get down the second as well. Crunio down to just a sliver of HP, but Smash falls down as he has to reload. Smart play by him while reloading. Look behind you, make sure there's no one pushing the ridges, no sneaky players coming out of the blue. Defend Fendalos, defend Code Margo, make sure that their backs are safe, and then once you peek back on over, expect them to defend you the same way you defend them.
Back on board with Rustenmar now. Oh, they've heard Biestolog behind them, and they know that he has to move in. FaZe, sorry, not FaZe. Heroic have to deal with both of them now. Rustenmar going out into the blue to try and be sneaky. And it's just about what, my god, that was high risk, but he does get the reward out of that. Ends up to 5 kills, but Nookie has gone down now, so they're only a duo.
Oh, takes who peeks on over instantly, met by Corexi. 82 damage headshot comes through there. Now Beamy holds off here, and this could be one more Ents finish outside of placement points. They're falling apart second by second. Takes two wanting to fight just something, but they know now that what was the entrance into the circle before is now BBL sitting ready and waiting, and Ents fall just short of placement points.
Now, they do have those 5 kills at least, so they won't be leaving this game empty-handed, but I'm sure they would have wanted more. This leaves Heroic as the only team in the Northwest now, and that means they're going to enter and fight BBL Esports. There is no rest for the Wicked here, and it means that they are going to have to try and find a little bit of a foothold. I like that Corexi went with the vehicle a little further forward to say, look, am I about to get shot to smithereens here? If the answer's no, the team can join me, and we're on the edge.
I was just going to say where, because BBL get to decide where this battle happens. Do they stay on the edge with the risk of having no name yet shoot them in the back, or do they like kind of fall back down the ridgeline to force Heroic into a fight where not only will they try and take out BBL, but no name yet can help them in shooting Heroic as well? I like this disengage from BBL. I like this disengage from them because they have the compound as well. No reason to overextend up on the hill.
This is so good from BBL. They had a choice to make. Do we fight this team? Or do we play where we think the next circle is going to go? And they chose the latter, and I think this is going to pay out for them in spades. Look at this. It's them and no name yet in circle. Now, even if we get a hard shift away from BBL, I still really like this move from them. I think it's
I mean, they had to back off. They have the compound. They have the safety. There's no reason to risk it. And now they have a guaranteed push into the next circle. No reason to do anything right now. The only thing BBL has to do is stay where they are and tell Heroic, if you want to get into this next circle, you're going into the field because you're not coming to us. They have to force Heroic to not make the play on the compound, because if they do, teams will third party.
This is chef's kiss territory as far as the strategic play from BBL Esports is right now. Heroic have decisions to make. Do they want to go join Sakura Zensen in the field? Probably not.
Beamy needs the knock, but we cannot get that knock as long as we're looking at him. So observers, look at someone else but Beamy. If
That's true, yeah. He's got the bolt.
He's got the bolt, actually.
Leave Beamy alone.
He can't perform under this type of pressure. We know that he gets all the headshots confirmed. I mean, he can. Don't get me wrong. Beamy's a great guy. But it's just been kind of interesting so far that every time the observers looks away, that's exactly when Beamy finds the shot. Here comes the rotation. Beamy is there with the bolt in hand, sitting ready and waiting. But where does Heroic go? They wrap in underneath. They play it smart. They play it safe. In the meantime, Exhalation has a rotation to make for themselves. Beamy gets back to his buggy, wants to make the move on forward. Smoke's already deployed for Heroic. But again, that cover is only going to last you so long. And now Exhalation, finally. It had to happen eventually. But now they're coming out of the compound. There's still 4 players alive, currently sitting in second place. A team that made their way through the qualifiers, really hunting for yet another win here. I love this place from Heroic, by the way. They wrap underneath. They know that Sakura Zensen are outside. They knew that they were going to be stuck in their smokes. Take their time, wrap underneath, play from the inside, and hold them out. Very smart play by them.
The problem is, from the inside is still, like, this is very, very flat for them.
And BBL can't engage on them either.
I'm wondering if Exhalation can, though.
The only team that can see them, that's why they have the smokes, right? The only team that can see them from where they are is Sakura Zensen. And that's how you deal with them. Now. Had Sakura Zensen been allowed to leave and take the spot that Heroic took now, Heroic would have had a hard time because they would have either had to fight downhill into that or do with BBL. Instead, they say, we got to pounce fast, we got to take the spot before Sakura Zensen makes a play. They do it, they get the spot, they hold them out, and now they can play backs free. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's a good spot in the circle because they still have a very open rotation to make, and I think they're low on utility already.
They're unbackstabbable.
Unbackstabbable, and they're alive with 4 people on their feet in a situation. Like, if we go 4 circles back from here and see them in a cluster with Ents and FaZe on either side, there's no way you're predicting them getting out of there with 4 alive. Look, with this much space in the circle.
Ultimately, if you were to say any team in this lobby, no matter whether they're at the top or the bottom of the list, no matter how passive or aggressive they are, they say, we'll offer you a scenario where you have 0 kills, but 25 minutes into the game, you have all 4 alive. You instantly take it every time, right?
A Northern hard shift here could be GG Heroic, honestly. I mean, with the way that everyone else is positioned, if Heroic makes an aggressive play north towards Heroic, if BBL makes an aggressive play north towards Heroic, they know they could potentially get backstabbed. They have to traverse down into a valley to then go up on the other side. If any one team comes to take the position BBL currently has in the meantime, they will get shot in the back. Circle low, centers up, Blue spots one, Code Margo falls. Rest should be, I would say, not easy, but doable. As Northern Lights are, of course, down to 2 players. They're probably not going to aggress too hard, but we still have another team that has been quiet for a little while now. Na'Vi. 4 alive, southeast. They have to push into this. They have to put downhill into what you could call exposed terrain. Where do they opt to go? Do they go north into Exhalation? Do they ramp south into Northern Knights? Or do they just go, screw it, let's take the center. Let's deal with no name yet and cause chaos. They need a knock here. If they get
on the southern side of this circle now, they've got Na'Vi to their east. There's only a pair of them at the moment, so they don't really want to be aggressing too hard. The reason they're not peeking, by the way, is because they have seen Na'Vi, or they know exactly where Na'Vi are. So provided they don't hear the footsteps coming towards them, or they start to hear the utility towards them, they're happy to leave them alone. The problem is they've got no idea what's north and northwest of them. They just know that there's a compound, and they know that there are players there. Beyond that, that's all they know.
The upside for Na'Vi right now is they have all of Liquid to loot. And Liquid pretty much hadn't fired a bullet by the time they died. So there should be, potentially at least, somewhat fresh vests, because, I mean, James never got to really do a whole lot other than the damage he was dealt to begin with, and they should have plenty of utility from those dead people as well. And they haven't been within nade distance to all that many players. You'd have to assume that they're still sitting pretty well in terms of utility, in terms of Kevlar. They're going to be ready for an up-close fight here, and I would expect to see them move early. If they wait for much longer, that chance is gone.
We're making a move now. Exhalation has sent 2 into circle. They were outside before, so we're on board now with Salik. He's trying to establish whether this is a decent place to be. If it's only the one team shooting at them, so they know Heroic are there, that might be workable for them. The problem is if there's a second team, or if Heroic put a lot of pressure on them, that could be problematic.
They need the knock here. They need the knock, they need the damage so they can wrap around. Look at this ridge line. They have it right now. They're on the very, very, very edge of the circle. Heroic needs to find an opening to make their way forward. Now, in the meantime, since nobody opted to aggress, this is going from close quarters to insanely close quarters fights. And finally, when they make the play, the Boom and Zoom are ready to respond. And Heroic slaughtered in seconds as Exhalation stands strong. They needed the knock on transition. They had 2 players running in the open. They couldn't hit the shots they had to hit, and therefore they fall down.
BBL now taking a look towards the center of the circle. They're actually looking over No Name yet towards Exhalation right now. They have a decent amount of control. Next circle's on them as well. They don't have to think about that just yet. 4 of them spread out, but still within revivable distance of each other. That's Northern Lights out to a peach of a nade from Example, and Melman gets iZoom at the same time. This is great use for BBL. They only have the pair of players right in front of them to deal with.
It is so insane that Na'Vi can place this so quiet, so calm, that they can just slowly transition into the end game. This is absolutely insane. The fact that they're able to just, one step at a time, clear this, one step at a time, clear that. They're playing this so smart. Now they know they have 2, potentially even more players from Exhalation down on that side. Unfortunately for Melman, only smokes to work with, because had he had nades, believe me,
Snake
they would have been locked down there from a long time ago. Spiro is still alive on the south side of the circle, though. How can he end up playing Impact here? We'll see as he makes his way over towards BBL. There's going to be a lot of opponents over that rock side, but Spiro...
He got 2 knocks.
He has to go for it. Has to commit to it. Finds the first one, goes for the second, finds the knock on the center as well. But unfortunately, Katma there, ready to respond, gets the flush on towards Spiro. 4 teams left alive, and if they're fast on this one, they should be able to back to 4 up alive as well. But Na'Vi, wrapping in this direction, they need to make a play fast if they want to, and I think they've called it. I think they said, no, too late. We had a chance before. Let's not try this. It's simply too late. They are back on their feet. 4 up for BBL once more.
That was almost embarrassing for BBL. Spiro didn't push across there until he knocked 2. He knew there was a third there. He came very close to winning the 1v3, but BBL survived that fight by the skin of their teeth. 1 or 2 of their team members now don't have helmets, so keep that in mind, but all 4 of them are alive in the final form.
I assume pretty much installs some mortar in his arm, lobs it over to the other side of the circle, and unfortunately for him, doesn't really do a whole lot of damage with it. Example in the meantime, trying to peek on over. They need all the info they can get. Keep in mind, I mean, No Name yet. Monkey and Tundo have been in the center of this circle for the last, I want to say 6 phases.
Hour and a half.
They have been here forever, and I am impressed by them being able to stay alive for so long, because they're not sitting side by side, but right now they have the dot, and they know that everyone is going to be coming to them. The fact that they're in top 4 now, very impressive. It's an art sometimes to stay alive through all the chaos unfolding around you, but they've managed to do exactly that. Exhalation, forced to make a move. Na'Vi, forced to make a play here. Do you wrap into BBL through the open, or do you go downhill towards Exhalation? That nade could be absolutely perfect. It comes close. How close is it going to get to all of them taking damage, but no knocks?
Ringing in the ears of Exhalation. They actually spot some of Na'Vi as some of their smoke started to expire, but the more they shoot, the more they're worried about
Where's
BBL.
the utility? Exhalation, where? You have nades! All of you have nades! Where are they? Oh, is it far enough? No, just short, and that's probably the reason they haven't used it, because I can't count. Simply too far away, and with the uphill, it's impossible for them to get the damage done. But now Na'Vi, they bought their time, but it might be too little too late for them to make the wrap on forward. Damage has been done, but Exhalation are the ones paying the price right now. BBL is all over the kill feed as they start peppering on literally all the teams. BBL slaughtering teams all across the map, and now they continue to spray on forward.
Slowly moving through, but peppering everyone with bullets as they do so. They've got the west side of the circle, and they know no one's coming at them that is south of Na'Vi. They're completely fine. 5 kills now for Code Marco as they continue to rampage their way through the circle. There's only one left. Last member of No Name yet. Nothing he can do. 15 kill chicken dinner for BBL, but how many of those were in the last 90 seconds?
BBL wiped the entire end of the server. They literally killed the last 4 teams alive. That is insane.
And that's
We've seen that before. We've seen them go down 3,084 damage this game. That is absurd.
Look, when you're in the unbackstabbable position, you get to do stuff like that. That was delightful from BBL. And what was important there is that you get teams in similar situations. Na'Vi have done it earlier, right? Where there's no team behind them, so you can freely take the engagement. You do a good job, you wipe the team, and then you reset. And while you're resetting, someone's third-partying. There was none of that. It was like a bowling alley for BBL. It was one team and another team and another team, and everyone was sort of facing the same direction for them.
Joe, when have we ever, in a situation like this, where all kinds of chaos break loose? I know that, I mean, this game kind of had BBL written all over it at the end of things, but when hell breaks loose here, when do we ever see it being the same team literally killing every single player there? Nobody got a chance to third party. Nobody got a chance to do anything. BBL were the first initiators, and yet they're the ones to claim all the kills. That is really, really impressive late game PUBG.
Everyone was peeking, everyone was posturing, but it was BBL who essentially initiated on everyone in that last circle. We'll talk more about that and a little bit later on. I love the pullback from Heroic as well, but enough about that for now. That was just our first Miramar game, guys, and we're going to have way more action for you. We're taking a short break now before we reset. What an end to the game. More after this break.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Gilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Gilu, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. I hope that you're enjoying the show. I definitely am. We have had some epic plays, and BBL Esports, they've been enjoying today. That's 3 chicken dinners for them.
Third chicken dinner, second for today. It's great to see. Sometimes they don't hit it, but this is what they've been working for, right? They're trying to find their play style. They've changed a lot on the lineup itself, 2 players plus the coach itself, and they were a little bit scared on that one. They didn't really know how they wanted to play it. They were still trying to figure that out, but looks like they found their rhythm.
Yeah, 10 games played, 3 wins, 30% win rate in a lobby like that. That is quite impressive. We were talking about it when we opened the day, right? That they obviously won a game yesterday, but the other games haven't been on par yet. But now, this amount of wins, it's looking really good. Also, how they approached the very late game, super well executed. They kept so much control. They poked everyone away to make sure they were fighting each other, and then they cleaned up so much of those kills in the end.
It was looking a little bit grim when NLT was pushing there, of course, but they did clean that up. They came back strong, and that's the thing. Yeah, it was very close, but they were holding those angles, making sure that, okay, we have the ground to work with, we have the circle to work with right now, we don't need to do anything. It was kind of the same scenario what we saw Navi on that Erangel game. Now we're seeing BBL in that kind of spot. They know they don't need to do anything, but they were on point with their shooting as well. They were basically just cleaning people up from left to right.
Yeah,
as we go into that end game, I want to actually go all the way right back to the beginning of Enja and ask you, what is the city rule and how exactly did it play out here?
Yeah, so we obviously have this kind of unwritten rule. Don't go into a town unless you know it ends there, or it's the Hail Mary. It's the last chance you have to kind of survive, right? And in the circle here, we saw phase 4 pop and it went away, right? It's a really, really hard circle to play, and once you have to get out, you just have all these teams, especially with El Paso, you have all these teams in the ridges just waiting for all these guys try to come out, and it's just so easy to get the kills there. You have half a team that survived in a little bit in the field of Sakura Sands, and then we cut off that flower, put
him in a book.
Put him in a book, and then
yeah.
We'll press them together and they're going to be looking beautiful. But what I want to say, though, is that if Spiro just had one nade, one Molotov, one stun grenade to push those 2 knocks there, that would have been a completely different game. It would probably been a Navi game to swing around and take that same position that we saw in the high ground. But the very late game was just so intense. Exhalation, BBL, Navi, they had so many fights over the no-name yet players yet, because they didn't do, like, if they were over-peaking to try to take out the French squad, then they were getting shot by everyone else. So the French guys actually survived and actually got a second place with only 2 players. So they had a really good salvage game.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's really too worried about them, and they were worried about the other teams. They were just proning down there in the center. They couldn't really do anything. As soon as they would stand up, they would just get shot by 4 other teams, all just surrounding them. So they played to their best, but being 2 guys there in the center, it's very hard.
We're taking a look now at that scoreboard from this game. Exhalation is really having a little bit of a cracker, hey?
Yeah, BBL obviously 25. That it's not. it's not that top heavy. Some teams are getting 13, 9, but 25 points for BBL in a game where the team that you're chasing only got 8. That is really going to make a really good catch-up here for the overall leaderboard. But fantastic game for BBL, especially in the end game there. They got 7, 8, 9 kills in the very end out of those 12, 13 kills available.
But, I mean, coming into this game, we had 2 teams in the top. They are still in the top. It is Na'Vi, it is Exhalation, but they are running away a little bit and joining them now. We have BBL, of course. They propelled themselves from a 7th place now to a 3rd place, but also joining the top pack because we're seeing a little bit of a segregation going on here now with the top 3, and then you have a mid pack going on there.
Yeah, mid-pack is extremely close. Basically, any of the teams on the bottom half of the leaderboard can still have one good game, and they will be straight into the 4th to 8th place. So it's super close there as well. But the segregation is just saying here, 24 points from 4th place up to 1st. So NLT chasing a little bit now. They need to step up for the rest of the day if they want to stay in that top 3 fight where all the big PGC points and prize money is.
We are past that halfway mark, so it is about time where you want to start seeing the breakaway of those top teams, which is potentially happening. Right. I've been really interested with the way Na'Vi just played that last one. So I thought maybe, chicken dinner, they're a little bit hungry, but they play a bit like a spider, right? They set up their web and they're really patient and waiting for teams to come to them. Is that just a confidence thing, comes with experience? Because a lot of other teams might not be as good as just sitting and waiting.
Well, they're really good at waiting, but also they're really good at flexing back and forth. And that was what we saw from them there. They were flexing out 2 people on the southern part, see if they could get any angles. They couldn't find any angles on BBL. They flexed back, group up, and tried to deal with the next threat instead. And that's what they keep on doing time after time after time. And they're doing that really good. And that's what you kind of want to see from a team like that. It is super important to be able to be flexible, not just sit down, wait for the other teams to do something. They are creating the opportunities themselves.
Especially when you're in a very late game fight where we're fighting 3 or 4 other teams, right? You need to apply pressure to make sure that the other teams are focusing each other rather than you. Because if you're in a kind of backs against the wall situation with the blue, with not that many smokes and utility, you need to make sure that the teams that you're advancing against, you apply that pressure to make them focus each other. But in general, how the riches played out and the terrain that they had, it was super hard for them. And also, the smokes that they're using was being used very defensively, just a little bit ahead of them, rather than, taking a little bit more terrain so they had more time to play with. It was just smoking basically straight in front of them, which opens up the kind of obvious, okay, you have nades, we're going to try to advance and try to get the nades and the Molotovs and stun grenades as well. And that's what really wrecked them, was they thought that they put enough pressure on Exhalation for BBL and Exhalation to fight, but Exhalation just picked apart already. BBL could clean up, take all of the kills, all the knocks as well. And then when they appear out of the smokes, hello, BBL, and then there's 3 kills on Na'Vi as well. And they cleaned it up. There was 3 kills on Na'Vi in the matter of seconds as well.
We need to talk about the team that came in at the top at the start of today, not having a good day. Liquid?
Yeah, it's... Team said himself, you want to be chasing rather being front, and he succeeded with that now.
I don't think he wants to be chasing this much.
I know. But still, it's one good game, and they're still straight into the top 4, right? So I'm not too worried about it, but it's been 4 rough games, and for them to stay in the fight for the top 3, they need to kind of close out the day today a little bit better, maybe with a win, maybe with a 20-point game or so.
It's been very rough for him. 4 games today, 9 points so far. That is not the Liquid that we've seen from yesterday, and we're hoping to see more from them, of course. But I mean, it's been rough circles. They've been having a rough time trying to rotate in and basically getting picked off time after time. It is a little bit rough, and you're gonna have those games. It's bound to happen. It's just a matter of time when it's happening. Right now, it's happening for them, but hopefully they can bounce back, and we still have a lot of games to play, so it's not over yet.
The fans I know do this, but I'm wondering if we do it as well. Do you think we put too much pressure on these invited teams? We kind of expect, if you've been invited here, you need to be the best?
No, there's always expectations to all the teams, but obviously there's the fan base that is putting pressure on. That's also putting pressure on your shoulder, but you need to forget that completely as a player. You're playing in the situation, you're playing in the game. Every single game needs to be able to reset. If you have a bad day, if you have a bad game, you go into the next game with as much confidence as possible, as much hype and as much high morale as possible. That's what you have your coaches for. That's what you have your captains and your in-game leaders for, to make sure that the players get back on the horse and keep a high note when you go into the new game.
It's all about forgetting what happened in the last game. You want to reset your mindset coming into the next game.
If you're in, so you're forgetting, because I mean, I love those
Short-term
players.
memory, just wipe that out.
Struggling. Okay, well, now that we've had a little banter over there, it is time to get into Miramar once again. Jorasar, Toby, where are we dropping?
Where are we dropping? Well, we're just moments away from finding out as we head to Miramar of one of last 2 games for today. Joe, today has been an interesting day, and this final one in particular, I loved how hectic that endgame was, because other than BBL having the compound, which they technically didn't use for all that much, everyone was fighting in the open for essentially the last 3 circles there.
Yeah, and I mean, BBL not using the compound that much, but them moving back into the compound and choosing to disengage was almost like the move that set them up, that allowed them to do that. That was really cool. But we go at it one more time. Excuse me while I wipe my short-term memory. 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock playing path here in game number 11 of 18. And this is the Season 5 G-Loot Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and see where we're dropping this time.
I'm going to ask you this question.
Ooh, okay.
Which of the 2 Eastern Islands is the game ending?
Well, it's not going Los Higos this time. Let's put it that way.
As long as
I'm pretty sure that was the observing team agreeing with you.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too. Whenever you see the
they're great, by the way. They don't get enough love.
Oh no. Massive kudos to the boys pushing all the buttons
4
while
of
we
them.
just talk.
Exactly. All we do is talk and we go, by the way, let's talk about this team. And they're scrambling, running around up there. They nail it every single time. So thank you guys very, very much.
Thank you indeed. 5 more seconds to go until we'll see where that first circle is presenting itself.
Oh, we love you too.
PUBG Jesus there to show some love as well. And no, it's not going to be an island ending. We're heading up north. And now, with this circle, I mean, obviously, phase 1, still plenty of like different outcomes potential here. But I would hate to see, and it's not that I don't want to see Ents succeed, but I would hate to see this circle go down to Junkyard. That is, to me, in all of the potential circles that we could get off of this phase 1 or circle 1, that is the worst area to have an endgame in. We have been there quite a few times lately, but I would not want to go back.
Another possibility would be, so between the crossroads and El Azahar, you've got a road with almost cliff faces on both sides, where you have some teams north, some teams south, but we've seen a lot of games end around there, and you sort of have to pick a side and hold it out. Those are really, really rough on the decision-making, and once you make a decision, there's no rotation that lets you go, oh, I meant to go south instead, I'll just do... There's none of that. It's a suicide run after you choose, right?
It really is hard to play around. It's always interesting to see what plans, because I feel like the more difficult the situation we present the players, the more impressive the outcome when they do get out of their life. But it's always interesting to see the hard circles, how players manage to maneuver through.
Toby, I just realized something.
Oh no, what?
As soon as we started speaking about the observers, do you know how quickly we saw almost I love you, PUBG Jesus in the bottom? I'm thinking like Ansvar's up there somewhere going, okay, let's hotkey these 12 locations to send the casters messages. How quick was that? I only just realized they were on that in like 5 seconds.
We can't only give credit to Ansvar though. We
no, absolutely not.
Also Melman, Menox, and Yanni up there pushing the buttons. All these 4 guys working together to present to you this amazing game.
Were they all on a different poster? Do you think someone on Miramar? Depending on what they say, go to this cam.
They have picked a poster each. So just like you know how you're on like your various online token services, you can go up in the corner, you can see the logo of the person. They like every time we're going onto a new person's camera, you have it in the corner, just a little logo, a little poster.
It's like a visual sound pad.
I mean, we do actually. We can just look down into the bottom because this one says BME 004.
Yeah, but I don't know who that is.
I mean, I don't know either, but at least with 002 is currently looking at Faceland. We're just taking, while the chaos hasn't quite commenced yet, we're just, taking a little prolonged shout out to the observers.
You cast a lot of PUBG when based on the name in the bottom right of the map, you begin to understand a bit more about the observer's personality.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're in quite deep. That's all I'm saying. A couple of shots now being fired. We have got some gunfights here. Not intense ones as Sakura Zensen take a couple of pot shots at Polish Power. Gets a headshot there, actually, does Tekkas. Take a bow. No knocks yet.
I would just... a quick... if I were to get headshot there before I make like it's always so incredibly terrifying. There is also the curse of if you hit a headshot early, you're gonna miss all the rest of the shots. But Nixie, he did not park his car well, and therefore he is forced to stay here with the entirety of Polish power in the compound. He's gonna make a run in the open, and I hope for dear God that Nixie was not seen leaving the compound. But this again is an example of not having your fire escape ready when you need it.
I'm not saying he'll survive this because there's a lot of time.
Did he even have a vehicle here?
I'm wondering, so if you're too late rotating out, Toby, do you think it's actually the smart move to go out on foot so they don't hear you and hope that they don't see you?
You don't stay, you leave.
But where does Nixie go from here? Like, he has to run.
There's plenty of compounds available.
Yeah, it'll take him 3 years to get there, though.
I mean, as long as he remains unseen, I don't think that's something that Sakura Sanson necessarily counts as a bad thing. He can just push up the hill. Issue is he was running up the hillside, but now Exhalation are heading up here as well. So,
oh no,
Sakura Sanson, if they want to play the Saving Private Nixie, they could easily get in trouble because the issue is they actually have some pretty good center circle real estate right now. But as you can see here, Nixie, the Lone Ranger, out on his own. It's one of those. It's one of those movies where the commander goes, Nixie, sorry to say it, soldier, but we trained for this, and you're on your own. You're excommunicated. Is Taker sent? Is this the full commit rescue mission? Oh no, he's been saved. Now. It's Polish power. It's not even the team running in circles after him that spots him. Oh, Nixie, Saving Private Nixie. It's rare that these movies end.
You know what?
Poorly, but
you know what?
Unfortunately for Nixie, I don't see him surviving this.
Exhalation don't know that he was knocked right next to them. So if he stays here, there is actually a chance Exhalation just disappear, and there is a chance he gets rezzed.
I guess we really have to make things as terrible as possible in order to get the most impressive outcome.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing Tekkas run for a vehicle. The thing is, I mean, they were in a 2-1-1 split. Again, they had prime real estate.
Imagine one comes right now. Guys, safe res. Safe res. I'm safe. I'm safe.
Technically he is.
He is?
See, Grunier wants to get the flush.
Oh, no, he wants
He's committed to it. I only have 2 nades. I need more. I only have a level 1 helmet. I want more. But Cabby there doing the damage with the... This goes to show how early they rotated, that he's still playing the Winchester.
Right. Yeah, he manages to get him there. Oh, what
But again, I mean, Nixie, they were driving uphill. He had the audio cue. He had the time to get away. Didn't manage to do so. Therefore, Sakura Sanson is playing the rest of this match with 3 people on their team, or at least for the most part, until they play as 2, and then maybe 1, and then maybe they die, or they win the game. We're just
you're really covering your bases
minutes
here.
I don't want. I want to be politically correct, you know.
You're really. It's like, all right, Toby's stared into the multiverse. He's seen all 14 million outcomes,
and there's only one where Nixie didn't die. Unfortunately, this one wasn't one of them.
Oh, here's the circle, ladies and gents. You can see most teams safely in now. The teams that are going to be rotating late include BBL, who are still chilling out in Chumacera. Heroic are in vehicles, but they're all the way by Trailer Park right now. And we've got footballers coming in through the east. So this is the Northern Highway with Heroic in single file, and this is out east with footballers. Both of these teams are going to find it super easy to get to the edge of circle.
Yeah.
But what lies between the edge and the center will be anybody's guess.
My best guess is death.
Probably. Copious amount likely. Of it. Yeah, yeah.
The issue here is we've seen footballers make these like edge rotations very, very, very often, and honestly, it's the few 2 games, as a matter of fact, they have not played edge that they've had success.
Yeah.
It's the obvious thing, and we have the first circle and the win yesterday. That is literally just continue to shift straight onto the compound. That's one thing. But here it's, I mean, I want to see them try and claim more center space early on. I feel like they're better at playing. I feel like they're... that was.
Did they know?
They had no clue.
Oh my god.
I feel like they're much better footballers at being the ones defending than the ones trying to aggress.
But they rotate late and they go on edge.
You don't want to sit on that Pocky if you're eye zoom, that's for sure. Now he else could take it down. Exhalation taking casualties before they would have wanted it to. Nice from Sinja to peek on over. Not only that he has Sail up here to help as well.
We'll see if maybe they have a good edge game just to spite us now. But I think you're right, because, Toby, if they're really good, or if they're much better when they're defending, but their play style is rotate in and play the edge, obviously that's fundamentally clashing, right?
Yep.
But you're right, where they've been getting their points has been when they've sent it in. Okay, the Millie game was a bit unfortunate because they played with 1 person going into the top 4, but still, they persevered and they did quite well.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep an eye on them for sure. In the meantime, Ding and a FaZe Clan out a little bit of loggerheads with each other. That's after Exhalation left, by the way. Can you imagine leaving and then like 30 seconds later, a team where you were is engaging someone else you didn't even know was there, and you're going, hang on a second, how much of a minefield is this place?
Starting to realize now. We are already in phase 1, but because so many teams around the south side, around the center of the circle are split pretty wide, the teams that are coming in late are forced to play pretty close to one another, and Ding now being one of them, obviously, having forced off one team, and now Batulins, the Mountain Goat himself, looking for kills down below. He heard the vehicles from Thunderlost and Code Marco, but they have no clue. They have no clue. The Goat is standing up here, looking down. Fortunately for them, Batulins ain't really too eager to take shots downfield. Let's see.
He knew there were two.
Circle pops. Goes towards the north side of the center here. And, well, a good thing for Northern Lights that they didn't start shooting, because they have a rotation to make.
That was, yeah.
Also, he's very, very much alone.
I think when he heard them pull up, he was going, there's 2 or 3 vehicles. He probably heard Quetper as well, and he went, I don't want to shoot until I know for a fact that I get an easy shot and it's the last vehicle.
And also, he don't want to shoot until he gets an easy shot and has a chance to get out of there. Because even if he gets the first kill, if there's 3 people ready and waiting down below, he's never getting down from that hillside.
He's got a bike, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he'll have to go on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Easier said than done. Now he does start shooting, though. They have made their way far enough away. They're probably not coming back for him. But again, look at the minimap. There's no other Northern Lights players anywhere nearby, because this is where they are making their way into the south side of the circle. Batulins staying on the hill. Want to get as much info as he possibly can before having to make the rotation out. I mean, in the meantime, down towards the south side of the circle, Team Liquid in a wide 2-1-1 split. James still down on the Minas Mountain.
Yep.
And Mexi currently playing the single player defend the compound for as long as he can, with BBL pushing in. Football is in the meantime inside the circle already. Good on them, but in a wide split, they would probably want to look to group up now before fighting either ends or potentially Tokyo Magic game.
I like that Footballists are pulling back from ends and regrouping now, because in previous games we've had a couple of issues where they were doing it 5 seconds too late, and that cost them a lot.
This is the one thing, in my opinion, that Liquid did not want to have. Look at the way they're split right now.
Right.
And then look at BBL. BBL can punish any attempt Liquid makes to try and regroup. BBL can punish that.
But James is seeing all of it.
James knows where they are. I mean, they all obviously now, given the fact, I mean, taking for granted that the info has come across, they all know that there's an entire team up like in between them. But James has to be the first mover here. If they hear him get down from the mountain, Mexi's in a vehicle now. He's going to make his way away from here. But how do you regroup? Do you go up the hill? You also have Entropic in the compound just over the other side of the hill from Mexi.
Yep.
They're split thin, and I feel like there's not a whole lot Liquid can actively do before BBL either engages on one of their 3 positions or simply opts to leave. Smash, though,
he's
in trouble.
Yeah.
He is in deep trouble here, because James not only hurt the vehicle, but now he sees him as well. Smash, I'm afraid to say it. I think your days is done here. Sit still for a split second, and James will punish you now. The first shots come in. Hits once, hits twice. Will he connect more? Hits a toe as well. Nate will come on through. He cooks it. He throws it. The Nate got himself. Can he connect this one?
That's good!
Hole in one. James gets smashed down, and there should be no one coming for the rest. As I say that, then the last full speed forward. Ketpa, full speed forward. And I believe Marco, is making his way up here as well. They want to get him back on his feet, but how does Liquid respond?
I like the hole in one. Maybe the next time we throw it, 4. You can hear him yelling it from the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
They are throwing a lot of resources into getting this, and you know why as well? When you get knocked from the position that James is in, they must know it's a single player up there, right? They must know it's not a full team. So maybe that makes it a little bit of a risk or a lower risk, but look at this. Quetpa almost down himself. This is not risk-free by any stretch.
Not at all. The fact that they don't take the car all the way up the hillside has me scratching my head, because they knew, exactly where those shots were coming from. Maybe they thought that James would have tried to leave by that time. Now James is taking blue. It is, of course, only phase 3, but here comes the rescue attempt. That's what we're just saying. If Liquid tries to respond, they will be caught in the middle. Now, fortunately, Bart is there to find Code Marco. So kind of the rear end of the push up the hillside will be taken down. One full smash gets up alive, but Mexi catches him instantly after. If James goes down here, he is dead. But he is not falling. He is doing damage. BBL taking casualties once more, as James should be able to get out of here alive. In the meantime, Clip able to get back on his feet, gets healed on up as well. Liquid, for now, staying as far as Thendalos is trying to get the hell out of there.
This is the advantage of having a split so wide. If one of you goes down, you're in trouble, but if you stay up, you hit the enemy from so many angles that they can't easily defend against you. And that's what BBL suffered there at the hands of Team Liquid.
I'm seeing Thendalos full commit to a compound that is fully occupied by Na'Vi players.
Nah, it's empty. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I mean, there is a lot of shots coming from that direction, so I hope the sound from the engine here doesn't make it too hard for him. He should be able to stay put at least for a little while longer. Maybe he is just opting to go hard east on this one, where he would be running into ends. I'm loving the end split, by the way. It's a 2-on-1 split. It's pretty thin, but right now, Take-Two's position is crucial, because they do not want to have anyone backfilling on them. Whether it's a solo and Thendalos or it's a full team wrapping their way, you want to play. Like, the reason you're setting up on the edge like that is because you want to play the unbackstabbable position, which is what Ends is essentially prepping for right now.
Take-Two heard him, and he crossed the road, and Take-Two's like, it's clear now, you guys are free to engage. Very good.
Exactly. Smart play on the side of Ends. Yes, they could have gotten more kills by aggressing earlier, but by doing this, they're setting themselves up for a much safer late game. Tokyo Magic Gang, in the meantime, one of more teams to spot Thendalos in the midst of his rotation. In the meantime, now for Ballast again. Fighting early, this time against Sting once more. Senja does get knocked. They're up in Cruz del Valle, hard up to the north, and Angel here taking a shot is spotted now as well. So team slowly starting, or forced, I should say, to get closer and closer towards one another. Look at this, I mean, the positioning from Polish Power now out in the open, but they spot Enterprise. Oh no! Free kill called in the open. Marsalik finds him.
There's no way they're getting the revive on that, I'm afraid. We've got Janny and Dedrix potentially moving up the hill here, but again, you do that and you open yourselves up to the teams that are currently in Cruz del Valle. So it's not that easy. If they open fire and they don't push though, then they're in even bigger trouble, because Ding and Footballers might be looking their way.
Exactly. See Vard here pushing on forward. Liquid up, let's wrap west around. Didn't want to go and chase down the last remaining PBL player. Didn't want to try and go down and through the valley either. Now they've made their way west over. They know that they have players sitting on the other side. But how do you deal with this one? Do you want to peek on over? Because if they over-peek this, you have players on the other side ready and waiting. Takas falls down, but do they know that Northern Lights is sitting ready and waiting on the other side? That nade could be good. I would assume that Salty is out of danger, though. Explodes, no damage done. He should be all right, but for how long?
Vard going in via the north. The danger here is that you take so much time setting this up that you're giving other teams time to third party. And that third partying team is going to be Northern Lights. That nade might be good, but I'm really, really scared for Liquid right now.
I'm looking at Na'Vi as all of this is happening. They could potentially be coming in from the east, and I mean, if that's the case, Liquid are going to be playing completely backs open. They're hearing the nades, they're hearing the shots. You're starting to see yellow in your minimap in the bottom right-hand corner, and I think Liquid is realizing this. They have to either aggress, push over the hillside, or back off on this, because the circle has shifted north. They could try and wrap all the way west around, but they'd be running straight into Northern Lights, followed by FaZe that is simply too dangerous.
So I think Na'Vi are more likely to go straight into the circle because of the cliff. They have to go north, right? So they might get up the cliff and then go east, or go east first and follow Ends, but they can't afford to take on Team Liquid any longer. So it's all about Northern Lights and Sakura Zensen now for Liquid.
I mean, Ends and Na'Vi are essentially doing the same thing here, and I think it's a really, really wise play trying to make the eastern wrap. The issue is coming in on this circle from the east side. That is very hard to play, and we already have 3 teams in that area. Now Liquid, though, full speed forward. Are FaZe going to peek out of the compound? Are they opting to stay inside? Seems to me like they're staying for now, but here's the traffic jam. Tokyo Magic Gang is right up in front of them. Now, no name yet is going to start shooting. It's been a quiet game for them so far. How far are you planning on going? Like, we've seen it before, that they simply go one rotation too far, but where are they going to stop this one? Vehicle now on fire. They're going to be forced to make a run out in the open. They're completely exposed to Tokyo Magic and Maxisol. Instant headshot comes through. Knows that Max is behind the next ridge line as well. Liquid once again in trouble on a rotation that could have granted them a good center position, but it's simply too early. There are too many teams here with vision on their position.
I get why they did this. Sakura Zensen and Northern Lights, and they saw the other team out in the distance. If they had stayed on the edge, I can see them being in a lot of trouble now, but this is the price you pay. You don't have the information in advance, so when you get there, you just have to play with what the game gives you.
If Tokyo Magic Gang is forced to back off here, if somehow Ends before moving in can fend them off, because that's essentially what's happening right now. Only Maxisol is actively looking down towards Liquid. They might just be able to stay alive, but essentially their life depends on the amount of smokes they have, because that is all that's grinding the cover right now. We do have 2 players on the other side, but fortunately now Teams able to respond. Maxisol falls down. They will have to commit to the rest here. Aimlow wants to go for it, but they know as well that there are players encroaching from behind.
They said, James, Vard, one of you needs to get a knock. When you get that knock, we can join you. They've used a lot of their smokes, but they are together. They've got vehicles as cover. They've got a little bit of a dip, and their center circle as well. Next time we take a look at the mini-map, Sakura Zensen, who they were fighting, they're out in nowhere right now. Tokyo Manji Gang now being aggressed on by Entropic. They don't have to deal with Liquid on the other side, so this is more of a fair 1v1 fight, and they managed to get the first knock as well.
This is playing massively in favor for Liquid. The fact that they get to sit tight on the other side while the Tokyo Manji Gang are fighting all over, and look at who's pushing on this! They want to aggress, they want to penalize Masuri in that direction, but Maxi goes down. Guxiao hadn't quite given up the angle towards Liquid just yet. Nades are coming through. James able to do 37 damage. There's more players coming on forward though. Smart play by Liquid. They know that that hillside is their Achilles heel and they want to deal with it themselves. Issue is they're forced to slow things down now FaZe are wrapping in behind. Vard and Clip on the other side. How does Liquid respond? Entropic fall in 15th. They opted to go aggressive. It didn't pay off as Millman finds QBE.
How wise a move is this going to be? Because now that James has to stop on the road because his teammate was knocked, suddenly Liquid might end up having to fight FaZe as a duo on the other side, and it's not easy for James to get back to join them.
The fact that He-Man is in the compound, though, is what's keeping them, like the remaining 2 FaZe players, from leaving this right now. FaZe could have pushed up as 4, but they have a Sakura Sanson player in the compound that is making it real hard for them. James is desperately trying to cross the road to get back towards his teammates, risking everything to make that cross on and over. No name yet could have been in a position to take him down, but now it's only first peeking over. As I say, that Tundo does get the headshot confirmed onto James, caught in the middle of the road, will find the flush as well, and now Exhalation. The fights that we saw pop off on the west side of the circle just before, it's going to pop off once more. Nade comes forward, no damage done initially, but they get the clear out. Northern Lights fall to Exhalation, who continue to thrive on Miramar.
An ambitious move by Team Liquid, splitting the team to try and aggress on Tokyo Manji Gang. It didn't pay off, and Entropic did die in the end, but Liquid also lost 2. Now we've got FaZe Clan moving up towards Exhalation. They have Sakura Zensen behind them. Remember earlier on, they were fighting Liquid. All 3 players take damage, but no one goes down yet. Do we have another lethal? We don't. 7 smokes and flashbangs, that's all ATS. He has to back off because he doesn't have the grenades to sustain this. That was so close to being perfect.
I saw that being a triple kill all day long, but fortunately, just a tad bit undercooked. They get the warning as it hits the ground and they get to spread out just in time. In the meantime, Himan won't be able to sneak his way any further forward. Sally able to deal with him, and now FaZe Clan trying to fend off their side of the circle. Fix does go down, but does damage and finds the knock first. T-Bone takes down Example. Everyone on the southern side fighting for dear life here.
FaZe Clan and Exhalation then. A lot of smokes on the side of Exhalation, preventing FaZe Clan from getting a clean, quick fight. That's not what they want. They don't spot AC on the side. He gets the double, 55 HP and dropping as he's in the blue momentarily. There's still a member of Exhalation alive somewhere. They can't afford to rest yet, and that's a double. It's Clip coming in against FaZe Clan, and that is a huge difference maker. FaZe Clan out. They looked so good 30 seconds ago.
Liquid essentially split their split. They ran right down the middle, instantly find 2, turn around, find the remaining 2. What a play from Vard and Clip to not only push in there, but very, very, very quickly get the overhead of what's going on around them and capitalize on it. FaZe, they looked so strong in that position. They were fending off, but they get taken out in mere seconds.
Liquid split their aces and get double blackjack there. Absolutely delightful stuff. They now only need to worry about the final player from Exhalation, and I've got no doubt they're going to be checking on that in just a second. They get eliminated there as well, and now we wait and see what the next circle does.
Marsalek trying to defend with utility here while his teammate is getting back on his feet. We'll take a breath. We'll take a breath. That thing is slowed down for just a mere moment.
Talking point here, Toby. When Liquid sent it into circle to begin with, who were they fighting? Northern Lights, and they were fighting Sakura Zensen. They were fighting those 2 teams when they sent it in, and look how much longer they've survived because they made that decision early on. Okay, they're pushing the Tokyo Manji Gang, didn't work out. Everything else about this, though, pretty good.
Exactly. It's a smart play on their part to make the... I mean, it's always incredibly dangerous, and I want to say 7 times out of 10, they get punished even harder for taking that open position early, but fortunately, with the way the things kind of turned out, they end up successful. I like their proactiveness in making, like, for teams to make the push across Tokyo Manji Gang when that fight happened, because had they been allowed to sit tight there, woo, Ooh, welcome to the server. Ooh, and
That was a weird name tag.
that was a weird name tag.
Yeah, he moved super quick,
You
didn't he?
snooze or lose if you looked away from the screen for the last few seconds. You lost that one. In the meantime now, Clip, Vard. I would like to see the heart rate trackers on them right now, because they have got to be pumped with this one. They found one knock, now they're throwing the molly into the smoke. There should be a no-1 guarantee, but as I say that, Vard goes down. Enterprise from the side. Good angle from them to hold off there. Grandius tries to find one, did succeed in doing so. That Flash is going to be a bit short.
He can get the res. He can insta-res this.
Say he should be able to get the res. He throws one more Flash just to be sure that there's going to be no push coming in instantly. Looking at Heroic, though, they are a little far away, and that ridge is going to be just enough cover for him to get back on his feet. In the meantime, up towards the north, Footballers, I mean, it's been a quiet mid to late game for them, but because everyone has been fighting on the south side, they have been able to spread it out. Come on, Beamy, give it to us. There you go, old thing.
He can do it in replay. He can do it in replay.
Exactly. That's all right. That's all right.
So
That's
Footballers, they were in Cruz del Valle, or they were in the town earlier on, and because Ding left, it gave them the freedom to take the top third of the circle for free at this point. So they're waiting for third parties based on what we're watching now. So we've got Team Liquid, and we've got Heroic actually on the south side, but on the west we've got Enterprise and Polish Power, and that's why Vard is really not having a good time right now.
The fact that they both go down here, the fact that Liron gets a knock on that side of the circle goes to show you the position that Footballers has now obtained. They have full vision on anything from that northern side of the circle. Everyone has to essentially push down in their direction right now. Having said that, should the next circle shift south, that's them running into everyone with vision. So things could easily turn around depending on this next circle shift that we're seeing now.
And there's a really lovely overview of the entire circle, by the way. You can see Heroic on the south.
Downhill.
They've got a lot of territory, but so do Footballers, by the way, across the north, and everyone else is being pinched in the middle. Biestoloj doesn't... Actually, no, Biestoloj wants to fight them all. I was going to say he doesn't want an engagement. He's happy to take them all on. It's Enterprise and Polish Power I'm watching.
I was going to say, this is all going to be, what does Enterprise do here? Do they make a play? Do they push into Polish Power? Do they try and make their way towards Heroic? Regardless, they have to make a play, and they have to make it now. Because if they're fighting with blue on their back, we all know what that means. That means death guaranteed. I'm not going to lie, the full-on YOLO into the Shack is... It's not that bad a take, but looking at them right now, I mean, they're most likely low, if not non-existing utility, and everyone is sitting there ready and waiting for the plays to be made. Correxy, 26 bullets in the DMR. Hopefully he won't need more than that. Beamy, in the meantime, gets healed on up. I mean, keep in mind, Heroic has been fighting at a distance pretty much the entire game so far. So look at this, all of them with nades still in hand, which could be the deciding factor come late game.
Footballers still continuing to get a lot of knocks. I don't know how many of them have been translated into kills. 4 so far, and actually they get re-aggressed on by Polish Power, and 2 of them are knocked at the moment. They should be able to get those live. Enterprise using the opportunity to move into center circle, and Heroic spot them, by the way. And they managed to get a knock there as well. So every time someone moves, a couple of knocks happen.
T-Bone is hitting everything right now. The nade from Beamy works out perfectly, and they take down Enterprise in 5th place. Heroic now stands strong, 4 alive. Footballers took one down before, but able, I would assume, to get back on his feet.
They'll get them.
Yep, it should be all right, at least for now. But with that flush coming in on towards the last remaining Enterprise player, it allows for Heroic to spread further down the eastern side of this circle. Lyron does get back on his feet. I mean, Odin really was the deciding factor in their win yesterday in that final game. If he can start popping heads here again, if he can start popping heads here again, that should be, or that might just be their kind of allowance for exit out of here.
The attitude and approach, though, at this point scares me a little bit, because Heroic started off with not having very much position, and they've expanded how much of the circle they've got. Footballers started off with half the circle, and they've shrunk because they got knocked twice. That confidence is not quite there at the moment, so they're playing it a little bit more conservative, and that means they could get sandwiched here.
One thing is confidence. Another thing is when you get a player knocked, you have to commit so much time to get him back on his feet. Because one has to actively go for the res, one has to defend the person resing, and the other one can't push as a solo. So but the fact that it happens twice, as you were saying very correctly there, Joro, has really prevented them from being active whatsoever in terms of trying to take any sort of space towards the south. But now, of course, with the circle closing in for the final time here, they have to make that play on forward. No nades on the hand of Glutny. How much more can they do from here? This push seems practically impossible with Heroic full-on zeroed in on them. Tries to go back for the rock, will be able to get there, but it's the wrong direction. They have to make a play here. Do they try and wrap around the other way? They might just want to do that. Beamy, fortunately, spots one, making his way in that direction, but Aldrin is already down there. Correxy and Page are tasked right now with defending the east edge. And you can see here, this is going to be open. Very difficult play, but that's where Aldrin needs to strike, and he needs to strike well.
And once he strikes, that actually allows them to get into circle. Because Heroic right now, they're defending the south, they're defending the east, but they don't actually have to move. Footballers still have to move, and therefore, they are still finding Polish Power a huge threat. It's making it really difficult. Everywhere they can move into the circle where they don't get seen by Heroic, they can be seen by Polish Power.
Look at the terrain they're taking. All of a sudden, High Ground is in control of Heroic as well. T-Bone peeks over the top. 5 kills for him this game. This nade could be absolutely perfect. Let's see how far it bounces. Just a bit too far. The Molly, though, is going to spread up right behind them. 1 is tagged, 2 is tagged. They should both be going down to this, but no cronies. Just exactly safe. Well, Norgis, so just exactly safe from that one.
Wow.
Spread right behind them. Footballers, where's your response? 1 goes on Gluttony. Finds the double on the edge. How did he just turn this around? This had Heroic written all over it, but there might just be a world where Footballers gets out of here alive.
Beamy gets the trade onto Gluttony now as Footballers try and aggress and try and do something with this advantage. It's Ulsing and Lyron pushing down the east side. Flashed at the moment. They see the double knock, but where are the players that are going to be shooting back?
Norgis?
Lyron gets taken down by Norgis. It's a 3-way fight, and suddenly all of the bites has been taken out of the aggression from Footballers.
There's no way you commit to the rest here, Beamy. It's simply too dangerous. He's in the open, can't get him on over, and all of a sudden what was essentially a 3, making that a 4v1v1 is now down to what could potentially be a 2v2v1 as Ulsing manages to get Lyron back on his feet, but the Molly is there.
No!
He's not going to be able to get out of there alive. He will get knocked, and so I would assume would Lyron, no. Lyron stays alive, able to get the first aid off in time. Will they go for the rest the second time around, though? Heroic, though, fortunately, with having ball time there, back to 3 on their feet, and that nade...
Just res again, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're all good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, just a bit.
You've got a rock there, it's fine.
Still 2 more, though, in the hands of Paige. He knows exactly where they are. Throws on more short once more. That last one needs to be perfect, Paige.
Ice in their veins. Ice in their veins. Literally 40 BPM. They do not mind. It's fine. We'll get the res. We'll deal with them later. But another knock onto Lyron. Is this finally where they go out? Yes, it is.
Norgis gets him down. Ulsing falls to the ground. Great effort by Footballers to stay alive. I thought for a second that Gluttony there was able to open that eastern flank for them to push through. But fortunately, Heroic there ready with the answer. And now Norgis, decision to be made here. Do you try to get the kill or do you simply concede in blue? I think the decision is made already. Try and deny, but it's not going to happen. Beamy wants the kill to add it up to 14. Heroic, what a win. What a game. Great win. 14 kills there for Heroic.
I love that. He's behind the shack. Don't let him die to the blue.
No way.
Beautiful stuff
no
there
way.
from Heroic. And a lovely chicken dinner as well. 20 plus
that
points,
was
exactly
well
what
played.
the doctor ordered. So good.
It was so impressively well played. They were east, like they had compound security for a good while the chaos unfolded, but as soon as Entropic pushed up the hillside and they took them out, they pushed up, they dealt with Tokyo Marriage Gang as well, and that's when they knew, we're now playing back straight towards the east, we can cross the road, we are the last team to cross the road to the west, let's start the onslaught. And that's exactly what they did. 14 kill chicken dinner. It's exactly what Heroic needed to bounce right back into the top.
Huge points haul there for Heroic. Credit to Footballers as well. I had Chumbawamba in my head going, how many reses can we get? Very, very close to being able to mount a come. I genuinely think if Heroic left them alone for another 2 or 3 seconds, they would have reset and they would have actually started aggressing again.
Yeah.
So it was important to close that off. And not allowing Polish Power to die to the blue at the very end there. That was just like the cherry on top.
The fact that they could contain both the players from Footballers and also hold off Norgis from making a play from there at the same time. Heroic late games. It's a good thing to watch.
Right, so we're going to give you guys at home a little bit of a chance to recharge your glasses now because this is our final break of day 2 at the Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one more Miramar game after this break. See you soon.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Gilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Gilu, the home of everyday esports.
We're moving into game number 6 here at the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals on day number 2, and we just got to see Heroic pop off. We haven't really seen a lot of them. They've kind of been skimping around, so I was excited to see that, and my favorite thing, of course, was denying the deny, which I think is important because I don't like it when we try and deny things at the end.
It's a smart thing to deny yourself, especially in a situation like this. You're two teams that are competing towards the top right now. Two of them, they're basically head-to-head right now, and they want to, of course, deny every single point possible for the other team. So it's a very smart move, but at the same time, that one was read, they got read like a book by Heroic, just pushing up straight away, knowing, okay, they're going to go for the deny here. We're just going to go and deny that deny.
Yeah, that was beautiful by Beamy. Also making it just in time. I think it was the very last tick and he would have been gone. But yeah, it's obviously something that's obvious, right? You're going to try to deny points. If you can take points away from the ones you're competing against, it's something that's super obvious, right? But didn't happen. But it's rare that we see that. It's usually with a nade or Molotov that you throw in a direction where somebody has to get into that area, but it ended up being Beamy chasing down that extra point. And it could mean a difference because we've often seen ties on leaderboards in the very end.
But at the same time, you got to give it down to Norcus still. Trying to go for it still. Yeah. He was down to the last second when he realized, okay, I need to leave this shack and go around it into the open if I'm going to do anything. That's not going to happen. Before that, he still tried. He tried to peek. He tried to put down some bullets and see if he could find anything, but he couldn't. So it was like, all right, instead of just giving them the points, I'm just going to go and deny myself, and we're going to try to make sure that we're going to stay on even grounds.
It is the smart play, I'm well aware, but the fun play, if you're watching at home, is to not see that happen. So I'm glad that we got that for the chicken dinner. Talking about the chicken dinner, though, Heroic, incredible performance from them. Break down how they were able to get that win in the end.
Yeah, so obviously the compound, the Saloon compound south of Cruz there, it's a very, very strong compound. You have no other compounds, no cover, no nothing around it. So if it goes close to there, it's going to be a pretty good win. But it went away from them. They had to move. They made sure that their backs was free, that they were the only team pushing in from that direction. Me and Frost was like, need to take that area now. Need to take that area now. And they were jumping straight into the car. They did that. And we're obviously sitting here with hindsight and with full map control, right? But we know that they were able to get that information based on where they were, with the angles they were able to see, and they took that, they took control, they played it smart, stayed 4 guys alive, made sure they put pressure on all the other teams as well, stayed in control, only lost 2 guys to a kind of unexpected peak very close to the blue zone from their like far right side. They didn't expect to see that, but they managed to get that 1 guy up again, and they were 3 in the end.
Yeah, they did get some help from Polish Power though.
Oh yeah,
making sure that push didn't happen from footballers, and because of that, they took advantage of it. Of course, playing out the sides, making sure they had all the ground, and then they just lined up on the line and just pushed forward throughout the whole circle, basically. I had every single angle. There was nowhere for anyone to go.
No, it's good to see. Overall, this area, though, it's a very hard area to play. There's not that much cover. You see some of the teams try to go for these dips, but when there's still high ground areas where Tokyo Manji Gangers in, for example, here, they're going to be picked apart. So in the northern circles in general, you need to try to be, if you can, needed to try to be some of the teams that are coming in with the circle as the last team, rather than these Hail Mary situations. But sometimes you just have to. You're fighting, or you've had a hard shift against you where you have to make a rotation, as you see some of these teams do. Polish Power played it super well. They got a decent amount of kills, but Heroic, they cleaned up in the end, and they got so many points from this game.
What was your highlight? We're watching the highlights now, but what was your highlight from this game?
I will say the Bluestone-ish peak from Gluttony, getting 2 down. This one here with a 3x spray from the Scar was pretty damn nice. That's super well executed. 1 headshot on Page, and also taking Kirixia out. That could have turned the tide for the whole battle, but Heroic recovered and managed to win the game from it.
How about you, Frost?
I gotta say, Denying the Deny. I really love that. Reading them literally like a book and just sprinting out into the blue to get that last point, of course.
We get to watch it one more time, as he does that, and we'll see.
Peekaboo.
There we go. That was my favorite part, but I'm also excited to see Heroic perform, because they haven't been showing off that much, and now we get to see them in that top spot. But Polish Power, they're in second, still getting more points.
They're looking good, yeah. They're kind of keeping up a little bit, but the big one here is that Na'Vi, Exhalation, and BBL getting 5-5 and 0 points means that all our mid-pack teams can catch up a little bit. Massive for Heroic to have a big game here when all the top teams have a bad one.
This is where it's going to shake it up when we see the leaderboard, though. And it is still all to play for. We're coming towards the end of day 2. I thought maybe we would have a few teams pulling away. I hinted at that just before this game. Not the case.
Well, we are seeing some of the teams pulling away a little bit. And you can see here on the overall leaderboard, of course, that the top, it is growing a little bit, but there's a big segregation still going on. But at the same time, it is still like top 8 is still like within the grasp of playing with, for the win here, I'd say.
Yeah, even knowing them yet on 9th there with 60 points, they can have a good game, jump straight into the top 6 as well. But as you say here, Na'Vi, Exhalation, BBL is looking very good. Heroic here, 4 points just after BBL. A little bit of a segregation in between that, but still, Liquid is keeping on. Polish Power is doing well. Northern Lights is still. It's a kind of a spread out mid-pack now with a little bit of a touch to keep on to the top. But if any of our top 3 teams have a massive game, they will completely pull away, and that would be massive for them going into day number 3.
Yeah, and that's a rough part, right? And that's why it's so great to see in the previous game here. When those teams went out early, we saw the other teams taking opportunity of that and making sure that they grab a lot of points, push themselves towards them, because they are running away. And as for the further we go into the tournament, the harder it's going to be for them to catch up, the more pressure it's going to be on the teams trying to make as many points as possible for each game. And it's always going to be down to the last game anyway to know who's going to be the winner. But we want to know on the way there how it's going to work out, who's going to be chasing for that win, who's going to try to hold that first spot.
Who's been the most consistent team for you so far?
I'll tell you that right now. Our Observer team has been very consistent. We've caught some very good action here with obviously Answer Direct them, but also Malman, Menox, and Yarny. It's really good to see these guys catching all the action and all the headshots from all the Bolt, right? We love seeing Beamy have the Bolt. So Odin yesterday with some sick Bolt action as well, and we've been catching all of it in camera.
I know that it's hard to believe, but that wasn't rehearsed, and this isn't rehearsed.
Crazy, right?
Martin is just Avenge is very good at his job, so is Frost, but we'll check how good, because I'm about to reveal the Easter egg. I'm going to give you the name of the player, and you're going to tell me all the things you might know. So if you were watching, you know this already. The name of the player that won a previous G-Loot season and the one that you could potentially direct message to G-Loot Esports to win a Survivor pack was a doozy. Go.
Correct. A doozy.
I can start.
Yeah.
GLL Season 3 winner with Team Unique, of course. Then we saw him winning Nations Cup together with some other players. But for Season 3 there, he was playing together with me, Stand-in, Mr. Batir, and a doozy.
Stand-in, play with me, a doozy, and Mr. Batir, yeah. And it's the very end in 2018, actually, after the PL qualifier. So we came to a very, very cold Stockholm, had some fantastic games, and they were actually in a really, really good lead. I believe they had like 15% point lead over number 2, so they were really confident. I think it was 15 games, 3 wins they won. Super good games from them, and fantastic event. I was there as well.
I have a great idea for a new PUBG show. It's called the History Channel.
Yeah.
Avenger and Frost.
Great.
That can be the next thing. Let's talk about the next game. What do you think is going to happen? Where's the circle going to pop? Who do you think is going to take the chicken dinner? Let's make some guesses.
So we've actually had some really nice circles so far. It's been a little bit over the place, not too predictable, kind of hard. And if we continue that, we've had a western one, we've had a kind of a northeastern one. If we could have a southeastern one, I would be really happy for us.
I love that place.
The terrain in general, you could basically play on foot from Circle 2. And the only problem is if you have to cross that big road that leads up from the gas station up towards Los Leones? No, Los Leones.
Oh, yeah.
And from Impala as well, you have all of that terrain with the super big ridges and divots that you can play. And if you play on foot from there, from Circle 2, we're going to have so many beautiful fights. I love that area.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. Either there or just on the southern part. But no water. We don't want any water. We don't want any islands in play. That's the whole thing at least. But I'm hoping that we can see a little bit of exhalation, a little bit more. Because I want to see them get a win.
Right.
They've been super consistent so far, but they haven't got themselves a win. And, it's bound to happen.
If they do here in the very end, and they get a big win, they will be number 1. Like, they will be in a pretty good spot as well. And if they can keep up the consistency going into tomorrow, we could be looking at an absolutely insane team coming in, having really good performance in the last couple of weeks here. And I'm happy to see that they're doing so well. Like, it's a team that's been playing together for a long time, and it's kind of coming for them.
It's also scary, because if they would get a win, they would just jump ahead of everybody else and just jump away. And we don't want to see that, of course, but I still want to see them get a win. Just maybe a 1-kill win or something like that.
It's because you want it to come down to the very last game, on the very last fight, the last 3 teams fighting each other for the win. Yeah, we love
100%. That's how you want to end everything, of course.
There's some teams that are sitting at the bottom end of the bracket, though. Which are the ones that need to pull up their socks a little bit that you're thinking probably need the big win today as well?
I think when we look at ends, they need to get into the sauna and chill, and then reset their minds for tomorrow, because they need to have a big day a big game here in the last game, but also tomorrow they need to have a big step up if they want to get into that top 8.
I gotta say, Entropic is a team that I was looking forward to see a little bit more from. I've been a little bit disappointed with their performance so far, especially since we know what they are able and capable of doing. But so far, we haven't really seen that kind of aggression from them. I feel like it's just been like them picking apart, them just being very passive and being a little bit too careful. I want to see them just go back to what they do during the qualifiers, basically. Just go full ham and see what happens at least.
I think all the teams should just go full ham. Let's just have a last chaotic game and shake it all up, right? That's what we want.
Yeah, let's get an Aces ending then, right? Complete shake up. These guys are never used to playing that area.
Right, we don't know how this is going to go, but the casters will let you know all the action in game. You can watch that final game here for day 2. Joe Rosar, Toby, I'm going to stop talking now because we're starting to get a bit silly.
Thank you very much, guys. Toby, you're back. I thought we lost you there at the end of that last segment.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. All's good.
Last game of the day?
Last game of the day, indeed. Tomorrow we're heading into Championship Sunday, but one more game for the players to get as many points as they possibly can before we head on into tomorrow's final 6. I am extremely excited to see how this will unfold, because as the desk correctly stated, we've been blessed by good end games here on Miramar today, and I want to see more of it. I essentially don't care where on the map we go, but if we can get what we saw from BBL in the first one, if we get what we saw from Heroic here, the spread out, the take control, the dominance asserting on open field endings where you're as much as at risk from going down as your opponents, if we can get some of that here in the final game, take me anywhere. Just give me a good ending.
10 to 4 o'clock plane path here in our final Miramar game of the day. And you're absolutely right. Whoa.
Ding?
Whoa.
Ding?
Ding? Hello? This is, okay, I think they're like, look, if you didn't like the 2-2 split, if we're talking about the Team Liquid 2-2 split from the last game and how this is...
You know what? This is Sting playing off of yesterday. This is
what?
I'm gonna place a bet here and say this is not a oops, we forgot to jump out of the plane, or someone had to go to the bathroom, or whatever it may be. Remember yesterday on Miramar when they were literally looting Val Del Mar all the way down to the Los Hijos Bridge? They're just saying, you know what? I mean, if they're gonna continue to give us all this space, we're going to take it until we contest it. And right now, they have a fourth of the server to loot for themselves. I'm putting my money strongly confirmed on this is 100% intentional. They want to spread out, they want to take control, and this right here is a very, very smart way of doing it.
So what you're saying is that instead of us being able to say, Ding have 40% of the zone in Phase 7, we're actually saying, strictly speaking, Ding have about 250% of the size of Phase 1.
Yeah.
That's amazing. They are actually rotating in now, by the way. But that is officially the widest, what looks like to be an intentional split that I think I've ever seen in a game of competitive PUBG.
It is essentially a cross-map split.
It's a 7.5 kilometer split.
And
they could have landed islands, I suppose.
And right now, the way that they're doing it, it's worth it.
It kind of works.
They have a guaranteed entrance path. The only issue could be, obviously, if someone gets in between them. If they somehow get caught, if the connection between them gets cut off, that could become a problem. But right now, with the circle being where it is, I was just going to say, Heroic, they're going to wrap up in behind BBL. They might go east of BBL, kind of west of Los Leones into this, but there's going to be no one.
Oh, hello, Nookie. Hold that for just a second. Nookie's thinking, do I have this compound? And he heard the footsteps just enough. Is he going to be able to get away, though? We've got Melman and Example. Melman has to reload. Example hasn't got a clean shot yet. Here comes Melman for a second bite at the apple, and Nookie just about survives. Sorry, you were saying?
The fact that he gets away from that.
Very lucky.
Taking any damage.
Very lucky.
When there's two, not just players, but two Na'Vi players sitting with ARs within 20 meters.
It's because Example didn't have an angle when Melman opened fire. If it was both of them,
they literally fired three full max.
That's true.
Together,
no,
and literally did not hit him a single time. That is
Nookie.
That is Nookie getting out of a situation alive, which 9 out of 10 times would have never happened.
Next level juking.
I suppose so. I suppose so. In the meantime, everyone else getting looted and grouped on up, or I should say split on up, because that's kind of the game plan for most of these teams when we see these east side circles. And one of the teams that are pretty split right now is Tokyo Manji Gang. We just saw there on the screen before in a wide four-way split currently, but of course starting to group up ever so much more as we make our way later on into the early stage of the game. Now BBL in the meantime, the opposite going on here. Not spreading up. They are spreading out, I should say. I can't even talk anymore. But they're grouping up instead, trying to see if they can make their way into what would be more of a center position. Yeah, I like the way BBL has been approaching these Miramar games today. It's, I mean, the first game of Miramar today, obviously their win, very, very impressive.
Yes,
to late
absolutely.
Game. And their approach to this one, coming in the south, kind of behind Entropic, could easily turn out to be good for them as well. Tokyo Manji Gang in the meantime, I mean, I don't know if ENCE have just, maybe it's because maybe it's kind of the blessing. You know, we have Caster Curse and Desk Blessing. The desk said they wanted to see a good game from ENCE in the final game, and then because that's been set now, it's been brought onto the server, there's like a halo over the heads of the ENCE players going, we are immortal for the first circle, because the desk said we would survive.
I mean, to be fair, for the first circle,
I mean,
like, okay, I'd play this on Edge, but I could be immortal in the first circle. That's not true.
That's only when you don't shut it.
Yeah,
and when you're not in the car.
Yeah, fair. Don't let me near a vehicle, and we might be okay. I'll just run there from Los Higos and pick up a lot of first aids. That's the strategy.
Oh, Vod makes the committed pull up here, but Na'Vi are ready and waiting. James had the overview position, but Aaliyah has a position from where he can do damage. Why is that angle not being held? The approach to the circle is from the spot where Aaliyah has vision. They thought they were smart about it, but unfortunately losing one as they make their way in. Now they do have the numbers, but look at this Crazy. Quickly to pick up a dual barrel shotgun. Will Liquid be able to get damage here, or will the shotgun prevail? One around the corner. Tack one's not going to be enough. Has to swap on over. Not going to happen. Liquid stands strong, but again, I hate to say it, but losing a player at 6 minutes in.
Fight's not over. I think they want to keep taking this. Melman now joining the fight as well. Na'Vi have decided this is not a fight that they want to let go of easily. And that means that James is going to be facing round 2 very quickly. More utility getting chucked in here. Where's the rest of the team?
Trying to back off. It's a difficult position to really fight through. Clip. Oh, nading James tries to get out the window. Not going to happen, unfortunately. James was down to low HP already, and that nade just going to do enough damage. I mean, tried to lob it on through, hitting the wall, though accidentally taking down his teammate in the process. trying to stay put here. And the thing is, I mean, as hard as it is to defend for Liquid, it's also pretty hard to push for Na'Vi. Every single time they try to wrap around the side, you see Clip, nice peek there, doing damage. But look at the angle he has here. It is very dirty. I mean, one thing it's dirty, but it's very hard to get bullets through. Very hard to spray that one down. Oh, the shotgun comes in. We haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong here, we haven't really seen shotguns in play at all. Really. There was a DPS yesterday in the city ending, but other than that, we haven't really seen it. Vard finds Alia outside. 2v1 now. Example, sitting alone, trying to find something. Gets in, gets James down, one more player flush. So they're down to 2. Clip, taking damage through the smoke. He wants to get Melman up in his feet, and I can understand why. Wanted to get Leah as well, probably, but not going to happen. Vard comes out, secures that one, so at least 2 points guaranteed here for Liquid.
They've used all their grenades as well, because that would have been an instant chuck to
now from far away!
No!
From up in Minas, Perfectix comes up and says, oh! A player that just got rest? Let me see what I can do from here. And all of a sudden, Example in trouble, forced to play inside, but really not wanting to whatsoever. Trying to throw some smokes out, grant some more cover for his fallen teammate, but Smash now a 4th team coming in from the side here as BBL make their presence known.
And this is why, if you want to go in and commit to a fight like this, because don't forget, Na'Vi lost one and they had the option to disengage, but they chose to push in anyway.
Yep,
if you take longer than a minute, you will invite stuff like this, and Vard finishes the job. Na'Vi eliminated on 100 points. They've made 3 figures, a really, really good total so far, but they're eliminated first in this final game.
In before the next circle, Heart shifts east. And we go,
Don't you even.
Oh, what?
Look, the islands are out, Toby.
This is not about the islands. Let me make a point about something that's not the islands, Joro. I'm just saying,
that possible?
In before that hardcore, intense early game fight was essentially for nothing.
Oh, that would be... Oh, that's so mean.
That's the risk involved with taking aggressive fights early.
Yeah.
I gotta say, the approach from Liquid on that one, I saw what they did. I like the idea. They have EP up, kind of getting the overview position. Thing is, I'm not sure. I mean, we didn't see it right from the start, or maybe my memory is just not serving me right. We didn't see it right from the get-go, so he might not have had the info that Alia was in the position he was in to be able to get the angle onto Mexi. Because they saw the one by the stables, and if they thought this is where Na'Vi is, we can punish that. And their approach coming in from that other side, that is a perfect play. So if it's just a lack of information, fair play, but if they know Alia is up in that building with an angle that James literally can't do anything to cover, making the approach from there rather than literally sending it over the hills from where James was, in my opinion, that is a misplay. But again, we're talking nanosecond decision-making here that even the very, very top of players can't be expected to make. We get to slow things down. We get to talk about it after. We get to know exactly where everyone is. It's so easy for us to go out and point out the smallest things that could have been done differently. But in the end, it's those minute things that make the difference in whether you succeed or not.
And now that means Liquid have to play the next, well...
And now they get to win. Now they win the game because they got the compound, obviously.
Yeah, clearly. And
it was all worth it in the end. What am I even talking about?
Complete donut of a circle puts Liquid very, very close to center. It more or less squares up in Minas Generalis, and that means that the compounds outside of the city are going to attract an undue amount of attention. Northern Lights on the north side and BBL on the east side of Team Liquid are going to be taking a look at this compound very closely indeed. Hopefully multiple guns will keep them away.
Where's FaZe stopping on this? Are they...
They're not stopping inside Minas, not yet. They can't.
Stop down here. Are they playing the Valley in Phase 2?
No, they'd have to play...
They are.
But then anyone rocking up on the hill behind them, we can see it on screen right now. Someone could rock up as a scouting area and spot all of FaZe in the Valley. It could be quite dangerous for them.
It's an early commit. I get what they're doing, playing, obviously, the land ratio circles, or settings that will come in 2 circles from now, knowing that we're shifting away from the Minas Mountain, we're shifting away from the hard south. It's gonna go somewhere in the middle, but keep in mind, we're still 1 circle away from shifting away from everything. So committing to this early, and as you were saying, if there's a team that spots them and wants to just play kind of guardhouse up above them or watch out position, they're gonna have a hard time leaving. And should it, God forbid, have all their tires popped, they ain't never getting out of that valley alive.
Exactly, because all teams want to sort of ideally not be in Minas, but be close to center. Which means if anyone takes like the Lip of La Bandita and spots FaZe in the next 3 minutes, say, before the land ratio stuff comes in, they're in a really precarious position. Even if they survive, I'm really worried for their vehicles.
It's a position that I haven't seen FaZe commit to this hard in the past, especially not this early on in the game. Whether that be, you know, new players, new kind of strategies being put to use, or whatever it may be, I'm not going to say I'm against it before I see it fail. I'm just saying that it's a very early commitment to a position that could turn out to be incredibly difficult to defend. Because if one team peeks over La Bandita, one team peeks over Minas at the same time, they're screwed. But right now, no one can do that.
And to be fair to FaZe, to add a little bit of counterbalance to that, if they've thought about this and they don't think anyone is going to peak, they're going to look like geniuses in FaZe 4.
I mean, the thing is, right now, no one can peak. Because if you play that hillside in Minas, you know there's a team south. Like, you know there's a team south of you that'll shoot you in the back.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. If you're La Bandita. If you're on the Minas side, you cross that road, look into the valley, you're essentially getting shut at by half the server.
Yes,
so
Minas
for now,
they can
they're
see each
safe.
other. Exactly.
For now, they're safe. For now, they're all right. It's still, though, you're very much limiting your opportunity to gain info on other teams. All you can do is essentially play off of audible cues. You can see a bit out towards the west and a little bit towards the east as well, but you're very limited in info gathering. And normally, I like to think of FaZe as one of those teams that is really good at playing off of info they're given. But here, all the info they're going to be able to obtain is essentially what they're able to catch off of kill feed and audible cues.
They're putting themselves in the reactionary position.
Very much. Very
not
much.
the rest of the game, but certainly for, I would say, up to phase 4.
Yeah.
It's reasonable for us to say that right now. The only teams that are vaguely close to each other, we saw a brief glimpse of Senya before, but while they are very close to Tokyo Manji Gang, I think he wants to wait. You want to wait for Uber to get there.
I was just going to say, are they pushing into this as two? They have best luck. You can see down in the bottom right corner, east of La Bandita.
They're already...
Ding are with 2 players up close to Tokyo Manji Gang. Uber is now making its way over in that direction, and it's clear to see that best luck is kind of holding the angle safe. I think they're waiting for this circle to pop, and now that it's gone away, there's no good reason. I mean, okay, they could just say, well, what, kills? That's a good reason, right? Other than that, there's no good reason to make this aggressive play. I would say, Senya, back off, get the vehicle, wrap around Tokyo Manji Gang rather than take the fight here.
You know what, though, Toby? What do you think about this? If they push Tokyo Manji Gang now, because they're already in the quote-unquote unbackstabbable position, if they clear this squad, they know that they can beeline it to like their 5 o'clock position in circle and be completely safe unless someone like No Name yet does a wide rotate. So maybe that's their path into the circle through this team.
With how Aimlul and Waits are playing this building right now, they have a 150% knowledge
that someone's here.
of there being a team on their doorstep. And it takes just 1 second of looking in the wrong direction for you to get players taken down. It's so incredibly dangerous, especially now that Ding is in a position where they can try and wrap around, where they can try to get into the circle. We know it's going to shift, I would assume, southwest to some extent, but how much, we don't know. In my opinion, I don't think this is like time spent that even if they do get 2 kills, it's going to be fruitful for Ding because they will still have to make a wide rotation around La Bandita, which they have no info on right now.
Wade and Aimlol both firing towards Ding. No one hitting yet, but really just making it clear to them that yes, we know someone is in here. Waiting for the grenades to pop. Aimlol still just gathering info. First grenades now popping. Ding trying to take the long building. And Wade does a goes down, sorry. Senya does a beautiful job of taking down Wade. And now suddenly Aimlol's in a lot of trouble.
Let's see, the final push comes on over Aimlol. Let's get the first one. If he gets the flush here, that is just not worth the while. Nade comes out.
You wanted it.
I wanted the shotgun. We finally get to see something with it. Fortunately, Sale able to get around the corner. So there you go. They get the kills. They clear them out. They don't take casualties. Fortunately, it very much could have happened, but does not quite end up being the case. Ding lives with 4 and can now make their way in towards the circle. But with the lack of info, how hard is it going to be from here?
I haven't considered this before because we were looking at Minas and we were looking at the hill behind.
Yeah.
To what extent can Heroic see FaZe?
They can't.
How long will this position stay tenable?
I'm going to give you the politically correct answer.
Okay.
As long as it's inside the circle.
As long as it's wow. I think if it centers up on them, we're getting worried from
and obviously Heroic could get pushed in that position, no doubt about it. As long as Beamy does that, though. Thank you, observers, for not looking at him, because he would have missed that shot.
Yes, exactly.
As long as they can do what Beamy does now, because you saw him in the kill feed just before getting a knock onto Tundu, where they got the flush as well. Force players to think twice about peaking that position. As long as they can maintain kind of the aggressive output, and every time someone peeks over, they're hurt. it's going to be hard. This circle, we'll see 5 seconds from now. We know we're shifting away from the Minas Mountain, but how far
Liquid
away
hard shift.
are we
Liquid hard
going?
shift? No.
We're just literally as close to the mountain as we possibly could be. FaZe might have known something we didn't here, because they're now in... I'm not even, despite the fact that this is center circle, I'm not going to call it prime real estate, because not too long from now, there's going to be one team left from the south side. They will have a position that could really, really be dangerous to face, but that's still a while away.
FaZe are safe until about 3 teams die on the south, and then their position's really dangerous. But so we'll see what happens. Liquid, they're sending
Liquid, they're going full speed forward. They want to go up into the mountains. I mean, again, we shifted away from the mountains. Now it can go anywhere once more. But how many teams can you go past without being taken out? The smoke is coming in. It's not light no more. It's dark now. Just a moment from now, we will see Fireball jumps out of the vehicle. Don't make them. Wait, what? Somehow Clip gets run over by Mod mid-rotation, and they end up going out in 14th.
I don't actually know what happened. You saw one of the players exit the vehicle, and that might have dealt enough damage to them for them to die, but that counts as a suicide, doesn't
Maybe
it?
it was mid-turn, and the car just kind of... boop.
How do you get out of a car and then get in front of it so that you can be... What?
Some things we don't question.
No, okay. One of the mysteries of the universe.
I see what they're doing, trying to make up on the hillside. They know that teams are going to play away from the hill because of where the circle shifts. I don't think they were expecting there to be that many teams up there, but unfortunately that was exactly the case. Now in the meantime, BBL peeks on over and Enterprise regretting fighting them to begin with, because the kill feed has got BBL written all over it. FaZe in the meantime saying, this valley is ours. We've been here since phase 2 and we're planning to keep it that way. Diggory finds one, Dex finds the other. Fex does go down and return to Rustenmar though. In the meantime, Enterprise falls as Freeman gets taken down.
FaZe now, it's a little bit of management of what angles they have open to them, because Ensa to their southeast, for example, you might have Exhalation and Daboom creeping up. Luckily, everyone down south is still fighting, so I think this is still manageable for FaZe, but this is just with one team fighting them.
Exactly, this is where we're entering the phase where where FaZe needs to clear teams fast, because the more teams that get to sit around here, the more trouble they're going to be in. That nade is going to be good. Finds Fex right as he got on his feet. Gustav now tagged up as well. The Boom might be alone, but he is doing a hell of a lot of damage towards Gustav and Fex. Yeah, Fex will fall, and this is exactly why I feared this position. If they can't execute fast enough, if they allow for teams to sit around, it's simply going to be impossible to prevent this ship from sinking. If you keep on letting the leaks on through, you will go down eventually.
FaZe gets da-boomed there, and that's what we were talking about, right? As soon as a second team starts to fight their position, look at how... Okay, Daboom just got eliminated, but think about it this way. He ran up to them, threw the frag, got the point, ran back behind a tree. He didn't get shot once.
Nope. Able to make that transition is dangerous. Now we head back to the south side of the circle where Northern Lights absolutely butchering BBL, trying to make their rotation on out. They still have Entropic to deal with. Actually, as I say that, Entropic backed off. So this is a somewhat doable rotation for BBL. At least the whole getting out of the compound should be doable. But because of Northern Lights' position, it's turning to be practically impossible for them to get anywhere. Look at the position they're in here as well. Polish Power, perfect vision out front. Odin does get taken down. Footballist in trouble trying to make their way out of Minas as well.
Northern Lights, they're in a good position, but the longer they stay here, the worse their position gets, and they know, and that's why Perfectix, they have to move up. They have to try and clear a way into the circle, but it's not just heroic. They might have to clear others as well. That's disgusting.
219 damage. T-Bone just got headshot by a frag grenade.
It fell into the Tetris hole. That's so unfair.
And this is the issue with this position. You can do nothing to prevent this. You have to jump up in order to get out from here. You have to vault up in order to get out of here. And if there's a team sitting up here holding and waiting for you, it's just a question about time, a question of time before you get taken down. The only thing they can hope for is exactly what's happening now. BBL starting to respond to the onslaught that went the other way just before. They need other teams to help defend their position because they cannot peek out of this right now.
If they peek out of this, Batulans is going to be able to hold that angle. Otherwise, we've got our final player coming in as well. BBL wanting to make a play for it and actually being dissuaded from doing just that. Are they going to keep going? Are they going to persevere? It looks like they are.
FaZe also, remember, has an angle in this. Diggory now shooting towards Batulans on the hillside. They need to spread out. They need to take control. Nades coming in as well. Gustav finds Sketba. They need to make sure that no more players can grab on through that side of the circle. Spiro with the nades.
Wow.
Able to get smashed down. That's the end of BBL. So the pressure from the south is eliminated. Now Heroic is the next team to deal with for Northern Lights. Sting in the meantime fall as well as we make it down to 9 teams left alive. Now Diggory falling once more, and Batulins gets the angle. He simply can't do anything to keep him alive.
Have they got any more frag grenades to use on Heroic? The circle's coming in. They don't have a lot of time. They have to make it work now. Batulins going down isn't helpful at all. More nades going into the Tetris holes. I now can't get the Tetris theme tune out of my head, by the way. Northern Lights are being squeezed. They don't have time to execute this.
Somehow Heroic are able to respond to this. They got out of the zip. They're pushing forward. There should never be a chance for them to make that aggressive play, but the blue is coming in and they're getting shot by Entropic on the south side. That allows for Heroic to make a hero play over the side. Unfortunately, T-Bone can't connect the shot. He needs on Louis. He's tanking blue, but he's making waves regardless. Beamy falls. T-Bone falls. Both of them taken out now. HC goes down too. Just Gustav left. As I say that, FaZe falls altogether. 9 teams out. As I would say that, 8 teams, I should say, left alive. Placement points are here, but oh my lord, what a journey to get to this point of the game.
And exactly as you predicted, Toby, by the time there was 1 team left on the south side, that's when FaZe disappeared, and that one team is Entropic. In the southeast, we have ENCE. In the south, we have Entropic, and these 2 teams have been able to pick up the pieces left by everybody else, and they've got 4 players left alive each. They only have 1 enemy now, the next circle.
Northern Lights fall, so does Heroic. Everything that is southwest in this circle is eliminated. And for now, Entropic, the victors of the south. And, well, I mean, you say their only opponent is the circle. I would say their only opponent is ENCE, because as soon as they get down this ridge line, there's going to be a team of ENCE sitting down there ready and waiting. How, Entropic, are you planning on approaching this one? It's going to be a tough one, don't get me wrong. But as long as they can get down into the valley, I don't think they have vehicles to use for it at this point. They should have, but the fact that Leaderboard's place is on foot makes me think that they're going to opt to all try and see if they can kind of sliver down the side without ENCE noticing. Tixu, though, getting into a position from where he should be able to have angles on all of them. You can see now Nailab as well, getting into a car from where he should... I mean, they're going to full speed send it. That's the other option here. Either you play it real slow, or you just go... We just got to get down to Leaderboard. Because essentially, they should... You know what? They should have gone for the shack before Tixu got there. That would have been the play. I think so. The fact that Tixu comes up and literally just puts a stop to their rotation, that is a really smart play. But Tixu has to stay alive. Tixu needs to be defended. Well, I'm not sure why Nuki is still down in this compound. Maybe defending to make sure they couldn't wrap around the backside. But he needs to be up there defending now. 1 falls for Tensu! On the other side of things, triple nade thrown in out of nowhere. Knew they had them down behind the rock on the other side and throws the nade needed. We said he had to defend that position, and that is exactly how you do it. Oh my lord, Tixu gets the entirety of Entropic out of the server.
You know what it was, Toby?
That was nade.
That shack was bait. The shack was bait.
It was.
The shack was bait.
He knew all along.
ENCE with 7 kills into the top 5. They needed a big game. This might very well be it.
Squeaky does fall as they make their way on up, but look at this, ENCE. What a play. Tixu waiting for the right moment, allowing for the blue to creep in ever so much more. Only had 1 nade to use there, froze it perfectly. And as a result of it, takes out the entire threat from behind. I saw a world there for a long time where Entropic came out on top, but that nade put a stop to it right away.
It really did. Like, Entropic looked like they were getting in position to try and... Well, ENCE wanted to hold Entropic out, but when, you know, they knew that there was 1 person in the shack, rolling up to it made a lot of sense, but the response from ENCE was absolutely inch perfect. Really, really well done to them. And we now at the final 5. It could well be a Minas Generales circle here. ENCE are the only team down south. They no longer have to worry about the threat from west or east. That actually buys them a lot of credit in this circle, because everyone in Minas, they're looking at the next building. They don't care about what's going on down south right now.
Nix, I think because Shiv is sitting so still, he doesn't realize that the little pitch of black that he can see is actually a player. There's a small sliver of a player visible, but because he's sitting so still, he's not like he's recognizing the movement as a player.
He's got a frag. He's got 2 mollies.
I mean, he's got all the utility, but you can see he has... Oh, no, there's a shadow. He moved away.
Oh, there's a... that means 6 more weeks of winter, right?
This is where you throw the nade, Nix. You've got to use the utility to clear him out, because you're not getting out of this building. The thing is, it's Shift to make the play. Shiv is inside. Shiv has to make the wraparound, and he needs Philo to help him out. In the meantime, now Football is trying to make a play on forward. Olsing falls down. Marsalik standing strong. Polish Power, it's been a very quiet game for them. But then again, why make an aggressive play if you don't need to? They've been sitting tight inside the compound for a while now. There you go. 4 teams left alive. Sakura Sensen wanted to get things going. They have a decent position here. Ent really wanted to get things going today, sitting in the bottom of the leaderboard. 9 kills and 3 players still alive, and the circle has gone towards the road.
So, quick shout out there as well. Footballers talking about turning things around from Game 6 onwards. Another top 5 finish.
They have managed to crack the code that is making placement points, and I think that's, I mean, if anything, a huge step from yesterday.
Yep.
One thing is, yes, they get the win yesterday. I would rather see them have 3-4 decent games than 1 win and 5 bad games.
True, absolutely, 100%.
It is way better overall to have the performances spread out than just banking everything on 1 good game to kind of save your butt.
So, right now, we have 3 teams inside Minas fighting each other. No Name Yet and Sakura Zensen are basically on top of each other. They're tangled in the bed sheets right now, and it's Polish Power that can wait for them on the east side. And then Ents, almost the team that these guys are forgetting at the moment. They've got the entire southern half of the circle to themselves.
Ents is in a position now that is essentially similar. I mean, you can say halfway similar to the one of FaZe earlier. If they let their ship start leaking, they will sink. They cannot allow for any team to cross that road successfully. If Pixar falls, if Nuki falls, they're going to be in trouble. The only thing is, the only team right now to make potentially that play is Polish Power. And they're not planning on going anywhere until they see that final circle.
Krunio and Marsalik are thinking about it.
If they get the headshot in, they're going to push forward.
They're thinking, okay, if this circle moves south, we're probably going straight away while we don't have to fight these other teams. But they don't know if it's just Tixu or the entire squad. It's a big, big risk there.
This right here, 5 seconds from now, could very much decide the victor of this final game of the day. Rostema, had that fence not been there, couldn't have gotten it. Tixu now knows that he has to wrap further west. You do not allow for Polish Power to cross the road here. I know that Sakura Sanson are fighting against No Name Yet on the other side, but your focus has to be making sure that Polish Power don't get into position from where they can penalize Ents in this position if you are Ents on the other side.
I really like this from Philu, by the way. He mollied where the staircase is so that he has the option to run underneath it if he needs to. He still can't, unfortunately, but I love the idea. And now we've got Polish Power looking towards Ents, and you'll note that that's out of circle because that's how important it is to stop them from crossing the road. Tixu and Nuki are there.
Polish Power making an aggressive play forward. They don't want to let anything be up to chance. They are going to actively push forward. Issue is that they're going to be visible on the other side too. Now knocks on both sides coming in. Marsalik flushed is trying to make the play on forward. I think they thought that focus, the attention from the players was on everything up close, but the player up high takes him down in return of it, and 1 more falls!
Wow.
Polish Power! They were the team to third party, but they're getting taken down before the fight even happens.
And they were forced to move out north as well. They know that Ents are there. They couldn't get the headshot, so they said, okay, maybe we can take this engagement sooner rather than later and catch someone by surprise. It worked a little bit, but not as well as they would have liked.
Rust and Mars managed to cross the road in the meantime, in the heat of all the chaos. This is a perfect position. He's sitting on the north side of the dot. All you do here, Rust and Mars, stay alive, sit tight, wait for the players to come to you. And right now, Spots take us, but Rose down to real low HP. The vest is gone now as well. You have to stay alive, but it's not going to happen. Norgis, once again, finds a player on the outside. Rust and Mars, the anchor player for Ents. The security of the dot in the middle falls down. There's no way they're going to be able to go for the rest here.
How are Nuki and Tixu going to be getting across the road? Krunio, they're trying to get the finish onto Sakura Zensen, onto He-Man. Salty is going to be up there with the res. That first Molotov was dangerously close to succeeding.
One too high, one too low, and now they actually have space to maneuver out anyway. Wait, did she get the rest here? There's no... Oh, no, the nade from Norgis!
He did.
The nade from Norgis comes over and ends. This had them written all over it, but because Rustema went for the peak early, they're now in trouble, and Tixu could easily be held off by the remaining players from Polish Power. The issue is with the nade from behind. When one team is about to fall, the other one comes to save them. Salty, the molly from Tixu falls them back. Salty gets them into the corner, and the team that I least expected to come out victorious here are claiming everything. Sakura stands and peeks on over, but let's see if Tixu still has something to say. Finds the first one, peeks on over. They know exactly where he is, and remember, Shiv is still alive as well.
Exactly. No Name Yet could still continue to play spoiler here, and he does! He gets the knock onto Tech. No, sorry, that's the finish onto Techers, but it also means that nobody else from Sakura Zensen can cross that road right now because they know there's crossfire coming in from No Name Yet. This is not over. They managed to eliminate that. Now it's finally a 3v1.
Tixu, you pulled off a 1v4 earlier, but you had the nade this time around. You don't. How are you planning on doing this? I would not assume to see him deny here. Does he? No, he's wrapping, he's flanking, he's trying to get a better angle. Tixu does not give up on these one, but how much overzealous do you get here if you're Sakura Stanson? Pushing from 3 different angles, finds the first, doesn't matter. Sakura Stanson cleans up, gets the win with 9 kills added to it. Great game for a team that really, really needed to step things up.
Right position at the right time. That's what Sakura Zensen were known for in the Super Weekend. They were super positionally aware. They had massive problems with No Name Yet. They managed to stay passive long enough. They knew that Polish Power were trying to push in, and they went, they can push into us, and that's when they got the knock and they got the res and they backed out, or we can let them deal with everyone else as well, and that's what they did.
We've talked about how Northern Lights, how Sakura Zensen likes to play similar styles to Northern Lights. This, I believe, is the first game I did not see them fight each other at all.
Yeah, sure.
Northern Lights struggling on the west to make their way on through. Sakura Zensen essentially playing similar playstyle as they made their way in from the east side, taking the position early, sitting tight, holding off. They had to outlast essentially the teams coming in, but their awareness of not tunnel visioning on No Name Yet and being able to both fight off Polish Power as they come in, but also spin over and take the attention over towards No Name Yet, huge.
And the hardest part about playing in what we call unpushables, right, is knowing when to come out. You have to be quite brave to come out from a position where you're semi-invincible, to go, actually, now is the time to be aggressive. And doing that at the end of the game, despite the setback from No Name Yet, they managed to do that.
Insane finish. Insane finish. I like these endings where you think... I was looking at that valley for a long time thinking that's where we're going, but seeing that they had to push out of there had me interested. I gotta say, though, in my opinion, it has ends written all over it until Rostenmar make the aggressive peek around the side there. But that's not for us to break down. We'll hop back to the desk for one more time here today. So please, Sam, take it away.
I love the fact that Froz's cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Look at them, and Martin's going to be waiting there with his gardening shears to
We're not
cut
putting
off the
them
flowers.
in the books yet.
Oh, it's still
Not
spring.
yet.
We're still spring, right? So we'll just leave it at that and then see how they are able to pull up tomorrow, because of a fantastic finish here. And them to be able to keep 3 guys alive, despite being in such a rough situation, having so many teams focusing them. And also, if that Molotov hit and took out those 2 players, it would have been a completely different game. Could have been instance easily.
Well, that's how it goes. If you don't hit it, you hit low, you hit high, but you don't hit the target. But yeah, really good play from them, of course. A really needed push as well from them to be able to push themselves up on the leaderboard itself. Right. That win itself gonna give them a lot of points. They haven't had the best of the day, but I mean, it's a good way, as Martin's saying, to end everything with for today and coming in for tomorrow, resetting yourself.
I know that they didn't win the chicken dinner, but Ents needed a big game. They got a big game, lots of kills there as well. So they'll be feeling, I wouldn't say happy, because I don't think they'll be happy with their performance overall, but a little bit more relieved to show that they can actually make it into the Final Four.
It would have been a Band-Aid, right, if they won it. And now it's still kind of a bandage. Just they need to step up tomorrow for sure. But this is a good way to end on a high note. Tix's individual performance this game was absolutely through the roof. For me, though, Ents' situation was I feel like they didn't have to play that fence and the kind of sheet metal fence where they had the cover. They could have smoked off the left side and held the right side with 2 guys, and the left side and the smoke with 1 guy, and still come out on top and focused on making sure that Polish Power, No Name Yet, and Sakura Zensen fought each other before they came out to them, and then they couldn't pick them apart. But that nade on the sheet metal fence there, that completely opened up everything for Sakura.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do like that they tried to go for that one, because it is changing up their playstyle a little bit, which is something that you want to see from teams when it's not working out for you. Just do a change. It doesn't matter what it is, and they did it. They made a change, and well, it might not have worked out perfectly, but they got themselves a lot of points on the board. They tried that out, and that's the best thing. Not just like going with everything you've been doing. It's not working out. You just keep on doing it. It's like, well, it's not going to work. Try something else. And they did.
It's been an impressive performance from some of our qualified teams. Polish Power, Exhalation, Sakura Zensen. If it comes to consistency, because that is a word we throw around a lot, Exhalation is right there. They've been consistent the whole way out. They
have been silently consistent still, though. They need to have that big game to really jump ahead of the pack. But they are in there, and they're looking really good. I'm happy to see it. But what we also heard from Chrissy, from Navi as well, is he sees them all very equal. All the invited teams, all the qualified teams. he's taking them like he's not respecting any of the other teams less. They're all equal, and they can all really pack a punch, right? So that's what the difference, or the lack of difference is.
Well, we watched the highlights. I want to jump right back to the start of the game, Avenger, and something that I thought was quite interesting was phases shift in phase 2. Walk us through that.
Yeah, so I actually talked with Gustav about that. They lost the kind of fight in the scrims, and they decided to not contest Minas Generales, where Navi is now looting. But something that was really interesting with this was this play into the dip in between La Pandita and Minas Generales. This is something I talked to Gustav about as well. When they see this second circle pop, they're feeling very confident that they can get into a good position between Minas and La Pandita and actually play from there. They managed to do so, but they actually got so much pressure from the west and the southwest that it ended up costing them. And Toby pointed out a few times here, it's a pretty hard area to play. You need a bit of hard cover, and also there's teams that had them pincered in a sandwich mode. But I loved how they set it up on second circle, up on the main road on Minas, straight into the center of the circle, because they're super confident that they're going to be able to play from there in phase 4 and phase 5.
This is one of those areas that it's not like a primary area, not right now, but if FaZe keeps on playing that area, they figure out how to play it correctly every single time, depending on where the circle is, where you have all the other teams. We're going to see that becoming maybe one of those primary areas where people will want to play it from. But so far, no one has really figured it out, I'd say.
We're taking a look now at that scoreboard from the final game today. Of course, Sakura Zenson taking that chicken dinner ends, finishing second. They'll be really happy with that. Those 9 kills as well, pushing them up a little bit. Is it going to be enough, though? I'm not sure. We'll have to see the leaderboard in a bit.
They're going to jump into the mid-pack, obviously, but 3 teams on double digits here with no name yet as well on 10. 5 kills, 5 placement points. Entropic on 9. It's very top-heavy. A lot of the teams are getting all of the kills, obviously. Good to see Entropic as well, being able to jump in there and get some kills. But Tixu cleaned up that squad.
Yeah, but I think it's a big thing once again, right? You have teams like Navi, Exhalation, BBL going out pretty early.
Right.
That means there's an opportunity for the other teams to jump and try to catch up to them. But at this time, what we're seeing is a lot of the teams towards the bottom, more towards the bottom of the mid-pack is catching all of those points. So it's going to equalize a little bit in the mid-pack itself. That one's going to grow, and that's what we're going to see right here.
Navi's still holding on at the top there with 100 points, but you can see Exhalation is pretty close behind them. 6 points difference, that's not too bad. BBL Esports holding on to that 3rd spot as well.
I think one important thing here is to look at Exhalation being up there, of course, but still not having a win yet. Of course, you have Navi, they have 2 wins. You have BBL, they have 3 wins. And they are baked in between there. They're the sandwich. They have in the sandwich, but they're able to keep themselves there without getting a win. They're really good on killing people, of course, but look on the placement points. Still 25 placement points. That is a lot, considering you not winning any games.
I'm curious, obviously in this last game, the circle caused a lot of early aggression and mid-game aggression, but do you think tomorrow, when we've got 6 games left and there's a couple of teams there going, we have to have a big game, are they going to come out aggressive tomorrow to start the day, do you think, in the hope that they can get those kills?
No, I don't think it's going to be from the start of the day. It's going to be much more strategic and with an approach where they are taking it game by game, because they need to be super aware. What are the teams that we can take over on the leaderboard? Because you can jump into better placement, which means more PTC points, which means more prize money, which is going to be your sole focus. We have right now 5, 6 maybe teams that are in that fight for 1st place, so it's still open. But I'll say even FaZe Clan on 68 point on 9th, they can start the day with 1 good game and they will be straight into the running of the top 3, even to try to take it home. But 100 points after day number 2, it's like picture perfect, right? We're 2/3 through, and it's, okay, so the winners are going to be 150 plus. That's what we're looking at tomorrow.
But again, looking at things, you're still playing for the PGC points. Will be one of the most important ones. That's why we're not maybe seeing people just going to straight dive in and go full aggression on it. But they're going to try to maybe catch up a little bit more, maybe try out something new to be able to push themselves a little bit further than they've had so far during these 2 days. Of course, you have a little bit more to work with since you have 2 days of games here that you can look back to and say, okay, well, this is why it didn't work out for us. Now we're going to try this instead. But that's what we want want to see tomorrow. The teams adapting to what's been happening so far and what they're predicting that the teams will be doing tomorrow.
I don't even know why we're having this conversation. This is PUBG esports. It's going to come down to the last game. It'll be the last fight. That's how this works. If you don't want to miss that, your schedule is now popping up on the screen right now. The final 6 games of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals will kick off tomorrow. As you can see, we're going to start on Miramar. And I know Avenger's excited about this. We are ending on Erangel.
Yeah, the last 3 games, it's obviously going to be it's going to be games that are going to be popping off completely. And as we have seen many times before, it's likely going to be down to the last game. Hopefully to the very last fight for who takes everything home, because it's a big difference from first to second place, both in prize pool, but especially on the PGC points. 200 points. As we were talking about last year, 275, so about 300 points is going to be the cutoff. And if you get 200 in this tournament, you have 3 more tournaments to get just 100 to kind of make sure that you're already in the running for PGC, because we have these 8 slots.
Just qualify for another one and get yourself a few PGC points and you're done. You're ready to go for PGC.
Easy, quick and easy, just like that. You still have to play those 6 games though. So tomorrow you'll be joining us. If you've enjoyed the action, make sure you let G-Loot Esports know on Twitter. Let them know who you think is going to win, and set your alarms. Make sure you're here tomorrow, because it is more than likely going to come down to that last fight where we get to crown the winner of the G-Loot PUBG Season 5. I cannot wait. We cannot wait. And we're hoping that we'll see you there tomorrow. Good night.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for best it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.